Well, good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Rowrah. It's going to have to be quite a quick intro. We've already started with the first race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, them out on track, heading down towards the first couple of corners on lap number 1. I'm going to try and do an intro while the Mighties crack on. We are here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. And as you can see, everyone very eager to kick off the action here today. Cracking on with race number 1 already of round number 2. And the first drivers out on track are our Mighties. It was Zane SuperOne who started on pole position in this race. I can see a lot of you in the live chat, big supporters of Zane. 4.5 million followers on Instagram has Zane. He's only 5 years of age. A very experienced bike racer, now jumping into karts. I seem to be doing pretty well at that as well. A 105.5, his fastest lap of the qualifying session, but it looks as though he's lost the lead on this first lap of the race. Felix Tandy on the E-plate has snuck on by. As we come to the end of lap number 1 there, you can see it confirmed on your timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Felix Tandy leading us on to lap number 2. Zane SuperOne follows him right in behind. He is right in the wheel tracks. He's pulling to the inside line, and we might see a change to the lead here. Zane back down the inside. The 54 retakes his place at the front of the field. Arthur Bowers there in 3rd place. If I remember correctly, Arthur was your winner in the final yesterday. So, of course, we're here at Rowrah both for round 1 and round 2 of the SuperOne Series in 2025. Of course, no streaming yesterday for round number 1. We did, however, do podium interviews with all of the winners in each of the finals. You'll be able to see those at the lunch break. Of course, if you want to watch them any earlier, head over to the SuperOne Series Facebook page. You can watch them there. They're all live at the moment. But no stream from yesterday. We jumped straight into the stream here for round number 2. The racing yesterday was absolutely sublime, and I'm sure that's going to continue here into round 2 on the Sunday. And what has certainly continued here into the Sunday is the beautiful weather up here in Cumbria. It's a very rare sentence that the beautiful weather and Cumbria go together, but they have done this weekend. It's absolutely lovely, bright sunshine. There's lots of people out there with very, very dodgy tans, so mostly red rather than brown out there, but to be fair, I'd be the same if I was out there for longer than about 15 minutes. So luckily, I'm tucked up here in the commentary box, enjoying watching the racing action, both out the window and from the screen in front of me. Pictures, of course, courtesy of Alpha Live Productions. Make sure you subscribe to the channel to not miss the rest of the SuperOne Series season in 2025. Well, Arthur Bowers has just set the fastest lap of the race on the number 98, and he is closing in on your 2 leaders. Still Zane SuperOne at the front of the field, just ahead of Felix Tandy. But you can see there, even just visibly, how much Arthur Bowers is starting to close in on these top 2. They head down into the final sector then, through St John's into the Sunny Bend left-hander, then through into Paddock Bend, and they'll come to the end of yet another lap here in the first heat of the day. Short and sharp with these heats. Of course, drivers have already all had a 6-minute qualifying session, which of course we didn't see on the live stream. We jumped straight into the first round of heats of today. All of the heats 7 minutes plus 1 lap, so we'll get 1 heat for all of the classes. Then we'll go to a lunch break for about 45 minutes. Then we'll be back for all of the heats yet again. So 1 more heat for all of the classes, and then we'll go into the finals. 9 minutes plus 1 lap for all of the finals, so ever so slightly longer. Of course, more time to make up places and more time for things to go wrong as well. We'll wait and see which one it is for each of the drivers when we get through to the finals later on this afternoon. Well, look at this then. Arthur Bauer still right on the back then. Felix Tandy has been on the rear bumper of Zane SuperOne for the last couple of laps, but hasn't been able to find a way through. No door opening for the E-plate. Has to sit in behind for now anyway. But what a beautiful circuit this is here up just outside of Frizzington, west of the Lake District. What a beautiful part of the world it is. And particularly this track here up at Rowrah. Here's the move for second place though, down the inside into the final corner goes Arthur Bowers. Fastest lap of the race, now takes second place, and he is all eyes on your leader of Zane SuperOne. Like I was saying, this track, an absolutely stunning circuit. The scenery around this circuit, of course, situated in an old quarry. It is absolutely beautiful. Built back in 1963, about 1,030 metres long, 19.7 feet of elevation. And what a fun circuit it is to drive. I've been told anyway, sadly, I've not actually been able to drive this circuit at all in real life. I've done it on the simulator, but not for real. I've been told by lots of drivers, though, it's a very, very fun circuit to drive. Lots of different types of corners. One person who enjoys it is Arthur Bowers, and he's thinking about that inside line. Bowers down the inside, change for the lead of the race. You saw the E-player Felix Tandy there thinking about following him through. That door being closed by Zane Sofuoglu, though. Sofuoglu slipping down into second place. Well, yesterday, like I mentioned, Arthur Bowers was your winner in the final. Had a very fun little interview with Arthur. We had to stop him from eating his very, very yummy ice cream, which is understandable given the lovely weather, as they just chased down a couple of back markers at the moment. They head on through onto another lap of the race. He had to pop his ice cream down. We had a little fun interview, did myself and Arthur. Of course, you can catch that at the lunch break, like I mentioned. But Arthur looking to start off round number 2, as he finished off round number 1 yesterday with the lead of the race. But down the inside goes Zane Sofuoglu. Back through goes the number 54. And yet again in this race, we have a change for the lead. Well, this is only heat number 1, ladies and gentlemen. What's the final going to be like later on? Don't go anywhere. Make sure you're sticking around for the entirety of today's racing. A very small mistake there on the exit curve from Zane Sofuoglu. He's going to try and drop back into second, but it's not going to happen for him. Felix Tandy slips on by as well, so down to third goes Zane Sofuoglu. That was the most minor of mistakes from the number 54. Ever so slightly wide onto that exit curb. You saw the rear axle just start to get beached on it as the wheels lost traction for maybe a quarter of a second, and that was all it needed down that long back straight. Both Bowers and Tandy getting back through. Well, 30 seconds left to go on the clock. Of course, all of these heats, like I say, 7 minutes plus 1 lap. And through, off we go, onto it. 25 seconds left of this first heat of the day. And great to see so many of you in the live chat enjoying the racing action. A lot of Turkish in the chat, which sadly I cannot read. Of course, that is the country of Mr. Zane Sofuoglu, who once again goes back down the inside. Retakes second place away, but Tandy's got a great exit. Tandy's now back down the inside, and these two chopping and changing for second place is only going to help Arthur Bowers. Up and under goes Sofuoglu. A lovely little move, but who's got the exit speed then? They look to be about similar as they head down to the bottom end of the circuit. Down into the stewardesses. Trying to hang it around the outside is Tandy, but that's not going to work. Back through goes Sofuoglu. Couple of kart lengths gained then by Arthur Bowers. And as the timer hits 0, Bowers is going to come through and lead us on to the final lap of this race. It is Arthur Bowers who still holds that fastest lap of this one so far, 104.4. 104.5 for Tandy, a 104.7 for Sofuoglu, but Sofuoglu has looked rather racy in this one. Right then, time has hit 0. Last lap begins in heat number 1 for the Mighties. Our Bambinos here in this one. Of course, you've got the Mighty Cadets coming on later. Don't get those two confused. Sofuoglu's got a great exit, though. He's got a great exit. Bauer's going to try and hold the inside, but no, he drops back across. Sofuoglu, late dive down the inside from the number 54. Sofuoglu's back to the lead of the race here in heat number 1. He's only got half a lap left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Could Sofuoglu hold on to this one? He started on pole position. It'll look like a lights to flag victory, but it wasn't that easy that we can see on the stream. He's not finished it yet, though. Bauer's trying to find a way through. So's Tandy. They're making a bit of contact. They've got to be careful there on the inside. They're going to be very careful. Oh my goodness, that was aggressive there from Bowers, and I think that's the ticket that Zane Sofuoglu needed here to hold on to this race lead. Look at the gap that they've gained there as the other two were battling in behind. Into the final sector then comes the number 54. Zane Sofuoglu's going to lead us into it. Will he lead us out of it? He goes a little bit wide there through the left-hander of Sonny's into the right-hander of Paddock Bend. It looks like he's got enough of a margin, and Zane Sofuoglu's going to come through and win heat number 1. The 54 sees the checkered flag first. He had to fight for that one, but Sofuoglu comes through in the lead of the race. Arthur Bowers and Felix Tandy right in behind. Top 3 separated by only half a second there. Bowers just ahead of Tandy. In behind was Freddie Purnell and Nico Veslovsky. That was your top 5 there in the Mighties for heat number 1. Frank Pearson's come across the line in 6th place. We just wait for the rest of the drivers to head on round and come across the line to finish that one. Change at the line then for 7th place. Frank Pearson there in 6th. Stanley Thurston gets through on Hayden Bailey on the last lap of the race there. They finish in 7th and 8th respectively. And we just wait for Aidan Castleman, Max Tetlow, and Jay Nash Rowrah to come through and finish the race then. 11 karts in that one, all drivers making it to the checkered flag, which is of course what we always want to see. But what a first start to the day then. Apologies everyone for the slightly fast intro there, as we had to jump to a little bit earlier than we expected. But we should be about ready to head on to the second race of the day then. We jump straight into some slightly faster karts than the one we've just seen. It's the senior Rotax and 177s out next. What a lovely sting that was. Great work, Stuart. I'm a big fan of that one. The Alpha Live Productions crew outdoing themselves yet again with that one. Well, as you see, the drivers a little bit larger than the ones we've just seen. Of course, the Mighties in the Bambino class we've just seen out on circuit. The seniors are getting ready to go now. You can see there some of the fantastic SuperOne staff just having a little chat with them. I don't know what about. I mean, I love to use the word re-education here on the on any sort of Alpha Live stream, but I'm not sure if that's what it is. I mean, of course, it's the first racing action of the day for them, but of course they had the racing yesterday, so maybe something I missed. Who knows? Well, you can see there the driver right at the front of your picture in the Cadet branded suit, of course, one of the race teams that we have out in the paddock using the Kart Republic chassis. That was Lucas Blanford, the O-plate. Lucas has had a great couple of weekends up here at Rowrah. Of course, like I mentioned, we had round one yesterday, but a week ago they had the O-plate here for SuperOne, and Lucas has stood on the top step for both of those events. He's got the O-plate on his kart for today's and yesterday's racing, and yesterday he started on pole for the final and won it by about 2.5 seconds. So a great race from Lucas, and he was looking quietly confident as he headed into today, looking for more of the same. And he's going to try and start off his weekend as he means to here in heat number 1. Well, he's done well in the qualifying. On pole position is the O-plate of Lucas Blanford. I'll just wait a moment before we run through the rest of the grid. Of course, we saw in the Mighties it was a standing start. Actually, you didn't see it because we had to run straight into the stream there, but there was a standing start for the Mighties. This one will be going back to a rolling start. And also, just to say hello as well and introduce myself. Hello, my name's John. My name's John Ratcliffe. I'm going to be taking you through the action here today from Rowrah for the SuperOne Series. My first time on a SuperOne Series stream, and it's been a fantastic weekend so far. I'll be joining you once again for Podium for round number 6, but you'll have someone else in between there for GYG at round 4. Hopefully they'll be even better than I am. Right then, senior Rotax on 177 heat number 1. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Lucas Blanford, as I mentioned, on pole position with Morgan Hudson-Brown alongside him. Then it's Max Rowley and Max Chow. The two Maxes there on row number 2. Max Davies and Jarek Metters there on row 3. Another Max on row 3. The Sandy one doesn't join him. He's feeling all lonely there with Max. Then Tom Taylor and Kieran Denyer are on row 4. Salvador Newman and Jamie Salter round up the top 5 rows there in the top 10. Then Henry Swanson and Braden Donoghue on row number 6. Tom Nottingham and Daniel Beards there on row 7. Tom Nottingham was your top rated rookie yesterday. Let's see how he does today. George Daniels, Max Lorna Bennett, Johnny Lynch and Izzy Lawton there. Row 8 and row 9. Running on the top 20 are Sky Fraser and Jay Pearson. Then it's Billy Edgecombe, Jasmine Taylor, Callum Gosh and Archie Flint. What a great qualifying there for Jasmine Taylor. She was second in the final yesterday. And there are the two 177s, Alfie Barron Oxbury and Martin Jackson. Right then, 2x2 formations. We come into the final corner. Seniors about ready to get this race underway then. Round paddock bend they go then into 2x2 formation. We're going to get underway first time of asking. Yes, we are. Seniors are underway and racing for their first heat of the day. And this is the biggest pinch point of the circuit. And it happens as soon as you start the race. Looks as though all drivers have made it through. Those who head up over the top of the crest and down into the first big braking zone. The first hairpin, and 4 or 5 drivers have come together there in the background. Maybe even more drivers have come together there in the background. One driver spinning round, I think, and other drivers coming in and collecting. Another spin there down at the second hairpin, and that's the bumper loose then for the number 63. I'm not sure if they'll even notice that right now. That's Braden Donoghue starting in 12th place. We've still got an absolute car park down there at hairpin number 1, down at McRae's. As they come around to end lap number 1 then. Still Blanford in the lead, but he is being hunted by Morgan Hudson-Brown. Certainly not leaving him for dead there is Lucas Blanford. He might have to fight for this one. Right down into McRae's once again then. Still yellow flags out, so no opportunities for Morgan to think about any sort of overtakes. He's using all of that runoff there on the exit as they then head down into Iredale's. Getting back to line astern, these drivers in the background as they work themselves out on these opening couple of laps. The biggest losers then out of the start. Max Lorna-Bennett down to 22nd, but he is still running. Tom Nottingham just coming across the line then, losing a lot of time. He's down 10 places, is Tom Nottingham, your best rated rookie yesterday. Sadly, Heat 1 hasn't started how he would have wanted. And like I mentioned, the rear bumper was hanging off for Braden Donoghue, but he's just got a mechanical flag, so he's going to be ending this race early, sadly, as Braden, just from a little bit of a clumsy bit of contact down at hairpin number 2 at Iredale's. Not saying it was his fault, but two drivers coming together rather clumsily, just slowly ripping his bumper off. So end of race early then for Braden Donoghue. It looks like we've lost Archie Flint and Billy Edgecombe on the first lap of this race. There you saw Braden Donoghue leaning over and I think trying to fix his rear bumper there as he goes along. I'm not sure that's quite going to work though, Braden. There go your two leaders through of Blanford and Hudson Brown, and look at these battles in the mid-pack. 57, that is down the inside, that's Kieran Denyer through on Tom Taylor, changed for 7th place, as round in the background goes the 77 of Tom Taylor. What happened there on the exit of the stewardesses? We just missed that one on the cameras, but either way, it ended up with Tom Taylor facing in the wrong direction. Less ideal start to his first race of the day, and on they go onto a new lap of this race, onto lap number 4 then, still as they were at the front of the order. Blanford continuing what has been a super impressive showing here in the SuperOne Series. Morgan Hudson Brown, it was exactly the same as this in the O-Plate final. Blanford ahead of Hudson Brown. Hudson Brown, it didn't go well in the final for him yesterday though. 18th place, went out of the race on lap number 6, I believe with some contact with George Daniels. They went out on the same lap, so I'm just assuming that from the timing that I've got. Either way, out of that race in the final yesterday, he'll be hoping for a bit more of a positive one here today, but he set the fastest lap here in heat number 1 at the moment, 45.3 versus a 45.4 for Blanford just ahead. I mean, you could put that down to a little bit of slipstream that's being created, especially down the back straight after Iredale's. But either way, 25 finding some very, very good pace. Here we've got a few drivers battling over 3rd place, I believe this is. Max Rowley right in the middle of this. So we've got the 3 Maxes lying astern then. Max Chown, Max Davies and Max Rowley. Max Chown the one leading this one on the number 76. At least when they started this lap, as they head through down to the end of section number 3, there you can see his lovely painted blue kart still leading the train. Onto lap number 6 they go then. None of these drivers making a move. Jarek Metters there in 6th place at the moment. He was 3rd in the final round number 1 yesterday. Ever so slightly further down the order here for this race start. Still there in P6, exactly where he started in this one. Thinking about a move there was the number 33 of Max Rowley. Doesn't go for it down the inside this time, though, thinks better of it. Of course, you've got to remember, this is your first race of the day. This is the first heat. So you've got to keep it relatively relaxed. Of course, you want to make some positions. You want to gain some points towards the championship tally. But either way, you're setting yourself up for the final later on. So you've got to make sure that all is going well throughout these couple of heats. And, of course, the qualifying session as well earlier on today. Just got to keep consistent. Bagging some good results and some good points. Either way, the 33 is going to go for it down the inside into McRae's. Up and under tries the 53 on the exit. So Rowley's through on Davies. Metta's trying the outside line. Can he hang it round or will he go up and under? He is going to go up and under. Not quite able to get a good enough exit though. He'll stick right in behind though and think about the inside line down here into the stewardesses, but no, covers it off there. Does the 16 of Max Davies. Only one position lost then as he drops down into 5th place. Two of the Maxes swapping position there out on circuit. He's still under loads of pressure here, is the number 16 of Max Davies. Looks like he's just been thrown off rhythm ever so slightly. Up and under, tries the 53, but not a good enough exit. Slots back in behind as they go into the first couple of corners. Like I said on the first lap of the race, biggest pinch point of the circuit there. Through those first 2 corners, it really does go down to single file traffic there as they head through the chicane. There's the move though, down the inside at the 2nd hairpin. Big manoeuvre down the inside there from the number 53. Impressive on the brakes there from Jarek Metters. He jumps up into the top 5. Max Davies shuffled down into 6th place, and now he finds himself under pressure from Kieran Denyer. Because often what we see in kart racing, you lose 1 place, and that negative momentum starts to shuffle you back even further. It knocks you out of whack ever so slightly, and it's difficult to get yourself back onto rhythm. There's the 17 finding themselves facing in the wrong direction, and that is the 17 of Alfie Baron Oxbury. He was in the lead ahead of Martin Jackson in the 177s, but Alfie facing the wrong way. Oh, I say that, I've got to make sure I remember that there are duplicate numbers here in the seniors and the 177s. 2 people with the same number on track, but they'll have a different colour background. I didn't spot it on that one, but I have seen Tom Taylor come through in 16th place, who is the other 77. Alfie Baron Oxbury is still ahead of Martin Jackson anyway, so no need to worry about that one. All has stayed exactly the same. Here are your 2 front runners, though, as they head round the final corner. Still 10 seconds left to go, so they'll be heading on to the penultimate lap of this race. Still Blanford ahead of Hudson Brown at the moment. No moves from Hudson Brown, but again, like I say, despite the fact he's got a slightly faster lap than Lucas Blanford ahead, and they have actually both gone faster at a 45.2 now for Hudson Brown and a 45.3 for Lucas Blanford. Despite a slightly faster time, you've not got to go for some crazy send. It's not the final just yet. Banking a 2nd place is still really, really positive for your day. And I'm sure Morgan will be thinking that. I mean, obviously, if the opportunity arises, he's there to capitalise on that and grab the winning place by the end of this race. But of course, there's no need to go for anything too crazy just yet. Right then, onto the final lap we go. Blanford will lead us onto it. I think that might be a statement that I say a few times throughout today. Certainly been the case over round 1 and the O-Plate. A couple of weekends ago. They go down into Iredale. Such a beautiful track, this one, particularly when we've got the sun shining off of the tarmac, as we do here today. Bright sunshine throughout today's action. But look at this, Blanford feeling the need to defend there as they go down into the Stuart S's. Good exit from Morgan Hudson Brown in behind. Not sure it's quite going to be enough, though, as they head down in towards the final few corners. Off into Sunny Bend here, the left-hander. Not an opening made there for Hudson Brown. Into the final corner they go then. And it looks as though it will be another win for Lucas Blanford. He sees the checkered flag first. And yet again, the O-Plate is on top here at Rowrah. Morgan Hudson Brown follows him across the line. Just under 0.2 of a second between those two. Max Chown holds on to 3rd place. A further 6.5 seconds back. So Blanford and Hudson Brown finding some amazing pace out there on circuit. And just starting to gap the field. That would have been helped by the fact that the Maxes were battling throughout that one. With Chown finishing ahead of Rowley, then Metters and Max Davies. Behind them, Kieran Denyer, then Henry Swanson, Salvador Newman and Jasmine Taylor there up in the top 10. So a good run through then for Jasmine Taylor. 22nd to 10th. Impressive stuff. And it's drives like that that earned her the Girl Power Award yesterday, finishing 2nd place in the Senior Rotax final. Impressive stuff. We'll keep an eye on her throughout the rest of today. In behind, just outside of the top 10 then, with Jamie Salter, Johnny Lynch, George Daniels and Daniel Beards. Then behind them, with Tom Taylor, Jay Pearson, Izzy Lawton, then Sky Frazier. Then your 2 green plates there, Alfie Baron Oxbury and Martin Jackson with your 2 177. Sandwich in between them with your top rookie from yesterday, Tom Nottingham. And then behind them, Max Lorna-Bennock, Braden Donoghue, Archie Flint and Billy Edgecombe. All 4 of those drivers not making it to the end of that race. I don't think Martin Jackson did either. So I think even though Alfie had that little spin, I don't think it ended up mattering too much for him. Well, given that we had that incident up at McRae's on lap number 1, I think there are a couple of karts that we just need to try and gather up and get back into the dummy grid area. And hopefully should give me a little bit of time to relax here on the mic as we run through things nice and quickly. Well, up next is going to be our Honda Cadets, the Cadet GX200s, and the IAME Water Swift Restricteds. Both those two are going to be on the same track at the same time. A little split grid race, which we've got a couple of times throughout today's action. Looks as though we're about ready to have a look at the grids for this next race. Here we go then, you see there the background image of that Sting. That's what the drivers are all looking to take home today. A nice big trophy. And they are pretty sizable. I mean, you'll see in the podium interviews from round 1 yesterday in the lunch break, certainly for the Bambinos, the trophies are nearly as big as them. So we had a few drivers saying they were going to keep it on the mantelpiece at home on the windowsill. And I was like, well, you're not going to get any light into that room anytime soon if you have that up there. It's absolutely huge. Well, here we go then. Look at that scene. The beautiful Cumbrian countryside there as the hills jut out in behind at the back of the camera. And you can see just how many people have made the trip up here to Cumbria. With all those caravans on top of the hill, the car park absolutely stacked. And there are said trophies. Big boys there in the Super One awning, being ready to get handed out later on this afternoon after those finals. You can see just at the bottom of your screen there, a few drivers heading off of the circuit before we go live yet again for another race. As that first heat not ending ideally for a couple of those drivers, getting involved in the incident down at the first hairpin. Difficult when you've got so many karts on this relatively narrow track here at Rowrah. But either way, all dealing with it well. A couple coming a cropper, but they'll get another opportunity in Heat 2 after the lunch break. Well, it looks as though there are green flags out on circuit, so why don't we have a look at the grid for our next heat of the day. It's going to be race number 3, and it's going to be our Honda Cadet GX200s and our IAME Water Swift Restricted. On pole position is Jayan Prakash. Alongside him is Archie Cannon, your final winner from yesterday. Joshua Bailey and Riley Blakemore are on row number 2, with Henry Colburn and Oliver Vickers there on row number 3. Row 4 has Ethan Pearson and Jesse Bailey, and it's Archer Edgar and Henry Soraya on row number 5. They round out the top 10. Alfie Hennel and Kai Suri are there on row number 6. Then row 7, Finley Thompson and Freddie Baker. Then it's Patrick Wood and Riley Aston Wilkins. Baker, Wood and Aston Wilkins, those are your 3 Water Swift restricted drivers. And they start as they finished yesterday. Baker won the final in the Water Swifts yesterday, with Wood second and Aston Wilkins third. That's how they line up again. For this grid, only about 2 tenths in it, to be fair, between Baker and Wood. And then Aston Wilkins just a little bit further behind there in third place on that grid. Great to see Jayan Prakash on pole position this one. He only got it by about half a tenth of a second ahead of Archie Cannon. Impressive lap then for the number 44. A very impressive young racer is Jayan. Wasn't quite able to get the win yesterday in the final, but he's starting off today as he means to go on. Jayan Prakash, 9 years of age, was second place yesterday in the final, so it's clearly been some good battling between Prakash and Cannon. Archie Cannon, 10 years of age. A young Scottish lad is Archie. The winner yesterday, can he do it again today? Well, not too long to wait and find out then. Heat number 1 about to kick off for your Honda Cadet GX200 drivers. Around the final corner they come. Will we get it underway first time asking? No, we won't. Chevron flag is out, and as you can see there, they're not all doing a synchronized dance. They're trying to tell each other that we are going round again. If you've not watched karting, you might be a little bit perplexed as to what they were doing there, but the little spin round of the fingers is just to tell all the drivers in behind, we're going round again. This is not going to be a race start, and that would have continued as the IAME Water Swift restricted drivers came through as well. So 13 drivers on the grid for our Honda Cadet grid. Like I say, Cannon won in the final yesterday, Prakash in second. It was Blakemore in third place. He's still right there at the sharp end here in qualifying. Joshua Bailey was in fourth, Henry Colburn in fifth. Biggest mover though, Oliver Vickers up 4 places in the final from 12th to 8th. Rookie driver is Oliver. Blakemore was your highest rated rookie though in that final yesterday. Right then, hopefully this second time of asking we'll be able to get our first heat of the day underway for the Honda Cadets and the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here we are then. Line astern in 2x2 formation. You see the Prakash on the left-hand side of your screen, Cannon on the right. 44 for Prakash, 42 for Cannon. Those are your 2 on the front row of the grid. Will they stay there, though, as we head into racing action? They're definitely not going to stay there, as it all chops and changes. He has chopped across. Cannon has chopped across, as there go the Water Swifts to the start as well. A little bit of a scrappy start as they carry on there. Look at that wall. Oh, 2 drivers off. Have we called the start? Hold on. I think there's some confusion out there as to whether we have gone to the race start or not. 2 drivers were off there on the exit of the corner. Yeah, the timer's not counting down on the gantry, so we have not gone for a race start. Bit of confusion there as we had 2 drivers diving to the grass on the outside. I missed the chevron flag on the gantry that time. They were racing for a little while and then it was called. We'll go for another attempt at the start, but there was a bit of contact being made there, especially on the rear bumper of a couple of the leaders, so drivers have got to be careful that they're not going to get a front fairing penalty after that one. Of course, you don't know what that is. When you get a big knock on the front bumper, it drops down, and that's then what is checked in scrutineering after. If your nose cone has dropped down, you get a 5-second penalty. Here we go then. Right. Third time's the charm, as they say. Around the final corner they come then. Let's give it another go for the Honda Cadet GX200 first heat of the day. It is the first heat. Maybe we're a little bit rusty after last night's sleep. I mean, they did all this yesterday. Come on, drivers, let's get this underway. 7 minutes has begun then. 7 minutes plus 1 lap and not a chop across this time for second place on the grid. That hasn't worked out quite as well for Archie Cannon. They're all chopping and changing as they go up through the biggest pinch point of the circuit. 2 drivers getting very close there in the mid-pack as they all try and work themselves out. Late dive down the inside. That's a double overtake for one of the drivers as another goes for a half spin in the background. Through they go into corner number 2, and yes, I am indeed correct that Archie Cannon is not there in second place. He's dropped down to third place, I believe. Now, who's that stuck through? Is it Joshua Bailey on the number 81? Through they go down into the middle part of the circuit. There's the 75 and the 71, Henry Colburn and Ethan Pearson. Now, just wait for them to come through at the end of lap number 1. I don't think we've got Archie Cannon on the live timing anyway, but I can definitely see him out there on circuit. So maybe just having a transponder issue is Archie. We'll see with the timing tower appears on the left-hand side of your screen. Across the start-finish line they go then. And no, is it Riley Blakemore who's in third place then? Let's have a look then. No, Riley Blakemore is there in 4th. So yeah, there is the 42. So we are missing Archie Cannon off of your timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. So from anyone third place downwards, basically drop them down 1 extra position because you've got Archie Cannon there in third place. Jayan Prakash leading from the front though in this one. It wasn't as much of an ideal start as the aborted start previously for Archie Cannon as he drops down into third place. Through slips Joshua Bailey. Great start from the number 81. And following him behind closely is Riley Blakemore. A few of the drivers we were expecting to be right up there in the sharp end. Of course, these were the top 4 in the final yesterday, just slightly shuffled around. Cannon was your winner yesterday, Prakash second, Blakemore third, and Bailey 4th. Well, Bailey snuck his way up into second place off of the start in this one, and he is hounding the rear bumper of Jayan Prakash here as they head through onto another lap of this race. New fastest lap briefly went to Joshua Bailey, immediately gets stolen away by Riley Blakemore. Of course, we're not going to really know the pace of Archie Cannon in behind, as there's a mistake from Jayan Prakash. Gets held up there, just Joshua Bailey. Down the inside goes Archie Cannon. He had the smallest whiff of an opportunity there, and Archie grabbed that with both hands. Great movement there through the field for Cannon, and immediately he's trying to put the pressure on to Jayan Prakash. Like I said, it was a slight mistake there out of the essence from Prakash. It's down the inside, it's going to go Archie Cannon. Super late on the brakes from Cannon, and he takes the lead of this race. Very impressive manoeuvre there from Archie Cannon, and he gets it done down into the stewardesses. Well, in 1 lap there, 2 places gained for Cannon, and he now leads the way as we head down into sector number 3. Prakash now the following driver, and these top 2, as they were in the final yesterday, then they should be relatively used to this one. I mean, they came across the line. There was only 2 seconds separating the top 5, less than 9/10 separating the top 3. And Riley Blakemore, don't forget, is a rookie in this class. Very impressive. Mistake, though, through the chicane. As again, that's very wide. That's not Jayan Prakash this time. That's the 136 of Patrick Wood. So Patrick Wood is through on Freddie Baker. He's just taken the fastest lap of the race, and that's a change for the lead in the Water Swift Restricted. They're right in the middle of the squabbles here between the Honda Cadets. Must get a little bit confusing for the Water Swifts. Either way, they're pressing on well. Only 3/10 separating the 2 leaders in Water Swift Restricted. But Patrick Wood is cracking on here in this race. He started on pole position in the final yesterday. Freddie Baker beat him to the punch. Fastest lap as well for Freddie Baker. But Pendulum seemingly swinging back the way of Patrick Wood here in the first heat of the day for round number 2. As there you go, Archie Cannon was on your timing tower briefly. He's going to get jumped back up manually. So a big shout out to all of the timing team here at Rowrah. Big shout out to the timing team courtesy of the SuperOne Series. They're heading down through another lap of this race. We're now on lap number 5. Like I say, Patrick Wood has the fastest lap of the race at 53.6. Of course, the Water Swift Restricted ever so slightly faster than our Honda Cadet drivers. Might be a move to the lead, though. Jayan Prakash thinks about it. Jayan Prakash goes down the inside. Little up and under attempt there. Bump on the rear bumper of Prakash. Prakash was like he was on a fucking Bronco there heading to the stewardesses. He managed to hold onto that one as the rear was trying to slide all around the shop. He held onto it, and he holds onto the lead then. Great move from the number 44. We're just trying to look who's fastest. So Prakash does have the fastest lap in terms of the Honda Cadets. And he's now through into the lead of this race then. Still 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. We've had loads of chopping and changing for the lead. Prakash trying to hold on to this lead as they head on down into the first of the hairpins. Through McKay's they go then, up into Iredale's. Look at the checks over the shoulder from Prakash, one way then the other. 44 doesn't feel the need to defend this time though into Iredale's. Not the best of exits from Prakash, but he holds that inside line. Another check over the shoulder just to see where the driver's are. Yet again, a little left-right from Jan Prakash. He's enjoying those head movements as he heads through on this lap. Less than 2 minutes left to go in this race. And it looks as though Cannon is the biggest threat. I mean, Blakemore and Bailey are still right there in the mix. And then we've got another battle of four in behind. That's Henry Colburn, Ethan Pearson, and Patrick Wood and Freddie Baker right on the back of them. Mission might be a change for the lead though. Down the inside goes the 192 of Baker. Up and under though goes Patrick Wood. We're going to be side by side across the line here. If I could get my words out. It's still early, ladies and gentlemen. It's still the heat ones. Give me a break. Right down the inside there goes Archie Cannon. We've had a couple of changes for the lead in both classes then. At the same corner as well. We don't even know where to look here in terms of the Alpha Light Productions crew. We've got two great races going on at the same time. Prakash is down to third place, is he? Yes. Riley Blakemore snuck through into second. Prakash really had to defend there to keep the 81 of Joshua Bailey in behind. But big changes to the front of the order. Prakash falling from first to third then as the timer ticks below 1 minute left to go. Wood and Baker still battling it out over the Water Swift restricted lead as they're now chasing down the leaders here for Hondas. Could this all close up over the last couple of hours? Oh, that would make it interesting. I mean, it would certainly make it easier for our camera crew out there. They'd only have to keep everyone in one shot. Here's the up and under though. Prakash might fall to fourth place. They're going to go side by side into the chicane. No, they're not. No, they're not. Backs out then, does your fourth place driver of Joshua Bailey. They keep battling like that though. They're going to struggle to chase back down the top two as they start to break away. Patrick Wood is back through on Freddie Baker then. Those two still chopping and changing. As this will be the penultimate lap of this race here in the first heat of the day for Honda Cadet GX200 and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Down into the stewardesses they go yet again. This might be another move for the lead here in the Water Swift. Late move to that inside line. They're going to be side by side on the exit. It really closes up there through the left and right hander. But either way, Wood holds onto it ahead of Baker. Just about. Timer ticks to 0 then, ladies and gentlemen. Through they come into Paddock Bend. Late move down the inside, what a move! Through goes the number 60, yeah, Riley Blakemore shuffled onto the outside curb as Archie Cannon. Cannon's down to fourth place as we go onto this final lap, and the top three closed up yet again. Blakemore, Prakash, and Bailey onto the final lap we go. It's a great exit from Jan Prakash. What do you think about the move? Sticks behind for now anyway. We've got to try and keep an eye on both battles here. Up and under goes Jan Prakash. Prakash on that outside line. It turns to the inside line. Jan Prakash has the lead of this race in the Honda Cadets. The 81 of Joshua Bailey is through as well, side by side for third place then, between Blakemore and Cannon. We've got all of them in one shot now. The Water Swift chase them down. They're going to be faster through this last final sector. Who's ahead? It's still Wood ahead of Baker then in the Water Swift. They're trying to get through on the Honda Cadets. This is all getting a bit too exciting here in heat number 1. Through they go on a couple of the drivers. Who's at the head of this train though? Is it Jan Prakash? Yes it is. Prakash leads us into the final corner. Prakash is defending heavily there on Joshua Bailey. They're going to try and go around the outside, but it's not going to work. Jan Prakash sees the checkered flag first and wins in the Honda Cadet GX200. And Patrick Wood holds on ahead of Freddie Baker to take the win in the Water Swift Restricted. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if the races stay like that here for the SuperOne Series, I'm not going to have a voice before we even get to the finals. My goodness, what an exciting one that was there for the Heat 1 of the Hondas and the IAME Water Swift Restricted. Let's take a look then at the final results in that one. Jan Prakash just about holds on in that one. What a battle it was between those four. Joshua Bailey in second, Archie Cannon in third, and Riley Blakemore in fourth. Patrick Wood and Freddie Baker just in between the two of them. They were the first and second finishes in the Water Swift Restricted. Just behind Riley Blakemore in the Hondas was Henry Colburn, then Ethan Pearson, Jesse Bailey, Alfie Hendel, Oliver Vickers, Kai Suri, and Archie Edgar. And then Riley Aston Wilkins, he was the last of your Water Swift Restricted runners there in 14th place overall. And just behind him was Henry Soraya and Finley Thompson. Those two drivers in the Honda class. Well, what a battle it was then between those top four there in the Hondas. My goodness, their final is sure to be an exciting one. Make sure you stick around for that later on today then. But we move straight on to yet another Heat 1 of the day. We get ready for Heat 1 for IAME M1. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Yet another Bambino class this for the IAME M1s. And this class has produced some very, very exciting racing over the last couple of weekends. Yesterday at round number 1, the race was absolutely fantastic throughout. And of course, there's going to be a couple of drivers in this race, which we've already seen out today. A couple of the drivers who race in the Mighties Bambino class are out here racing in the IAME M1s as well. You're going to recognise a couple of names out there. And the live chat is going to be very excited yet again. Zain Sofuoglu is starting on the front row of the grid for this one. Let's run through the grids then, as we've got 25 drivers to get through, and the drivers are already making their way down to the dummy grid. You can see the parents and guardians getting them ready for the standing start. Right, Arthur Bowers lines up on pole position ahead of Zain Sofuoglu, then Logan Edwards, Freddie Dye, Reggie Peters and Presley Knight. Hendricks Verlat, Jensen James Williams, Sebastian Talbot and Teddy Smith, that's your top 10, followed by Oakley Rugman and Hugh Riley. Then it's Pierce Gauntlett, Shay Downey, Etienne Gardner, Tommy Walton, Noah Brad and Buster Scott. And behind them, Nicholas Anser, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, then Harley Bebb, Arthur Rhodes, Archie Ashworth, RJ Harrison, and then Gabrielle Chu, your 25 drivers on the grid for this one. Well, there they are then, IAME M1s down onto the grid. And we get ready for their first race of the day. Engines being started then. Well, Arthur Bowers, we've already seen out there on circuit today, of course. All of the drivers jumping over and getting ready to go. 5-second board is up then. Well, that wasn't 5 seconds, already gone. Zain Sofuoglu has an abysmal start from the front row of the grid. Sofuoglu dropping back into the middle of the pack. I think he's dropped back in 5th place there. Might just lose 5th as they go through into the first couple of corners. Through the chicane they go then, and Sofuoglu is down to 6th place as there's been a crash there through the chicane. We've got 3 or 4 drivers off. The 51 and the 71 coming together there. The 71 of Oakley Rudman and the 51 of Shay Downey, that was. There was also a 3rd driver involved in that one, but they just scampered back onto the black stuff before I could get a good look at who they were. There's Hendricks Verlat trying the up and under there on the number 19. That's actually the 19 of Teddy Smith coming through. There goes the 85, a little bump onto the back of Hendricks Verlat. And that's Buster Scott there on the 85. He made a good start to this race as well, has Buster. Arthur Bowers leads us down into sector number 3 though. Great start for Arthur Bowers. Who is it that's chasing him down? It's the 21 of Logan Edwards. And the 18, is it the 18 or is it the 16 potentially of Presley Knight? It is the 16 of Presley Knight. Up into 3rd place he goes. Freddie Dyes in 4th, Reggie Peters in 5th. Zain Sofuoglu in 6th place. Then Jensen James Williams, Teddy Smith, Buster Scott and Hendricks Verlat. That is your top 10 then as we head on to lap number 2. Side by side there between the 85 of Buster Scott and I believe the 15 was that of Hendricks Verlat. Yes, it was. So you've got Buster Scott, Hendricks Verlat, Hugh Riley and Arthur Rhodes battling really, really well out there on circuit at the moment. We take a look back to our leading 3. Now, Arthur Rhodes, interested to see how he comes through the field in this one. Oh, where did he start in this one, did Arthur? 22nd place. Not the best of laps from Arthur. So Arthur won the race on the road yesterday in the final, but sadly, scrutineer non-compliance in the final. Disqualification in the final yesterday. He drops right to the bottom. But on pace, clearly, he can do it. Winning the race on the road. The win was then handed to 2nd place on the road finisher, Logan Edwards. Still great racing from Logan yesterday to be there to pick it up. And look, he's carried that on to today. Has the RCE driver, the number 21, pressing on and hounding that rear bumper of Arthur Bowers. Logan's already snatched the fastest lap so far in this race. And a big special shout out because 21's my race number as well, Logan. So Logan doing the job for the 21s out there. A 1 minute dead is that fastest lap. Drivers around him all on a 1 minute .1. So all still super, super close between the drivers at the front end of the order. Of course, to remind you, this is still a Bambino class. We've got drivers around 5, 6, 7 years old in this race. So it's super impressive, the racing that we get from these really, really, really young drivers. But Arthur Bowers out there, already interviewed him on the podium yesterday. Of course, your winner in IAME, in Mighties Bambino yesterday. It was 6th place in the final in IAME M1s yesterday, but he's starting this one off a bang here in the first heat of the day for round number 2. Bowers leading us through onto another lap. It looks as though we just lost someone. Someone dropping down a few places. That was Teddy Smith. Teddy Smith was in 8th place. He's been overtaken by Buster Scott, Arthur Rhodes and Hendricks Verlaat. That was the big squabble we were watching earlier, and here we look back to it. Looks as like it's changed again then, as the 85 is leading us through. No, that is Buster Scott in 8th place, Arthur Rhodes in 9th, Hendricks Verlaat in 10th, Teddy Smith in 11th place. There's number 98, Reggie Peters, with Zane Sofooglu right in the middle of that squabble. Jensen James Williams with him as well. I think Freddie Dyes are involved in that scrap as well. I think he's just managed to pull a few tenths of a second gap ahead of those few drivers. Into the final sector come our leaders once again. Thinking about the inside line was Logan. Chops across though does Arthur Bowers. And Logan Edwards has to settle back into second place yet again. New fastest lap has come courtesy of Arthur Bowers though. They're down into the 58s, ladies and gentlemen. 58.5 for both Bowers and Edwards, 58.6 for Presley Knight, sat right in behind them. There's Zane Sofooglu trying to press back on and regain a few positions that he lost at the start, but he's going to lose yet another one, sadly, as they head down into the first hairpin. Tries to hold the inside line. Oh, I really thought they were going to make a lot more contact than that there through the hairpin. Zane's held onto the place very aggressively so. Impressive stuff from the number 84 then of Zane Sofooglu. I swear it's a 54 on the car. It is a 54 on the car, but it's an 84 on the live timing, but he's got a 54 on the car. That's wrong. That needs to be changed. Sorry for calling you out there, Zane. Anyway, he's held on to 6th place ahead of Jensen James Williams down at McRae's. Reggie Peters was who he was battling with, and Zane's got himself a contact warning for his troubles in that one. 2 minutes left to go on the timer then here in the IAME M1 heat number 1 of the day. And Arthur Bowers still leading this race. Arthur's made the move from Koma Bambinos this year. I know Arthur from the Rye House Kart Club. There's more battling going on in the mix here. Is that Hendricks Verlaat losing a place potentially to the number 19? Yeah, Teddy Smith through then into 10th place. Teddy running well then as Hendricks looks to find his way back through. You can tell Hendricks, big fan of Williams Racing there with his custom kart livery and helmet livery. All 90s Williams F1 liveries. Little Nigel Mansell-esque helmet for Hendricks Verlaat, and he's driving like he's Nigel Mansell as well. That was two drivers getting a little bit too close for comfort there as they head down into the right-hander. Through into Sunny Bend they go then. Was that the battle over 3rd place, or was that drivers coming on by? It was back markers. Thank you for letting me know with my ear there, Stuart, as they still try and find a way through. There we go then, getting very, very close to comfort there between a few of them there. There's a 16 and a 21. Presley Knight through then on Logan Edwards. So Logan held up a little bit there as they headed through a couple of our back markers. And place changed for 2nd. Presley Knight presses on through. And this has given a lovely, lovely gap to Arthur Bowers, the number 99. Winning races yesterday in the Mighties Bambinos. And now looking to take a win in the IAME M1s as well. Battling through there as they headed up into the first couple of corners. That was Harley Bebb and Noah Brad. I think Bebb has got through on Brad then for 14th place as they head through onto lap number 7. Less than 20 seconds left to go on the clock here. I think this is going to be quite close as to whether they get 2 more laps or if they do go on to the final lap of this one. I still can't get over the fact that we're seeing absolutely bright blue skies here at Rowrah. Not a cloud in the sky. It's coming across the line then. Arthur Bowers does, in fact, start the final lap here. As drivers still trying to chop their way through back markers. Oh, that was a bit of a close one there through, like I've said many times, the biggest pinch point of the circuit. A couple of the back markers just getting a bit scuppered there by the leaders coming on by. Changes in the pack in behind though. Sofooglu's into 5th place. Jensen James Williams has followed him through into 6th. Reggie Peters down to 7th then. Change for 8th. Buster Scott is still on Arthur Rhodes. And a change for 10th. Hendricks Verlaat back through on Teddy Smith. But this is the last 1,030 metres of racing here for the first heat of the day in IAME M1s. And Arthur Bowers with a sizable gap then as he leads us on to the end of this race. Big move there. That's a change for 8th place. Hendricks Verlaat gets through on Buster Scott. That's because Arthur Rhodes has already got through. So Buster Scott down to 10th. Buster Scott under more pressure there. A little bit of contact as they head through the middle of the corner. Here comes Arthur Bowers though round the final corner. He's going to see the checkered flag first. And Arthur Bowers wins the first heat of the day in IAME M1s. Presley Knight follows him across the line with Logan Edwards in 3rd place. Now how is that battle in behind going to settle itself out then? That's a back marker going ever so slightly slow. 85 and the 86 now battling. So Buster Scott's lost a few places. He's outside of the top 10. I think he's going to hold on to 11th ahead of Hugh Riley. He will. But big changes even on the last lap there in that one. SuperOne just about jumps his way back up into the top 5, but that wasn't the race that the supporters back at home, as we can see the live chat being flooded with Turkish. There's all 2 drivers getting together there right at the final corner. That is less than ideal. And like I was saying, that's not the race that the supporters at home wanted to see there in that one for Zayn. But either way, like I say, he's got Heat 2 later on after the lunch break, and then the final. Right, here are your final results for Heat number 1 of IAME M1. Arthur Bowers and Presley Knight, they're your top 2. Then Logan Edwards, Freddie Lyon, Zayn SuperOne, that's your top 5. With Jensen James Williams, Reggie Peters, Arthur Rhodes, Henry Follett and Teddy Smith, your top 10. And behind them, Buster Scott, Hugh Riley, Sebastian Talbot and Harley Bebb. And then just outside the top 14 with Nicholas Anser, Noah Brad, Tommy Walton, Etienne Gardner, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, then Shay Downey, Pierce Gauntlet, RJ Harrison, Oakley Rudman, Archie Ashworth and Gabriel Chu. It looks as though all 25 drivers making it to the checkered flag in that one as well, which is always what we want to see, particularly in our Bambino classes. Well, another race done and dusted then, ladies and gentlemen. Race 4 of the day completely done. We've got another split grid for this next one coming up. It's Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. Right then, on to race number 5 of today's action. Let's have a look at the grid then for this one. Logan Rolfe, your O-Plate winner, your final winner at round 1 yesterday. Starting on pole yet again here for round number 2. Oscar Roach is alongside him with Lucas Esser and Jensen Sale on row number 2. JJ Lowe and Jackson Hilton are there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Logan Stanley Jones and Charlie Gregg, then Kian Sullivan and Annika Hurd rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Then it's Layla Bell and Jay Birmingham there on row number 6. Jay Birmingham winning your top rookie yesterday. Toby Watley and Louis Barker on row 7 with Charlie Hobbs, Isla Parsons, Alexander Adams and Florence Walkington. Rounding out the top 20 are Elsie Gannon and Ria Waterley. Then it's Daniel Huss and Dylan Patrick. They round out the Intermax grid. Then it's Adam Corsa, your lonely Honda Cadet R200 there at 23rd on the grid. Adam was in good spirits yesterday, though, for our interview on the podium. Like I say, you can catch that at the lunch break. But either way, it's looking good for him to take the win again here today. Sadly, he's the only driver in the Honda Cadet R200s out here in the SuperOne Series. But hopefully he'll get amongst some of the squabbles here with the Intermaxes as well. He's pretty much on pace with a couple of drivers nearer the bottom end of the order. So we'll see how that one plays out then. 48.5 for Logan Rolfe in qualifying, 48.6 for Oscar Roach, 48.7 for Lucas Esser and Jensen Sale and JJ Lowe. So still pretty close. Yeah, within about 0.2 of a second, our top 5 out there. So despite Logan Rolfe seemingly dominating the class throughout the last couple of weekends, hopefully we'll see some squabbling at the front of the order between these 4 or 5 drivers. Right then, Logan Rolfe in the O-Plate on the left-hand side of your screen there on the Synergy kart, and then on the right-hand side of your screen is the number 96 of Oscar Roach. Those two are going to lead us to the gantry here, so we hopefully do get this race underway. First time of asking. Intermax and Honda Cadet R200s then for their heat number 1, about to get it underway. As they come across the line, do we get it underway first time of asking? Yes, we do. Great chop across already from Logan Rolfe as he leads us through the first couple of corners. Spinner on the line though, that's the number 81 who's gone for a rotation right outside of my commentary box. And through they go, down through lap number 1. That was the 81 of Adam Corsa, sadly, so the only Honda Cadet R200 driver. Round before they even start, that's a big off into the barrier for the number 1, that's Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale is off already. We had a spinner in the background. There was another spinner down at the first hairpin. Another driver off before they even got to the S's. So lots of chopping and changing here on this first lap. A lot of drivers coming a cropper round this Rowrah circuit. But either way, Logan Rolfe is leading us through lap number 1. Jensen Sale, though, number 1 rated driver because he won the championship last year in Intermax. Well, round number 2 has not started how he would have hoped there, finding the barriers down at Iredale's. Well, 1 minute already gone off of the timer then. Got some movers then as they head through the pack. Look at this squabble as they come up the top of the hill. That was the 71. Just trying to move out the way then of Toby Watley after a difficult first lap of the race. A couple of drivers having a bit of an argy-bargy there. That was the 41 of Jackson Hilton. Managing to find a way through though. A number of drivers gaining quite a few positions. Sadly dropping a number on the first lap was Annika Hurd. 7 places lost for Annika. To the inside late there for the 27. The 27 to 77 battling and getting very, very close. That's Charlie Hobbs through on Ria Waterley. Change for 12th place out there on circuit here on lap number 2. But already pressing on at the front then, Logan Rolfe and Oscar Roach. They started this grid side by side. They're now line astern as we head through onto another lap. The new fastest lap is stolen away by Charlie Gregg. They head down into McRae's once again. Great lap then from Charlie Gregg. Very impressive stuff from the number 51. She's got so many notes. Ladies and gentlemen, for today's racing, I have 50 pages of notes. My goodness, there's a lot of drivers involved in SuperOne, and it's taken a lot of note making to get myself ready for this second round of the season. Charlie Gregg, of course, representing the Isle of Man out here today, and of course, every time he races. I don't know why I mentioned today, but what a great lap it was from him on the last lap of this race. Charlie, 7th place yesterday in the final, 11th place 1 weekend ago in the O-Plate. Looks to be finding some good pace out at the moment there, although it has been stolen away on the last lap around the circuit by the 55 of Lucas Esser. He is now looking to close down that gap to the lead. He's only about half a tenth off it at the moment. First down into the 48s though, a 48.999. Either way, it's considered a 48-second lap time, because it is. He's trying to close down that gap, those leaders. Well, Lucas has got a double 4th place here. Oh, closing up on the 35 here. Could this hold up our 2 leaders? Nope, they just about managed to get through. Lucas Esser now going to be the one to try and go up and under here. He might get a bit held up. He is going to be a bit held up. They head into the final corner. And let's see if that gap isn't reduced at all. It might stay about the same there with a good first part of that lap. No, it has. 0.2 of a second then lost by Lucas Esser on that last lap comparatively to the leaders. New fastest lap of the race goes to the driver in 8th place, Logan Stanley Jones. Oh, big send there, down into the first hairpin. A bit of front to rear bumper contact there between a couple of the drivers, because they're still squabbling as they head down into the second hairpin. Very wide moment there. That's the 45 of Jackson Hilton, slipping down all the way behind the 35 and the 73. Logan Stanley Jones losing a place. 35 Daniel Holst is a back marker. That's why I'm getting myself confused. Just less than 3 minutes left to go in this one. 48.898 that lap from Logan Stanley Jones. Can anyone beat it on this lap around the circuit? Well, considering they're making overtakes on back markers, it would be surprising. There you can see on your timing tower, Jackson Hilton down 3 places on that last lap. 5th place to 8th place for himself, sadly. But Annika Hurd making her way back through the order. She gains 2 on the last lap, up to 13th place. Well, still Oscar Roach all over the back of Logan Rolfe. He's just taken the fastest lap for himself. But those top 3 drivers within a 10th of a second of each other on that last lap. 48.6 for Roach, 48.7 for both Rolfe and Esser. I don't think that difference in pace of Roach quite enough for him to think about any moves through the last couple of minutes of this race, unless something drastically changes. Round into Paddock Bend they come then. And like a couple of the drivers said earlier on, as oh dear, we've got a driver off in the grass there, up towards the first hairpin, I believe that was, or just out of the first hairpin. As we'll see who drops down the order. Charlie Hobbs is dropping down the order. I think it could be the number 27, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie Hobbs was up in 12th place. It looks as though it's all gone wrong for the 27. We did lose on the first lap of the race, or the third lap of the race, Elsie Gannon and Jensen Sale. So they both managed to get themselves out of the incidents they had on the first lap. That's something, and then deciding clearly, race is done and dusted. They pull it back into the pits, potentially just saving tyres as they head through this day's racing. And like I was saying, in the interviews yesterday, a number of the drivers just saying how they really enjoy this final corner, as it's of course the main opportunity for spectators to watch. So if you can get a move into the final corner, not only will everyone see it on the live stream, but everyone here in real life will also get to watch it as well, and you can just gloat as you go on past and look like an absolute legend. Lots of overtaking opportunities around this Rowrah circuit though. Some big long straights and some tight twisty bits as well. It's a very difficult circuit to get the hang of. But once you do, drivers get very close in terms of pace, and it's still like that at the front of the order. Still Rolfe ahead of Roach and Esser though. These top 3 still as they were. Look at the time that's been lost by Oscar Roach on the last lap. What's happened to Oscar? Maybe a few tenths lost on that last lap then. Yeah, about 3 tenths lost in comparison to the drivers around him. Esser's closed right back up onto the rear bumper of Roach. But he's only got this lap and one more to try and think about any sort of overtakes here to press on up the order. Little check over the shoulder there from Logan Rolfe. Just keeping his eye on Roach and Esser behind, trying to work out the gap, work out whether he needs to think about defending here as they head on to the last lap of this Honda Cadet R200 and Intermax heat number 1. Another bit of a wide moment there from Roach. Needs to be a bit careful here as we head on to the last 1,030 metres. There's plenty of opportunities, like I mentioned, for Lucas Esser to think about an overtake. He's not quite close enough as they head up to the top of the hill. Yes, he is. Well, he certainly thinks he is. Oh, just all closed then by Oscar Roach. That was a close one between second and third place. I didn't think he was quite close enough there, Lucas Esser. He begged to differ. The door was closed by Roach right at the apex. And luckily, Esser giving himself enough margin there on the brakes to grab those right at the apex and avoid making contact there with Oscar Roach. He's got a great exit though. Roach has to cover the inside line as they head down into the right-hander there. Through Sunny Bend they go then. And how are we looking down into Paddock Bend? Well, there is your O-plate round the final corner. Logan Rolfe continues a fantastic weekend with a win in heat number 1. And I think Roach will just about hold on to it ahead of Lucas Esser. That is your top 3 in that one. And just to rub salt in the wound, Logan Rolfe grabs the fastest lap on the last lap of the race as well. Well, your final winner, you'll be able to hear from him in the lunch break as well. We had a little chat with him yesterday. And he starts off this round number 2 very, very well. Qualified pole, wins that one, likes to flag victory yet again for Logan. Very, very impressive stuff. Let's have a look then at the finishing results there for our Intermax and Honda Cadet R200 heat number 1. Logan Rolfe, your O-plate, takes the checkered flag first. Oscar Roach and Lucas Esser, those top 3. Then JJ Lowe, Kian Sullivan, Logan Stanley Jones, Charlie Gregg, Jackson Hilton, Jay Birmingham and Louis Barker in your top 10. A few drivers up in that top 10 to watch out for as we head through the day. Layla Bell just outside of the top 10 there in 11th place. Then Annika Hurd, Florence Walkington, Alexander Adams, your top 14. Then Ryan Waterley, then Dylan Patrick and Isla Parsons. There was Adam Corsa in 18th place. And the last of your finishers there, our sole Honda Cadet R200 driver. Sadly, we lost Toby Watley, Daniel Holmes, Charlie Hobbs, Elsie Gannon and Jensen Sale there during that race. And it was quite the interesting first lap in that one. A few drivers going off. It looking a little bit challenging for a few of them out there, and a surprising one there. Your champion last year, Jensen Sale, not making it to the checkered flag in Heat 1. Less than ideal for the number 1. Right then, on to race number 6 of today. It's Heat 1 for Junior Rotax. Here we go then. You can see the drivers waiting patiently in the dummy grid. And that's where all those nerves just start to rise. You feel the cart rumbling underneath you when you get that engine on. You start to feel like, oh, okay, we're ready to go racing then. And let's get this one underway. Heat number 1 for Junior Rotax is coming up next. And it's Milo Manderson who starts on pole position alongside Leon Barlow. Teddy Cooper and Oliver Smith there on row number 2. Big fan of Teddy's work on the kart sim esports racing. Let's see how he does here at Rowrah. Rory Hinkley and Drew Preissner there on row number 3, with Amy Peacock and Charlie Benson on row 4. Jensen Powers and Joseph Murray round out the top 10 with Isaac Parkinson and Lewis Holt on row number 6. Row 7 is Alec McCullough, then it's Cassidy Southall, Travis Dolby, Alfie Clark, Aidan Young and Elijah Hartley. And then rounding out the top 20 on row number 10 are Lucas Steele and Neve Allen. Then there's Adam Yadatis and Mia Caruso, Shay Hilton and Archie Doherty there, row 11 and row 12 respectively. Then Kian Hundle and Maximilian Braskoff rounds out the 26 drivers on the grid for this one. Sadly, Maximilian not setting a time in qualifying, so hopefully we do see him out here for heat number 1. But it looks as though I've got at least a moment to let my voice try and catch up with the racing action here for round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Thank you all for joining us here on the live stream, courtesy of Alpha Live Productions. Like I mentioned at the start of the stream, we'll be seeing all even numbered rounds streamed here on Alpha Live. So make sure you subscribe to the channel so that you don't miss any of those. Right then, Junior Rotax are out of the dummy grid. They'll be heading round for their warm-up lap and then getting into 2x2 formation as we take to a race start. Milo Manderson, very impressive driver. If my memory serves me correctly, which I think it does, Milo won the Rowrah London Cup last year in 2024. Like I mentioned, Teddy Cooper, a well-known name in karts and esports, and I'm also a commentator for, so I recognise him. He's got some good pace out there, and I mean, within a tenth of a second of the pole time. I think the top 5 were all within a tenth of a second of the pole time, so this should be a rather exciting race out there on circuit. Adam Yadatis, oh dear, we've already got someone out of this race. We'll try and spot who that is as they come around to start the race then. Yadatis, a very, very quick driver again. Rowrah, basically steam-trained round number 1 at Rowrah. Mia Caruso as well, a well-known name from Rowrah. So is Shay Hilton, but Shay, I've always known down in the Honda Cadets. For this year, Shay has jumped up into the juniors, and it is one of the most challenging jumps to make in karting. To go from a cadet class to a junior class is so, so difficult, but the 88 is taking to it really well as Shay, so we're watching out for him in this one as well. Like I mentioned, Mia Caruso, a very impressive young female racer as well on the number 55. Let's see how they can both do from nearer the back of the grid for this one then. Are the lights out? Yes, they are. We're underway in racing for Junior Rotax, and it's all closing up as they head into the first couple of corners. The O-plate of Oliver Smith trying to steal some positions, but might end up dropping back there through the first couple of corners. He's going to go down the inside for third place. Big wallop between a couple of drivers in the mid-pack. One driver nearly finding the barrier on the outside. They got a letter from Barry R, but they didn't grab it. They carry on in this race. Try and spot who that was as they drop down the order as we get to the end of lap number 1. And you see the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. They're trying to make re-overtakes there. It was the number 12 then of Rory Hinckley. It's on the third row of the grid at the start of this one, but has dropped down right into the middle of the teens there on this first lap of the race. The 21 of Leon Barlow is leading us through here on lap number 1. Milo Manderson has dropped down at the start of this race. And how do they end this first lap? Barlow ahead of Manderson, ahead of Cooper. That is your top 3. Then a slight gap back to Preisner, Smith, Murphy, Benson, Peacock, Powers, Holt. I'm not even going to continue because it's basically the whole rest of the grid then in a train chasing down the rest of the leaders. Less than 6 minutes left to go in this one. Short, sharp heats. Might be a move for second place. Down the inside goes the number 76. Teddy Cooper signs his way through on Milo Manderson. And Manderson now under pressure for the 91 of Preisner. Preisner thinks about it. And he's on 3 wide. 3 wide into the right-hander. How did they avoid any contact there? And a double overtake there from Drew Preisner. He put it all on the line there, down into the stewardesses. Drivers giving each other the racing room though. Impressive stuff here in the battle for second. Back down the inside goes Milo Manderson. Door's going to be closed by Preisner though as they head round the final corner. And Preisner in second place then. Manderson in third. Cooper in fourth. Smith, Murphy, Benson, Peacock all in a train behind them. And Amy Peacock has just taken the fastest lap here in heat number 1 as Junior Rotax. More drivers thinking about moves as they head down into McRae's. There's a move down the inside from the 25 of Charlie Benson. As they're still going side by side down into Iredale's. I think Benson's just about got it on the exit. There's the 17 of Amy Peacock. Follows him through and presses on. There's a move down the inside yet again on Milo Manderson. Manderson loses third place then. Cooper and Smith both finding a way through. Cooper and Smith looking like they're both racing for the Kiddix branded team out here at round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. There's more shuffling going on down at the bottom end of the top 10. There's the 20 and the 12. Up and under goes the 12 of Rory Hinckley. Great move to take away 10th place, but I think they might get shuffled back out by Lewis Holt there as they head up through the chicane. Down to the first hairpin they go once again then. This is allowed for Barlow and Preisner to scamper off with this one. Initially it was Preisner having to fight his way up to second place, and Barlow had gotten a lovely lead. However, on that last lap alone, Preisner got a new fastest lap and was 4/10 quicker than Leon Barlow in the lead of this race, ladies and gentlemen. It was an 8/10 gap as they headed on to lap number 4. What will it be as they come to the end of lap number 4, though? We've not got long to wait to find out then. Through the final corner comes your leader of Leon Barlow. We continue to keep our eyes on this battle in behind as well. Looks like Cooper's broken away from Smith. Yes, he has. He takes the fastest lap very briefly. That's now taken by Joseph Murray. 46.752 for Joseph Murray. Leon Barlow, now sadly for him, one of the few drivers in the top 10 outside of the 46s, a 47.1 on the last lap, and it was Leon's new personal best. The gap only closed by 2/10 on that last lap, but there's still over 3 minutes left to go in this race. Plenty of time for Drew Preisner to try and close up to the rear end of Leon Barlow. Look at those two drivers absolutely wallop that curb on the inside there as they exit the stewardesses. Got to be careful they don't cause themselves any mechanical issues. They're walloping the curves that hard, lap on lap on lap. On the final corner they come yet again. Half a second now the gap between the two leaders, and Teddy Cooper is starting to close in third place. More drivers battling in behind there as they head up through the S's as well. I think that's Rory Hinckley and Isaac Parkinson battling over 9th place. Here we look back to our leading few drivers there. As you see, Hinckley getting a contact warning in that battle for P9. Look at that gap continuing to close then. Barlow's comfortable lead is closing here as we head into the last 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap of this race. New fastest lap, like I mentioned, for Teddy Cooper on the last lap of 46.4. 46.4 as well for Oliver Smith in behind. So the two Cadet drivers pressing on towards the front of the order. Smith has got Manderson and Benson right up behind him though as they head through onto lap number 7. New fastest lap this time for Charlie Benson on the number 25. He's the driver at the back of that train of 3. He'll be looking to find a way through soon enough. Oh, I thought that was even going to be sooner than I even thought there from Charlie Benson. Milo Manderson holds on to the top 5 for the moment though. Down into Iredales they go. And now Preisner on his Carlos Sainz kart finds himself right on the back of Leon Barlow. Through they go into the stewardesses yet again. And there's a change in behind. Down the inside goes the number 94, Joseph Murphy. That's a change for 7th place as he gets through on Amy Peacock. Those two drivers really need to work together to try and close up on this leading train though, as they head on through onto yet another lap of this race. Timer continuing to tick down. No one yet able to find a way through on Leon Barlow. Oliver Smith takes a new fastest lap of the race though as the drivers in behind continue to close up. We saw only a few laps ago Barlow and Preisner were well clear ahead of this field, and now 4 drivers have joined the party. Cooper, Smith, Manderson and Benson all in a train here. And Manderson needing to make up the lost positions earlier on in this race. There's a move for 2nd place, so down the inside. Preisner waiting too long, and Cooper says, oh, I'll have a go then for the lead then, thank you very much. Cooper through into 2nd place then. Is Smith going to try and follow his way through as well? It's Kiddick's teammate in 4th place at the moment. Through into paddock bend they go, not close enough. He is though, down the inside on Milo Manderson. Oh, doesn't quite work then for Charlie Benson. Has to sit back into 6th place. Well, this is exactly what Leo Barlow wanted, was the drivers in behind to start fighting, and that's exactly what's happened. Barlow not even feeling the need to change his lines here as you head through into final 30 seconds of this race. It's going to be pretty close when they come around this final lap as to whether we will get 1 or 2 more laps after this one. Fly on down towards the stewardesses. There's a late move down the inside and finally goes for it. Manderson trying the up and under as well, but can't quite follow him through. Preisner down to 4th place then. Oliver Smith jumps up into the top 3, and this is Teddy Cooper's opportunity to try and fight with Leon Barlow. Those two are broken free. Timer ticks to 0. Through into paddock bend they go then. They're going to be line astern as they head through past my commentary box and on to the final lap of this race. Barlow is going to lead us onto it. What a race it's been so far from Leon Barlow. Snuck away in the lead early on in this one as he stole it away from Milo Manderson at the start. He's led comfortably at the front of the order, but now on the final lap of this race he is under huge pressure from Teddy Cooper. Down into Iredales they go. A little bit of a tap there on the rear bumper of Teddy Cooper. That loosened the momentum. He tried the up and under, it didn't work. Through they go down into Stuart Esses, holding the inside line there is Barlow. Trying the outside line. In behind is Preisner, but it's not going to work. They're going to be line astern here, ladies and gentlemen, down into section number 3. Can Leo Barlow hold on to this one? Leon has done such a great job throughout the race. He gets shuffled wide though as they head down in towards Sunny Bend, and that is Teddy Cooper through into the lead of this one, and he is going to see the checkered flag first here in heat number 1 of Junior Rotax. I'm not sure how Leon's going to feel about that one though. Through into sector number 3. There was definitely a little bit of a push and a shove there from Cooper. But either way, we'll wait and see how the stewards deal with that one. I'm just the commentator, so I will shush. Anyway, Leon Barlow has to settle for 2nd in that one despite leading throughout. A great race from himself. But Teddy Cooper takes the spoils at the end of that one. Oliver Smith with the fastest lap of the race finishes in 3rd place. Drew Preisner and Charlie Benson in the top 5. With Milo Manderson just outside of the top 5 there in 6th place. He'll be gutted about that one from pole position. Joseph Murphy, Amy Peacock, Rory Hinckley and Jensen Howe is your top 10. They were followed by Isaac Parkinson, Alex McCullough, Lewis Holt and Cassidy Southall. Then it was Aidan Young, Travis Dolby, Alfie Clark, Adam Yadatis, Archie Doherty, Shay Hilton, Lucas Steele, Mia Caruso, Kian Hundle and Elijah Hartley. 24 drivers making it to the checkered flag in that one. I have a suspicion we lost someone on the rolling up out there because I think it was supposed to be 25 drivers. But either, oh no, it was supposed to be 26 drivers, wasn't it? Sorry, it was Maximilian Braskov. Not making it to the start in that one, I don't believe, and we lost another driver before we got to it as well. Right then, 2 more heats before we go to the lunch break. Up next, it's heat number 1 for Koma C50. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, you might see a few names that you recognise from earlier today here in the Koma C50s. Yet another Bambino class that we see out there on circuit. Race number 7 of the day and the second to last heat number 1 of the day. Hendrix Verlat, who we've already seen out in the IAME M1s, is there on pole position. Alongside him is Freddie Purnell. Then it's Santo Amico and Cole Parrish on row number 2. Jensen O'Connor and Lenny Barton there on row number 3. Pro Forces, Calvin Simon and Tommy Lovejoy. Then it's AJ Halil and Max St. Hilaire on row 5. They round out the top 10. Behind them on row 6 are Hayden Bailey and Briella Stevens. Then it's Isaac Young, Ezra Robinson Matthews, Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Ayrton Edwards Jones and George Bridger. Those are your 17 drivers taking to the start in this one. Hopefully anyway. George Bridger not setting a time, and I don't think George was racing yesterday either. So potentially some issues for George or his family or something that means he can't come to today's event. But hey, I'm ready to eat my words. Hopefully we see him out on the grid here for heat number 1. For round number 2. Lots of drivers I recognise in this one, particularly, I mean, I'm nearly at every single round of the Rye House Kart Club, so there's loads of drivers I recognise them down at Rye House. A particularly big shout out, though, to the 77 of Tommy Lovejoy. Tommy on the number 77. It's his birthday today, so a big happy birthday to Tommy Lovejoy. And what a way to spend it out here at the Rowrah Kart Circuit. I mean, Tommy always loves his racing. And Tommy celebrating his 7th birthday today. So the number 77, celebrating his 7th birthday. That's got to be a good omen for Tommy out there on circuit. Or maybe we'll see him finish 7th. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Well, the driver's getting ready yet again, giving it a Bambino race for a standing start out there. The Koma C50s being told to watch the lights. 7 minutes plus 1 lap are on the clock. As soon as those lights go out, we will be underway in racing. 5-second ball goes up, lights go out, we're underway in racing for the Koma C50s. They slowly but surely make their way up to the first corner. When we go from the juniors to the Komas, I'm sort of waiting for them to get there, but it takes them a little bit longer than the juniors. Up through they go then. I think it's been a great start from your pole sitter of Hendrix Verlat. It has indeed for the number 10. He leads us down into the first hairpin. Some chopping and changing still going on in the middle of the pack. And great to see Briella Stevens getting involved with that squabble as well. I've seen her continue to improve down at Rye House, and she is really in and amongst it fighting. Well done to Briella Stevens. Move there. Was that for 3rd place there down at Iredale's? Maybe it was for 4th place in the background there. It was the number 19 of Santo Amico getting back through on the 74 of Cole Parrish. No prizes for guesses of who Cole Parrish's favourite driver is in his full Red Bull liveried kart. But the leader, Hendrix Verlat, takes us down into sector number 3 for the first time here in this Koma C50 heat number 1. 2 drivers battling over for 2nd, then 3 drivers battling over 3rd. It's Freddie Purnell and Jensen O'Connor battling over 3rd place. Great movements on the first lap from Jensen O'Connor, getting from 5th to 3rd place. More battles going on in behind them through that final corner. That's Santo Amico, Calman Simon and Cole Parrish. What a good start from Calman Simon as well. He's gained 2 places on the first lap of running here. Inside line being held by the number 19. Feeling the need to defend is Santo Amico. Well, it might be understandable as he goes wide there as you've got the 86 in the barriers. 86 is that in the barriers. Yes, it's Hayden Bailey from 12th place in the barriers up through the chicane. That's going to be a lot of time lost then for Hayden, gutting for him. Like I was saying, Santo Amico was right to feel under pressure. Coleman Simon's just taken the fastest lap of this race. First driver down into the 109s along with Jensen O'Connor. Move there down into the stewardesses. They're going to be side by side on the exit. That really closes up and over the back goes the 81. Just about lands on all 4 wheels. And that was a bit of a scary moment there for Max St. Hilaire. I think he's lost a bit of time in a few positions. I think he'll just be happy he's back on all 4 wheels. Nearly the Ryanair flight to Portugal there for Max St. Hilaire, but either way, he's back on track and he's back in and amongst the action. Well, Hendrik Verlaat immediately steals back that fastest lap of the race, but immediately stolen back is Kalman Simon. He's up 2 places on the last lap, up past Jenson O'Connor now, and Kalman Simon finds himself in 3rd place. Through they go down into McRae's once again then. And Kalman Simon all over the back of Freddie Purnell as they head on by. Number 12 of Kalman Simon, a very, very impressive driver, was 5th place in the Koma C50s yesterday, but he's pressing on well here today, making the move for 2nd place. Down the inside of Freddie Purnell he goes. Kalman Simon, the leading driver, trying to close in on Hendrik Verlaat then. Maybe not for much longer though, up and under trying Freddie Purnell. He's got that inside line, we're side by side as they head down into sector number 3. Move being made by Freddie Purnell and he heads back through into 2nd place. Great racing between these young drivers. Yet again, to remind you, all these drivers between sort of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years of age. As back down the inside goes the number 12 of Kalman Simon. It's all chopping and changing here for 2nd place, and this continues to give an even bigger lead to Hendrik Verlaat. It's over 2.5 seconds now as we head on to lap number 4. Still Kalman Simon at the front of this train then. Purnell piling on the pressure. We've got O'Connor and Parrish all in and amongst it as well. Like I was saying, if I can get a word in edgeways, please. These young drivers having such good battles. Like I said, 5th place yesterday for Kalman Simon, 2nd place at the O-Plate. He was the Right House London Cup Bambino champion in 2024, 5th place in the Bambino Kart Club in 2024, 9th place in the SuperOne Bambinos last year. Still battling as they head down to the stewardesses. Aggressive bit of defensive movement there for Kalman Simon. Either way, it's worked. He's held on to 2nd place. Keeps Freddie Purnell in behind for the moment. Well, Freddie, again, another very accomplished racer, another driver who's competing in both the Mighties and the Koma C50s here this weekend. He was 2nd place yesterday at round number 1. He was 2nd place down at the Bambino Kart Club for their first round of the season. Did a couple of rounds last year across Super 1 and Bambino Kart Club, 8th and 10th respectively across those two. There's a lot of shouting and hand gestures going on outside of my commentary box. I don't know what is happening. Either way, someone's getting a very, very invested in this race, as understandably so. It's been a very exciting one here for heat number 1 of the Koma C50s, as we've got one driver going for a rotation, that being the number 11 there, finding themselves facing in the wrong direction, and that's Lenny Barton from 7th place. It's all gone wrong up at the chicane then for Lenny Barton. As here's Freddie Purnell under pressure, round the outside. What an exit for Jenson O'Connor. Steals away 3rd place then, and they release Kalman Simon. But despite Kalman having the fastest lap of this race on the last lap, I think it's a bit too little too late in terms of catching your leader of Hendrik Verlaat. He is cleared off into another postcode as Hendrik Verlaat here at the Rowrah kart circuit. He's going to come past my commentary box to start a new lap of this race on his Williams branded car and helmet, side by side for 4th place as they come under the gantry. Inside line for the 33, but that'll be the outside line for the left-hander. They continue to hold side by side. Great racing room given between these two young drivers. However, Freddie Purnell loses momentum off of the corner and loses 2 places because of it. Cole Parrish and Santo Amico finding their way through, and Purnell dropping from 4th to 6th place because of all of that then. There is Bryla Stevens battling with the 18 of Ezra Robinson Matthews, both drivers knowing each other well from Rye House and taking their battles from Hoddesdon up to Frizzington. Down the inside then goes Santo Amico, down into the stewardess as he goes through on Cole Parrish. That is a change for 4th place then. Amico up from 6th to 4th on this lap. Parrish stays in 5th, Purnell down to 6th, and who's that on their red bumper now? Is it Max St. Hilaire rejoining the party in 7th place? Yes, it is. No, it's not, sorry. It's the, I'm getting confused there. It's the 26 who's in with this. So they've chased down Jenson O'Connor. So Kalman Simon has properly broken away in 2nd place then. Santo Amico trying the move for 3rd though. Through he goes on Jenson O'Connor. Great overtake there from Santo Amico. Got the corner speed and got 3rd place there as they headed through onto the start-finish straight. Under pressure then, once again, is Jenson O'Connor. He's slipping back down as Freddie Purnell finds a way through. Purnell back into 4th place then. O'Connor down into 5th. And O'Connor now has Cole Parrish right in his wheel tracks as well. Timer is ticking to 0. Well, it has already ticked to 0, I should say. We'll wait for our leaders to head on through. There's a little battle that I've just seen come through as well. We've got Hayden Bailey, Ayrton Edwards-Jones and Dalton Dyke-Whitfield battling over 14th place. Hayden's made the move on Ayrton on the last lap to get his way up into 14th place. They're just behind the battle for 12th that we looked at briefly earlier between Briella Stevens and Ezra Robinson-Matthews. There's the 17 and the 11, AJ Halil being hounded by Lenny Barton. We saw Barton facing the wrong direction a couple of laps ago. He's trying to find his way back through the field, and AJ Halil trying to hold on to his top 10 finish. Well, on to the final lap they go then for this Koma C50 heat number 1. Hendrik Verlaat still leading the field by over 3 seconds now. What impressive pace from the number 10. But this is the battle we're watching with both eyes. Down the inside for 3rd place goes Freddie Purnell. He finds his way back to the front of this order. Trying to sneak on by on the inside there is Cole Parrish. Santo Amico holds on inside line though and holds on to 4th place. He's going to go wide on corner exit though. Up and under goes Cole Parrish. But these Komas don't have a huge amount of power. And that little bit of a slide there from Cole Parrish. We'll see him lose out. No, it won't. Amico goes wide into the stewardesses and Amico loses the place then to Cole Parrish. These 4 continue to follow line astern as we head down in sector number 3. Cole Parrish has got the inside line. Cole Parrish trying to go down the inside for 3rd place. Amico's going to follow him through. Great move. It's up to Amico. No! Round on the exit there for Freddie Purnell. Here comes your winner, though, of Hendrik Verlaat. We barely spoke about him in this race. What an absolute dominant performance, winning by over 4 seconds. Kalman Simon drove away after getting through the pack there for 2nd place. But Cole Parrish finishes in 3rd. Amico in 4th. O'Connor in 5th. Where's Purnell going to finish? Just behind Max St. Hilaire in 7th place. Purnell just getting shuffled wide there out of the left-hander on that final lap of the race as they headed down into sector number 3. They headed through St. John's and it was just being shuffled wide by both Parrish and Amico sneaking through, shuffled onto that outside curb, got up and over it and round he went then under load. Freddie Purnell spinning on the final lap, but still did well to finish in 7th place then. Like I mentioned, St. Hilaire just ahead of him in 6th place, followed across the line by your birthday boy, Tommy Lovejoy. Then it was Isaac Young and Lenny Barton, your top 10, so Lenny did get through on AJ Halil on that last lap. AJ having to settle for 11th place. Followed across the line by Ezra Robinson-Matthews, then Briella Stevens, Hayden Bailey, Ayrton Edwards-Jones, and Dalton Dyke-Whitfield. Just 16 drivers making it to the checkered flag, and that one and all of our Koma C50s making it to the checkered flag. Like I say, with our young drivers, that's always what we want to see. Right then, Koma C50s done and dusted for their first heat of the day. And if I'm right in thinking, which I am, it's our last heat before we go to the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. It's our Micromax and our Mighty Cadets. Well then, this is our biggest grid of the day, courtesy of the split grid between our Micromaxes and our Mighty Cadets. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Evan Meller, your final winner from yesterday, takes pole position here in heat number 1 with Theo Jepson alongside him. Another very experienced racer on the eSports software. Freddie Blackshaw and Noah Whitcler on row 2 with Benjamin Slavar and Toby Cannon there on row number 3. Row 4, we'll see Rafe Owen and Will Hatton, and Henry Perrin and Lanny Adun there on row number 5. Isaac Garth and Ellis Holt round out the top 12. And then it's Charlie Cale and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. Those are the last of your 14 Micromaxes. Then we start with the Mighty Cadet grid. It's William Crombie on pole position in the Mighty Cadets with Harry Stinson alongside him. Harry was your final winner yesterday. Let's see if he can convert that here in heat number 1. Xavier Ramsey and TJ Mackay are there on row 2. Then it's Heath Smith and Ethan Hulme on row 3 with Kane Langley and Jack Swong on row 4. Noah Maiber and Daniel Stangarine on row number 5. Or row 6, was it? I've lost track now. Logan Jackson and Will Beattie are there and behind them with Chase Wilmington, Freddie Turkington, Brandon Hartley and Hadley Jarvis. I think that's the grid. That is the grid. 30 drivers on the grid then for this one. 14 in the Micromaxes and 16 in the Mighty Cadets. But they're very, very close on pace here, our Micromaxes and our Mighty Cadets. Fastest lap in the Micromax, courtesy of Evan Meller in qualifying, a 52.985. Fastest lap courtesy of William Crombie in the Mighty Cadets, a 52.937. Half a tenth of a second between our two fastest drivers across these two classes. So there shouldn't be too much overrunning between the two classes. But of course, there's some slightly slower drivers in both of those classes, so we might still see some battling in and amongst the two classes. Some drivers coming through, making overtakes, back markers in the other class. But we will wait and see how that continues on in this one. Like I mentioned, this is our last of our first round of heats. We've nearly seen every single driver here in the SuperOne paddock out on track for some racing action. But don't worry, we'll have a 45-minute lunch break where, of course, you'll get the lovely pit lane walk, and then we'll obviously see our interviews from yesterday after round number 1, all of our final winners getting a little cheeky interview. And then, once we're back from that lunch break, another full round of heats for every single driver, and then into those all-important finals right at the end of the day. Right then, 2 by 2 for this one. Now, we're going to struggle a little bit with this one. We've had a few little issues with our live timing here for this class. So it's going to be a little bit difficult here. We're not going to have a timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, and I'm going to have to try and keep an eye on what's going on in this one. But we'll do our best then. Underway and racing here in the Micro Maxes and flying straight on through into the first couple of corners. Theo Jepson's lost the place there as they head up into the chicane. As a bit of a jump there to the inside there as Jepson's going to get shuffled out wide yet again. Jepson dropping down into 5th place then on that race start as Blackshaw and Wilco slip on by. Race has begun for the Mighty Cadets, going side by side into the first corner. Great movements there as they head on through, but already round the outside has gone Harry Stinson, has he? Is Harry up into the lead of the race already in this one? Through they go down into the second corner. No, he hasn't. It's Harry trying to fend off 3rd place driver, the 44 of Xavier Ramsey. There's still Crombie in the lead of the race then in the Mighty Cadets. We look back to our Mini-Max drivers. I'm going to say that a lot. Sorry, Micro-Max drivers at the front of the order. They come to the end of lap number 1 then. Across the line goes the 17 of Evan Mellor. Freddie Blackshaw up into 2nd place then, ahead of Toby Cannon, Noah Wicklow and Theo Jepson. Through go the Mighty Cadets. You get the one camera shot, there's loads of noise. They come back again for the Mighty Cadets and it's all silent. I'm still getting used to that. It's my first time commentating over electric racing. I might have done Bambinos at some point in the past. But through go those drivers. Look to be a move for 2nd place as they headed on by. Here we look back to those drivers ahead though. That was the 17 of Evan Mellor trying to hold on to the lead of the race in the Micro Maxes. As oh dear, 2 drivers off then down at the stewardess. It's going to be yellow flags as the Mighty Cadets come on by. As who was that driver jumping back in the car? That might have been from near the sharp end of the order. Of course, Theo Jepson has that orange helmet. There was another driver up in the top 5 also with a very bright orange lid. See if we can see who that is dropping down the order. It is the 53, one of the RCE drivers. That's Noah Wicklow. 4th on the grid in this race was Noah Wicklow, but he's dropping down the order, and it didn't look like that kart was very happy there as he got it back onto the black stuff. So potentially end of race then for Noah Wicklow. There's the 18 losing out. That's Heath Smith dropping a place to the number 20 of Kane Langley. Yeah, to be fair, it was right. I just tried to have a look at the live timing. Yeah, I definitely can't trust any of that as we head on by. There's the 18, batting with the 20, nearly making contact in the background. Who was that spun on the curb on the outside there? I'm pretty sure that number ended with a 1. Could have been the 91 of Will Beattie. Ah, thank you. It's been confirmed in my headset. It was indeed the 91 of Will Beattie. Spinning it there on the exit of the chicane. Still yellow flags as they head up through that section of the circuit. They've got to get back into single file as they head up there. Those 2 drivers have not done that. Was the yellow flag still out? Yes, it was. They need to be careful there of a penalty between those 2. Overtaking under yellow flags, potentially. And a penalty will come out for any egregious activity such as that. Really close between those 2. He's head up over the top. That's Xavier Ramsey on the 44. Under pressure there from the 78 of Harry Stinson. So Ramsey has gotten on through since the last time we looked at those 2. Stinson dropping down to 3rd place, your winner in the final yesterday in the Mighty Cadets, has been overtaken by Xavier Ramsey. There go the Micro Maxes through to end another lap then. Has it been a change at the front? The number 3 is through. Toby Cannon from 6th place on the grid is in the lead of your race, ladies and gentlemen. There was another spin there for the, I think that's the 38 of Hadley Jarvis, facing the wrong direction there in the Mighties. Back down the inside though for the lead. Back through goes Evan Mellor. He gets on by. Great move under braking there from Evan Mellor. And he presses back on to the lead of this race. Immediately back down the inside. What a move! What a move from Toby Cannon. Forces the 17 out wide, and that's going to be the up and under from Freddie Blackshaw as well. Blackshaw holds the inside line as they head down towards the stewardesses. Round the outside, trying to hold it. Really nicely weighted on the brakes there from Evan Mellor to hold on to second place and keep the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw in behind. But what a race it's been then so far for Toby Cannon. 6th to 1st. Let's see if he can hold on to it with 2.5 minutes left to go. Down the inside goes Xavier Ramsey. Change to the lead in Mighty Cadets as well. Through goes Xavier Ramsey to the front. As they're still batting over the lead. Oh, whoa, big jump over the curb there for the 17. That was massive there for Evan Mellor. He nearly had a one-way ticket to the moon. He lands back on all 4 wheels and somehow holds on to second place. Oh, not quite, a bit slidey, but he will have the inside on the exit as they head down into Iredale's. Back through goes Evan Mellor on the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw. There's another driver closing back in and behind as well. There's the 78 of Benjamin Slavar trying to close in. Racing under the flag of Bosnia and Herzegovina is Benjamin Slavar. There's a bit of a wallop there to the exit. Can he hold on to it? Well held there from that driver. Who was that? Was that the 78 of Harry Stinson? Yes, it was. So up and under goes the 20 of Kane Langley. He moves on ahead here in this squabble. It was Stinson trying to go to the outside line, not seen by the driver ahead as they opened up the next corner, shoveled him onto the grass. Harry did very, very well to hold on to that slide. And here we look back to the Micro Maxes then. Still as they were, are they? No way is that Xavier Ramsey all the way off in the distance. No, the number 3 in ahead, of course, Toby Cannon. Oh, I'm getting myself confused. Xavier is at the front of the order in the Mighty Cadets. It's the number 3 of Toby Cannon who's at the front of the order then in the Micro Maxes. There is Toby leading us down into the stewardesses. Then we got the 17 and the 28, that being Evan Mellor and Freddie Blackshaw. Of course, Evan doing well to get back down on all 4 wheels and hold on to second place there. We look back to our battle near the sharp end. That is the 78 Harry Stinson. Trying to find a way back through on Kane Langley. It doesn't work out that time, though. He has to sit back in behind once again. One of our back markers in the Mighty Cadets. They're just getting overtaken by the leaders in the Micro Max as they head on to another lap of this race. I do believe, 52-second lap times from these drivers. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. We've got a spinner there. Spinner there down at McRae's. Try and spot who that is then as they head on through. The gap has definitely closed here between Toby Cannon and the 17 Evan Mellor. Mellor, your pole sitter, and he's going to go for it. Is he down into stewardesses? Thinks about it. Door closed by the 3, but he made a mistake mid-corner there. He's got a poor exit. Has Toby Cannon, and up and under is going to try the 17 of Mellor. I think that door will close though, and it does down into St. John's. Sonny Bender, left-hander coming up. Not quite close enough is Evan, and look who's closing in now. The 3rd place driver, the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw. Round the final corner they come to start the last lap of this race. Last lap board is shown by the marshal here at Rowrah Kart Racing Club, and through they go onto the last lap. Oh, held up by a back marker. Held up by a back marker. There is the 3 of Toby Cannon. Round the outside. He's going to try now the inside. Oh, so close between these 2. Up and under goes Blackshaw. That was so close. Who's going to be in the lead as they get to the exit? Who is in the lead of the Micro Max? They're 3 wide. 3 wide into the second hairpin. Oh my goodness, this is so close between our Micro Maxes. What a battle it is! Who's gotten to the front of this one? It's the 17 of Evan Mellor. Back down the inside goes the 3, but there was a driver on the outside. Was that a yellow flag there? As the 3 of Toby Cannon got back past. Well, I'll leave that to the stewards at the end of the race, but there was clearly a driver spun on the outside of the circuit. It's just where the yellow flag was out quite yet. Here comes the number 3, though. Back down the inside of the final corner goes the 17. They make contact. They make contact. Through goes the 17, and it will be Evan Mellor who sees the checkered flag first. But for quite a few reasons for potential changes of results there once all is said and done. We wait for the Mighty Cadets to come through as there's another great battle there in the Micro Maxes. Where's the first of our Mighty Cadets? I can't even spot them. I have no idea who was one of the Mighty Cadets there. Last time we saw them, it was Xavier Ramsey in the lead. But what a battle it was there in the Micro Maxes. Right to the checkered flag. 3 or 4 drivers there right at the sharp end of the order, and like we say, I think it's just some issues with the electronics on the Mighties that's causing us some issues with keeping the timing straight. So we're not able to show you any final results for that one, but of course, if you want to check out any of the results throughout today's racing, firstly you can see them live on live.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. If you want to see the final race results, it's results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. Well, that is it then, ladies and gentlemen, for this morning's action. And for once, I say that, and it is actually true. We've just hit 12 o'clock, midday up here in Cumbria. And what a day it's been for some racing. Like I have said plenty of times, round number 1 yesterday was absolutely fantastic, and we've carried on that energy here into round number 2. And the weather has continued like that as well. Bright blue skies out here over Cumbria. Very rare that happens, but we're thoroughly enjoying it out here for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Well, all the heat number 1s now are done and dusted. Like I mentioned, in a few moments' time, we'll go to a 45-minute lunch break, so set your watches and make sure you're back on the stream for that. But of course, even if you don't, I've just watched all the kids dive onto the grid here as we get ready to go for the walk down the start-finish straight. And you can hear lots of the drivers getting very excited as we get this all sorted and ready to go across the lunch break. But after this is all said and done, we'll also be showing you all the interviews from yesterday from round number 1 of the championship, an interview with each of the final winners, as the drivers get themselves ready for all of this. Then what a morning's action it's been. Then we've seen one race from every single class out there on circuit. When we come back from the 45-minute lunch break, though, it'll be once again heat for every single class, back to 7 minutes plus 1 lap, as we've seen throughout this morning. And then after that, it will be all of the finals. Slightly longer for those, 9 minutes plus 1 lap, but we're going to go to that 45 minutes lunch break. Then we've got the Drivers' Parade coming up first, then those interviews, so don't go anywhere. Lots of stuff to still keep you entertained over this lunch break. Well, my name's John Ratcliffe. I hope you enjoyed my commentary throughout this morning's action. And a big shout out, of course, to Alpha Live, as always, for bringing us these fantastic pictures from Rowrah. We'll be back soon enough for all of the second round of heats and the finals. Enjoy your lunch break, and we'll see you back very, very soon.
Birthday, Dave.
Suitable pilot. Do we get your helmet? Do we get yeah.
How do we drive?
Right, guys, put the back of your helmet on the front of that back line. Perfect, next door, copy. Go on, back of your helmet on the front of the line. Suit up, please. Suit up. Oh, go in here, mate. Just put your helmet on the back of your helmet on the front of the line. Come on. In line, back of that one, that line. All suits done, all done your hair, T, yeah? Yep. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, you are. You already do anyway. Wait, what happened to you? Which means I got like my rear bumper here. I defended him and that guy went down the inside me anyway. So I look okay.
It was 3x3. You go on his side, he spits out. He comes Benjamin.
Hi. Kyle, are we still saying hi? Character. Shay, come here. Shay. Jesse, move that on. Shay.
No, that's Shani.
Daddy, lift my medal. I'll do it on the second.
They're great.
Stand up, hold your helmet like that.
I don't know the first. No, what's this? What's this track? It goes over. I can do that. No, it's delayed. Shoulder to shoulder. Hand to shoulder.
Do that with your elbows if it touches.
Maybe. Shoulder to shoulder.
Okay, put your back of your helmet there, mate. You forward a bit.
We didn't get it. Bro, mine's work. Did you break it? Yeah. Right, scratched it like. Bro, you don't even have a squeeze it down. Yeah, because I got it from Silverstone when I went there. No. I think it would run this way. My glove! I think the black's No, it's not gold, it's not gold.
I've got one. Yeah, Billy has it.
Oh, she's brother. I've got two of these now. Go on, get it on, son.
Oh, yeah.
Any drivers that are currently not at driver three, if you can please head down with your seats and helmets, please. That's all drivers with seats and helmets to the start finish line, driver three. Thank you.
Stop styling now.
There's a cameraman coming.
Oh God.
Can I have a picture?
Okay, get ready for the line. Hang your helmet. Standing up. Standing up.
Who do I get to?
Right, guys, keep your helmets down.
When you've got all these
Suit up, mate, there. Suit up. Not too tight, not too tight. There's a little bit in between each of your helmets there. No kissing. There you go. Move back a little bit. Back a little bit. You're the start of the line. So, ready? Put your suit up, mate.
big waves.
Right, stand back now. Get ready for the live video when Amelia comes. Ready?
Did you actually do it? Yeah, I actually did. Do what? I'm the president. Oh, shoot!
That's the
Mike went well.
Steve Racing's the best.
I what?
That's what Mike. You don't know what that word means. I love grimace. Do that. Kiss it. Kiss it. Like a seal. Look at me out.
Your suit's getting dirty.
I like the only one, isn't it? I'll get one of it each individually and then I'll get all four of you. He just said he'll do all four. If I see you on anyone's individually.
Oh yeah, maybe they just use the spare one. Use the film. Use the film. Get the pretty, get the pretty. The yellow.
He's going to keep saying that. For me, it isn't really bad.
Yesterday. Happy birthday, Arthur. And Tommy Lovejoy's birthday today, so another happy birthday, please.
Right, who was first here? If you're not stood in line, you can't do it. Teddy Cooper's birthday as well, so another happy birthday for Teddy Cooper. Okay, what a fantastic drivers parade, one of the best we've ever had. So the first person to the line was Gabby Chu. Michael, can you come and take a photo, please? Michael, can we have you down here, please, for the photos? Give him a shout down. Come on, Lindsay. Okay guys, now we're going to do a prize, just random draw. You've got to be here to win it. Someone come and you can draw it, yeah. Logan Edwards. Okay everybody, thank you for coming to the drivers parade and have a safe racing this afternoon. Good luck.
You join me here down at the podium with your winner in the Mighties Cadet final, the number 78 of Harry Stinson. Harry, you got two massive trophies there. You just said you're going to pop it on the window. I don't think you're going to get any sunlight in your room if you put that on the window. Well done.
Yeah, I just kept pushing until the end, and I'm very happy with what I got today. So,
mate, super impressive. I think you won that one by over 2 seconds. Where are you finding that kind of pace?
I just keep pushing to the end and braking late and powering early, and my coach helped me, Gabby, and
you clearly found exactly what to do here around Rowrah. Is this one of your first times here, or you've been here quite a few times?
I've been here before, but not racing properly. I was here for the O-Plate last week. I came third. And
nice. So 2 better this weekend then, third to first, when you can't get much better than first really. But how do you think tomorrow's going to go?
Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to go well. I just need to keep pushing hard and fighting to the end.
Sounds like a pretty good plan to me. Well, best of luck for that and well done today.
Thanks.
You join me here on the podium with your winner in the Koma C50 final, the number 10 of Hendrix Salat. Now, Hendrix, you're very well known amongst the Koma scene. Of course, I know you down from Rye House end of last year. You're always out there winning races. You've done it again today. You feeling pretty happy about that?
Yes.
Of course you are. Of course you are. Well, we've done 1 round today. You've got 1 round coming tomorrow. There was some pretty good racing out there. Do you think anyone could beat you tomorrow, or are you going to be top step again?
We're going to try to get podium.
Okay. Humble. Not looking for the win, just looking for the podium. But, I mean, you've done it today. What's not to say you couldn't do it tomorrow?
We have a good chance of getting the podium, but we'd rather get top step than podium.
Of course, it always feels the best to win. Who do you think in the grid could potentially beat you to it? Who's your biggest competition?
Freddie Pennell.
Ooh, okay, a little call up there for Freddie Pennell. But watch out for these two battling out on circuit. Have you got anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my engine builder, Tim, my mum and dad, and my uncle who's ill, and I hope he gets better. And I hope he keeps on fighting through the illness.
Well, that's lovely there from Hendricks. Great to hear from him. We'll see him out in the final later on this afternoon. You join me here on the podium with your winner in the Mighties final, the number 98 of Arthur Bowers. Now, Arthur, I'm really sorry. I've had to take you away from eating a very yummy ice cream. It looked very yummy, though.
Yes, it was.
Good. Well, I think you deserved it. Taking the win in the final, gaining a number of places during that final. How was that race for you?
Good.
Yeah, you were in some crazy battles I saw out there. You were nip and tuck with a few different drivers. You managed to make your way to the lead by the end, though. How did you do that?
I don't know.
You're just so fast, you just drove away from them.
Okay.
Okay, good. Well, Arthur's ecstatic. Arthur's been in a couple of races today. Are you feeling tired or are you ready for tomorrow?
Ready for tomorrow?
You going to win again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, watch out for that then. See you later on for his final. You join us here at the podium once again, this time with our Micro Max winner, the number 17 of Evan Meller. Evan, you won that race by quite the sizable margin. You've got two huge trophies to take home because of that. How was that race for you?
It's quite difficult because it was just a mistake from the driver that was actually in front of me at the time. Small lock-up and then just cost him some time, I guess.
I don't think that should take away from your performance, though. I mean, you've got to be there to pick up the pieces. You put yourself there, he made that mistake, and you snuck on through and won by, I think it was over 2 seconds. So well done. Do you enjoy this track here at Rowrah?
Yeah, really tricky, difficult track. I really enjoyed the track, though.
And it's surprisingly today been very, very sunny. Do you enjoy the dry weather, or would you prefer it being a bit wet?
I prefer the dry because last time I was here in the wet at the Opal, I didn't do very good.
Okay, so a little bit more time to find in the wet, but I think you've proven yourself here in the dry. I think it's supposed to be dry here tomorrow. It is Rowrah, it might change, but how are you feeling ahead of tomorrow, round number 2?
I feel quite good. It's just there was very close in the final, so I might not win next time. I might come third, second. You never know what can happen, though.
Exactly. Like it was today, you've got to be in it to win it. You've got to be there. Who do you think are your closest challengers up near the sharp end of the order that you're thinking about already?
I think it's Freddie Blackshaw, Theo Jepson and Noah Wicklow.
Okay, a good little battle on our hands there. Make sure you tune in for that later on this afternoon. Join me here on the podium with your winner in Honda Cadet R200s here from round number 1. Now, how do you feel about that race? Adam, of course, number 81, Adam Corsa. Pretty good race for you?
Yeah, very good race.
I mean, you've shown some good pace out there. Is this a circuit that you really enjoy?
Yes, very enjoy.
Were you with us for the O-Plate last weekend, or are you here first time this weekend?
First time this weekend, yes.
Okay, cool. I mean, you've taken it to it like a duck to water, showing some really good pace. Back here tomorrow again for round number 2.
Yep.
More of the same again?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Well, looking forward to it, mate. Well done. That trophy's nearly as big as you, so you're going to have to find somewhere on the mantelpiece to put that one.
Yeah, I will.
Another one tomorrow?
Yeah.
Sweet. We look forward to it. Watch out for the final later on. Joining us on the podium here then for the IAME Water Swift Restricted Podium, here with the winner of the race, Mr. Freddie Baker. Freddie, how's that race for you? I mean, it looked pretty good. You came through a couple of drivers to take the win there. Talk us through it.
So I went through a couple of Hondas and then the checkered flag just come out.
I mean, it was very impressive racing. You had a good couple of battles in there, but you managed to hold it on to the checkered flag. Is this a track that you really enjoy?
Yes.
Yeah. You're looking forward to being back here again then for round 2 tomorrow?
Yes.
You're going to try and win again tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, good. A man of few words, but lots of pace out there on circuit. Freddie, fastest lap in that race as well. You're going to show everyone how to do it tomorrow?
Yes.
Cool. Well, we look forward to it. See you in his final later on this afternoon. You join me here at the podium then with your IAME M1 final winner, the number 21 of Logan Edwards. Now, Logan, I can see on the results that you were pretty close with second place across the line there. How was that race for you?
I was a bit nervous, but I kept on going and didn't give up.
Very, very impressive. Now, you came from a little bit further down the grid. You made lots of moves throughout the field. What was your favourite corner to make an overtake on out at Rowrah?
My favourite corner is this one here, where everyone normally watches.
Into the final corner, you can make those moves. Everyone's watching you, and they all go, wow, that kid's an absolute legend.
They sometimes do.
Well, today they certainly have, my friend. Of course, round 1 today. We're going into round 2 tomorrow. Do you think you can win it again?
I hope I do.
Well, I hope so too, mate. You've started off the championship very well with a win. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
You join me here at the podium with your winner in Intermax. Final winner, Logan Rolfe. Now, Logan, you're the O-Plate winner last week. You come back, you won again here in round number 1. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it feels pretty good to win the O-Plate here last weekend and win it this weekend on the Saturday and hopefully try and win it tomorrow as well.
You've stolen my next question, mate. Of course, you're back again here for round number 2. You've done the double already. Can you make it a triple?
Probably.
Probably. Are you feeling quietly confident about that one? You enjoy this track?
Yeah, it's quite a hard bit going into the complex bits. Probably going into the first and second hairpin, trying to get the braking points right, and then all the way down at the bottom, where the right left right is. It's quite hard to try and get the right line, but I managed to do it.
Impressive stuff, mate. Well, you started on pole, led to the victory. Tomorrow, do you see anyone as a particularly close challenger? Are you going to call anyone out?
Probably Jensen Sale and Ella Larry, probably, but yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll watch out for that then. Done the double. See if he can do the triple. Stay tuned. You join me here at the podium with our winner in the Junior Rotax final. It is the O-Plate of Oliver Smith. Now, Oliver, the O-Plate distinguishes the fact that you won last weekend here at the O-Plate. You've then won again here in round number 1. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I feel really strong around this track. Last weekend was my first weekend here. I learnt a lot. Learnt a lot yesterday and Friday and put it all together for the final.
Was it first time here ever?
Ever.
That is incredibly impressive. I mean, the Junior Rotax field, a particularly stacked one, a tough one to win a race. You've done it twice. Round 2's coming up tomorrow. Can you do it a thrice?
I'll try my best.
All right, well, we look forward to it. What's your favourite part of this circuit? Like you're saying, you're new to it. What's your favourite section, favourite place to go for a move?
I like the first sector with the chicane, like really quick, and then into the hairpins. I've always said that's my favourite part.
Nice, okay. Well, I don't think you had to do too much overtaking today with lots of wins, but maybe tomorrow. Wait and see. Best of luck.
Thank you.
You join me here on the podium with second place in Senior Rotax, Jasmine Taylor. Now, Jasmine, you won the Girl Power Award for today. Some very, very impressive driving out there. I saw you started in 3rd place, made your way up to 2nd. Can you talk us through the race a little bit?
We had a quite bad start. I think we dropped down to 4th. Someone had a crash and then got into 2nd and pulled a gap. Went off a bit at the end, but 2nd's all right.
Second's all right, of course, you always want to win, but I think second's still very, very impressive, and to take home that Girl Power Award is impressive as well. Now, of course, straight into tomorrow, got round number 2. What are you thinking as you go into that one? What have you learned from today?
We've made the car work very well, and we just know, now we know whereabouts we are with everything. We can just go in and hope to win it. Nice
and confident. Well, hopefully we'll see you on the top set tomorrow. Well done today, and best of luck.
Thank you.
You join me here on the podium with your winner in the Rotax 177s, Alfie Barron-Oxbury. Alfie, how was that race for you?
Well, it was all right. Managing tyres a bit for tomorrow because it's as I only had myself today racing, so but there's another one tomorrow, so it's going to be a lot more difficult. So I thought maybe if I preserve my tyres in this one, it's a guaranteed win, it's a guaranteed trophy. Then tomorrow I will have good enough tyres to put up a good fight against him.
I think that's a pretty good strategy. Is Rowrah a circuit you particularly enjoy?
I enjoy it, but it's definitely one of the more difficult ones. It's quite a technical track, but it's quite a nice flowing track as well.
I saw you had some good battles out there, coming through past a few different people. What's the sort of strategy going into tomorrow? Like you say, you've got someone to battle with out there on circuit. What's the mindset you're taking into it?
Well, we'll see what the track's like in the morning and warm-up, but qualifying, we'll just push because he's got fresh tyres. Heat 1, we'll see where we end up and then just try and have a good go through there. You know.
Awesome, sounds like a good plan. Well done today and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
You join us here with your Senior Rotax final winner, the O-Plate of Lucas Blanford. Now, Lucas, of course, you were here last weekend for said O-Plate. You took the win. You've come back here for round number 1. You've taken the win again.
Yeah, you know, it was a good weekend last weekend, so just brought the momentum to round 1 and we won it in the end, so pretty positive couple of weekends.
Is this a circuit you particularly like then, considering you're doing pretty well at it?
I've only been here like, 2 to 3 times, so just kind of learn the track on Friday, get into a rhythm and then just bring it on to Saturday and Sunday.
Impressive, mate. Well, I saw in the final, you started on pole, you pretty much drove away from it. Was it relatively simple out there?
Wouldn't say simple. Obviously, you got to keep focused, keep relaxed, keep putting consistent lap times in. So you got the pressure of that, but just kind of brought it home in the end.
Very, very impressive, mate. Of course, round number 2 straight away tomorrow. You've won here twice already in 2 finals. Assume you're going to try and continue that tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, obviously bring the momentum into tomorrow. So looking good so far. So
sweet, mate. Well done, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Cheers. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome back then to the afternoon action here from Rowrah for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. Like I say, here for round number 2 here up in Rowrah in Cumbria. What a beautiful circuit it is, you can see from that lovely wide shot courtesy of Alpha Live Productions here. We're bringing you all the action here from up in the north of the United Kingdom. And what an exciting day it's been so far. What an exciting weekend it's been so far. Like we said already multiple times during the stream, we had round number 1 yesterday. Of course, into round number 2 today. So the championship already starting to work itself out, but there's plenty more rounds to come throughout the year. We'll be heading to GYG at the start of the next month over in Wales, then down to Clay Pigeon in Dorchester for rounds 5 and 6, 7 and 8 at Fullbeck in Grantham, then it's off to Wilton Mill, and then the championship finale down in Shennington. I myself will be joining you once again for round 6 at Clay Pigeon, but of course there'll be plenty of fantastic people guiding you through the entire championship, provided to you by Alpha Live. These pictures absolutely fantastic of the rolling hills up here in Cumbria. What a beautiful part of the country it is. What a beautiful circuit this is, nestled in a quarry built in the early 60s. And I mean, it's excited since then with some great championship action. We're going to jump into the second round of heats, though. We're going to be non-stop here for the second round of heats and into the finals. First up is heat number 2 for the Mighties. Pole position is Mr. Zane Sofuoglu, and we've got a lot of supporters in the chat for the number 54. Let's see what he does here from pole position. Felix Tandy's alongside him on that front row with Freddie Purnell and Arthur Bowers behind them. Then Nico Veslowski and Frank Pearson. That's row number 3. And row 4 will see Stanley Thurston and Hayden Bailey. And it's Aidan Castleman, Max Tetlow and Jayanash Rayuru. That's your 11 karts on the grid then here in the Mighties. Of course, all these drivers, Bambino drivers. And let's see how they get on with this one then. I've got to give a massive shout out to begin with to Zane Sofuoglu. One of the most beautiful helmets I think I've ever seen. We were admiring it yesterday when we were doing all of the podiums. And Zane, a really, really stunning lid. That's got to be worth a couple of tenths of a second at least on number 54. Let's see what he cracks on here for heat number 2. The red lights are on. They're already off, and it's a fantastic start for Felix Tandy on the outside of the grid. He's going to chop across immediately into the lead of this race, just ahead of Zane Sofuoglu. Drivers making it up then through the top of the brow of the hill, heading down to the first of the 2 hairpins, and it is Felix Tandy who is leading us through on the E-plate. Zane Sofuoglu in behind. Then there's the 33 of Freddie Purnell. I think Arthur Bowers has held on to 4th place in behind them as well. He's actually going to go up and under and try and go for the move for 3rd on the exit. Not quite got the run though. He's going to try and keep his nose in though on the inside line. He might still have this one as they head down into the stewardesses. Door is closed by Freddie Purnell. Through goes Zane Sofuoglu though. Good move there. Down into the entrance of the stewardesses. Sofuoglu slips on by. And Tandy has to resettle himself there into 2nd place. Now, Sofuoglu took the win in the Heat 1 earlier on today, to the excitement of everyone in the live chat supporting. And there's a spinner in the background as there's a move down the inside. That's Nico Veslowski, I believe, on the 27, pressing on by. Move on the 33 of Freddie Purnell. Now, who was it that spun there at the final corner? It was Frank Pearson on the number 10 on the exit of Sunny Bend there, finding himself facing in the wrong direction. And there's Jayanash Rayuru coming through to end his first lap of this race. Pressure for the lead, then Felix Tandy trying to find a way through there on Zane Sofuoglu. Not going to happen though. Pretty much identical lap times on that first lap from those 2 at the front of the field, understandably so. And look who's closing in now. It's Arthur Bowers. Let's see how Arthur can do then. Of course, it was a great battle between Sofuoglu. I mean, Bowers, Tandy, Purnell, they're all involved in the battle. Sofuoglu just about getting ahead on the final lap. It was an exciting one to kick off round number 2 earlier on this morning. It looks to be continuing here into Heat 2 for the Mighties. Of course, we'll see them out once again later on. They'll be kicking off the finals later on this afternoon, so don't go anywhere, folks. We've got plenty of racing action coming your way here from Rowrah in Cumbria, here for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. Zane Sofuoglu leads us around the final corner, then on to lap number 3 we go, but it's Arthur Bowers with the new fastest lap of the race. The first driver down into the 104s along with Nico Veslowski. He's the driver in the green helmet behind that's chasing the top 3 down. When will Arthur Bowers think about this move, though? We know he's a very accomplished racing driver. We saw him in that little interview during the lunch break. A very cheeky chappy is the 98 of Arthur Bowers. Had to put him away for his ice cream, so I can only apologise about that, Arthur. Up and under goes Felix Standy, though, on the E-plate. He's going to press on into the lead of the race here. He's got a great exit, and choosing that inside line there as Arthur Bowers tries to get his nose in as they head down in towards the stewardesses. It might be 2 places lost here for Zane Sofuoglu, and it is going to be. Down to 3rd place goes Zane. And that bit of time lost to the top 3 battling there has closed in Nico Veslovsky. That's allowed him to just close that gap. And we now have a 4-way squabble for the lead. Freddie Pinnell's not too far off this one either. Then there's quite the sizable gap back to the rest of the field, headed up by Hayden Bailey. Then Stanley Thurston and Aidan Castleman move to the lead. Then down the inside goes Arthur Bowers immediately, like we saw in the first race. 2 positions on 1 lap for Arthur Bowers. And it is the 98 who's going to lead us on then to another lap in this race. Veslovsky, yet another fastest lap from the number 27. This is fantastic pace we've seen from Veslovsky. Might be a move down the inside though. Really late on the brakes. Double overtake from Zane Sofuoglu. What a send down the inside. The Turkish driver makes his way back to the front of the order. Great move there from Zane Sofuoglu. That shuffled Bowers back to 3rd place. Veslovsky had a better exit there, but just bumped the rear end of the 98. Oh, shuffled onto the grass there goes Felix Tandy. Tandy had a great exit, but aggressive from Zane Sofuoglu to fend him off there down into the stewardesses and holds on to the lead of this race. Less than 3 minutes left to go then. Big squabble in this top 4 as they continue on. A number of these drivers, I think all of these drivers in this top 4, all of these drivers in the top 4 are part of the RCE team. So you won't see the RCE branding on the carts of these young drivers. You will see throughout the day, though, RCE are a particularly large team. Across the paddock here in Super 1, which is great to see, especially with these young drivers battling so well as they head on to another lap of this one. Down towards the first step and they go. I thought the move was going to come from Felix Tandy. He takes the inside line. Tandy back to the front of the field then. A little bit of argy-bargy between himself and Zane Sofuoglu. They sort themselves out, heading down into Iredale's then. Sticking line of stuff for now. Oh, bit of a wobble there from Tandy. Makes a bit of contact on the exit there to Sofuoglu once again. Bowers has his nose in there. He loves this move down towards the stewardesses. Can he make it done yet again and steal away 2nd place? Veslovsky's waiting to pick up the pieces. And here comes Freddie Pinnell as well. Top 5 now closing in line astern. And let's see how they continue on. Great to see the support from the RCE team throughout today's action. I mean, it looks as though one of them is going to take the win anyway in this one. The E-plate pressing on at the front then. Felix Tandy, a very impressive racer. Bowers had got through, but there goes Zane Sofuoglu back down the inside into 2nd place then. Still squabbling over the top positions here as we close in with 1.5 minutes to go. I'm giving the shout out to RCE as well because they were the only team this weekend that have sent me through a full deck for all of their drivers. So impressive and so useful for these young racers for me in the commentary box to get all the information. Back through goes Zane Sofuoglu, but maybe a little bit too wide. Up and under goes Arthur Bowers, but he's going to be on the outside line heading down into this right-hander. Back through goes Sofuoglu and Tandy then, so switching places yet again for the lead in this race. Sofuoglu, the Turkish driver, is back to the front yet again. He's got a very striking lid, like we mentioned, on the grid, waiting to go. Bright blue cart as well. You definitely can't miss him on the number 54. But yeah, huge thank you to the RCE team for sending over that deck. Really, really useful in the commentary box to get a bit of extra information about these young drivers as they're pressing on through it. It includes all their sponsors. It includes all their Instagram followers. A little fun fact about them. So incredibly useful. So a big shout out to RCE. And of course, really helped as well by their driver coaches. I mean, at these young age, there's so much to learn in racing for these young drivers. There's so much for them to take on. They've got to be like a sponge taking all this information, and their driver coaches clearly doing a good job. There's loads of them near the sharp end of the field across multiple classes. I got to give a big shout out as well to my ex-colleague, Mr. Josh Mercer. He's just started up his own karting coaching as well. The Karting Coach on Facebook. Make sure you go and drop that a follow and get in touch with him because he has done really great work with the RCE team and with lots of young drivers, making sure that they learn the ropes and get up to speed, as we're seeing out there on circuit. Drivers continuing to battle. Bowers again trying the up and under on the exit of the corner, not quite getting his way to the inside this time, and I think he might have to settle back behind. No, he disagrees with me. Through he goes up the inside of the E-plate of Felix Tandy. Bowers gets through into 2nd place. And a very marginal bit of breathing room then given to Zane Sofuoglu as the timer has hit 0. The drivers are going to be going on to the final lap this time around. It's Sofuoglu who now has the fastest lap. But he's got 1,030 metres, just over a kilometre then, to hold on to this race win and make it 2 from 2 in the Mighties. But Arthur Bowers is trying to stop him. They're going to go side by side up the top of the hill. Sofuoglu just chops back across and holds on to the lead then as they head through the final lap. 5 line astern though in the Mighties here as they head down into the first hairpin. Sofuoglu a little bit wide, but he'll have that inside line heading down into Iredale's. That's Tandy going to try and follow him through. He's got a great exit. Veselowski's there as well. Bowers just about chops back in there on Veselowski. Oh, a bit of front to rear contact there between all of the top 3. That's going to lose them a little bit of momentum. Sofuoglu knows he needs to hold this inside line though down into the stewardesses, and he really holds that inside line, keeps nice and defensive, and through they go down into sector number 3. This is the 54 of Zane Sofuoglu trying to hold on to it for win number 2 of the day. Through down into St John's they go, into Sunny Ben, the left-hander. Only one more corner to go, and Sofuoglu looking to make it 2 from 2. He holds that inside line into the final corner, and through they go to the checkered flag. It will be the 54 of Zane Sofuoglu, who wins in heat number 2 there in the Mighties. Impressive racing between all of those top 5 there, all finishing within 0.7 of a second. Felix Tandy follows him across the line in second place, with Arthur Bowers in third. Then Nico Veselowski and Freddie Purnell. That was your top 5 in that one, and we watch the rest of the field come through now. There is the 86 of Hayden Bailey then in 6th place. Stanley Thurston in 7th. And then we just wait for Frank Pearson, Aidan Castleman, Max Tetlow and Jay Nash Raya to come through and end their race as well. There's one driver across the line. That is Frank Pearson finishing in 8th place. And here come the rest of the 2 drivers. Aidan Castleman in 9th place. And where is Max Tetlow? I don't know. Don't know where he's gone. I can't see him. Well, it looks as though Max Tetlow, maybe we lost him there on that last lap, because I can't see another driver coming around to see the checkered flag. Either way, Max finishes in 10th place with Jay Ashraru in 11th. Well, there you go. Like I mentioned, 2 from 2 for Zane Sofuoglu. Fantastic bit of racing throughout today so far from Zane. Of course, Zane competing in multiple classes, so we'll see him pretty soon out yet again. Well, what a start it's been for him. He will surely line up on pole position for the Mighty final later on this afternoon. But Heat 2 done and dusted then for the Mighties out there on circuit. We're going to go to the next of the Heat 2s. Slightly faster for race number 10. It's Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. Here we go then, another race about to get underway. Heat number 2 for Senior Rotax and Rotax 177s. Here is your grid. Lucas Blanford and Morgan Hudson-Brown, they were following each other through the first heat. Not too much battling, but really, really close on pace. Let's see how that goes in this one. Max Rowley and Max Chown, then Max Davies. The 3 Maxes all line astern then as you start this one, followed by Jarek Metters. That's your top 3, your top 3 rows on the grid. Then it's Tom Taylor, Kieran Denyer, Salvador Newman and Jamie Salter. That's your top 10. Then Henry Swanson and Braden Donahue. They're on row number 6, and behind them on row 7 are Tom Nottingham and Daniel Beers, then it's George Daniels, Max Lorna-Bennett, Johnny Lynch, Izzy Lawton, and then rounding out the top 20 in this race are Sky Frazier and Jay Pearson. Behind them are Billy Edgecombe, Jasmine Taylor, Callum Gosh, Archie Flint, and then our 2 177s of Alfie Barron-Oxbury and Martin Jackson. Sadly, Martin Jackson not making it to the finish, I don't believe, in heat number 1 in those 177s. So that gave the win to Alfie Barron-Oxbury. But to be fair to Alfie, he was already ahead during all of that when Martin Jackson ended up going out of the race. Of course, Alfie taking the win in the final yesterday. But Lucas Blanford continuing his extremely impressive form out there around this Rowrah circuit. To remind you, if you weren't listening in the morning, Lucas Blanford winning the O-Plate 1 weekend ago here at Rowrah. Coming back yesterday, winning it again in the final yesterday in round number 1. And already starting this day pretty perfectly, qualified on pole, winning heat number 1. However, the one key point from heat number 1, didn't get the fastest lap with Lucas Blanford. It was Morgan Hudson-Brown in behind him. 45.2 for Hudson-Brown and 45.3 for Lucas Blanford. Now, both those 2 drivers about 2-3 tenths clear from the rest of the field in terms of their fastest laps. So they cleared off by about, well, nearly 7 seconds in the first race of the day earlier on. We'll see if it's more of the same here in heat number 2, or whether some of the other drivers can join the fray and get involved with the squabbling. I feel like those two maybe realise that they can work together and push on from the front. Maybe in the final, that's where we'll see the scrapping start to come out. But hey, I am more than ready to eat my words, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait and see what happens then. 2 by 2 to the final corner and go our senior Rotax and 177 Rotax drivers. 7 minutes on the clock. We're underway and racing here in the seniors and the 177s. Up to the immediate pinch point here through the chicane. Do they all manage to make it through? It's all squabbling there in the mid-pack. Nearly a spin there from about 10th place. Good hold of the slide there for one of the drivers in the mid-pack. As they carry on round through lap number 1. Defensive movements there from the number 76 of Max Chown. He's trying to hold on ahead of Max Rowley there in 3rd place. Big off into the barriers in the background. That was a huge off for the number 13. Izzy Lawton went to that barrier with some speed, but she's managed to come straight back on circuit. I think she's only lost about 4 or 5 seconds. Fair play, Izzy. Straight back out there, showing her grit there on the number 13 is Izzy Lawton. Well, let's hope she can chase back down the rear of the pack and get back involved with the squabbles. End of lap number 1 then. It's still Lucas Blanford ahead of Morgan Hudson-Brown. They've already extended a 1.8 second gap at the front of the field. Max Chown holding on to 3rd place ahead of Jarek Metters, Max Rowley, Max Davies, Tom Taylor all involved in this squabble. Defensive line from Max Chown. He doesn't think that he can continue to work with these drivers through this race. There's no trust here for 3rd place. He tries to hold on. Up and under, though. Goes to 53 of Metters. Can he get alongside? No. Oh, that was a bit close there on the exit. Max trying to show, I'm going to stay in 3rd place here, thank you very much. I'm going to chop across ahead of you. Jarek just about reacts in time and does, in fact, stick in behind. They head down sector number 3. Oh, wide moment. That is for Max Chown. He's going to lose 1, maybe even 2 places there into the final corner. The dive down the inside from the 33. Up and under goes Max, though. It's Max versus Max into the final corner. Who's going to lift? It's got to be the 76 of Max Chown on the outside line. Loses the place to Max Rowley, then up the top of the hill and down to 4th place. Move in behind them as well. The 77 of Tom Taylor through on Max Davies. That is a change for 6th place. And now it's 2 teammates line astern there for the JWR squad. Big shout out to the JWR squad because that's also my initials, but that's just some personal bias there from you. Up on the exit there goes to number 15. Good exit there to make their way through. Was it the 15? Yeah, it was. Tom Nottingham getting through on George Daniels there for 11th place as they came off of the corner. These two still battling well. Trying that inside line down to Sonny, I believe that was one of the drivers in the middle of that pack, and they are squabbling there in the middle of that pack. Don't think they ended up changing, though. The 57 of Denya still behind Salvador Newman. Well, side by side with Salvador Newman as they head up the hill. He's got that inside line there as they go through. Clobbers the curb on the inside, but makes it work. Great move. Pressing on through there. It is Kieran Denya, and it's all still happening in behind. Oh, my goodness. My voice is going to be gone by the time we get to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all this squabbling in the middle of the pack here in our senior Rotax and Rotax 177 category. Down towards the stewardess as they go yet again. Thinking about that inside line. The 27 kind of left the door open there. Are they coming through on the 27? No, that is from position. Jamie Salter battling up in just outside of the top 10. Jamie left the door open a little bit there. And a couple of drivers said, yeah, all right, mate. Cheers. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Oh, up and over. Oh, big incident of the final corner. The 2's off into the barrier. I think that was all caused by the slowing cart. Now, who is that coming to the edge of the circuit? I think the 2, that is a Billy Edgeham, who's gone out of this race, jumps up and over the barrier and leaves his cart there on the outside of the circuit. Who was going slowly, though? So we've already lost Henry Swanson and George Daniels. I do believe the kart started with a 7 that came to a halt as well. So maybe it was one of those 2. Yeah, it was the 78 of George Daniels who's come to a halt there on the start-finish straight. He was slapping the steering wheel of frustration as clearly something went wrong on his senior Rotax car. But then that caught out all of the drivers in behind him. They tried to dive left and right and ended up coming together. It wasn't as big an accident as I thought that was going to be. But a couple of drivers coming a cropper of that one, particularly sadly, the number 2, Billy Edgecombe. Through they continue on. I've just spotted as well that we're back down to 1 runner in the 177, sadly. It's only Alfie Baron Oxbury out there on circuit. Martin Jackson has not made it to the start of the race in this one. Of course, he retired at the end of heat number 1, so maybe a bit of a terminal issue then for Martin Jackson. That's gutting for him. Of course, if this is wrong, I'm very sorry, but I do believe Martin Jackson is who runs the MJR team out in the paddock as well. So it's lovely to see the person who owns and runs the team getting involved in the racing on track, as there's some more racing on track down the inside. Great move under brakes there to take the place down at the Stewart S's. That's the battle for third place then. Is that Rowley through on Metters, or maybe Chown through on Rowley? We'll see as they come to the end of this lap. There's more moves at the final corner. Through on the number 63, that is. Change for position. Jasmine Taylor making her way up through the order once again. Jasmine Taylor second in the final in seniors yesterday, winning the Girl Power Award for that fantastic performance. In heat number 1, made her way through beautifully. 24th in qualifying though, something going very, very wrong for Jasmine Taylor in qualifying. Up 13 places to 9th in heat number 1. How can she do here in heat number 2? She's already made her way up to 12th place, and there's still just over, or just under now I should say, 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Well, we've not even had a look in at these two at the sharp end of the order. Once again, a repeat of heat number 1. Blanford and Hudson Brown pressing on at the front of the field. And once again, it's actually Hudson Brown very marginally with the fastest lap in this race, only by 0.02 of a second. But either way, every little helps, as they say at Tesco. Hudson Brown pressing on well. However, can't quite match Blanford at the front of the moment. He's about 0.6 of a second off of him. Here is the battle for third place then. It's still Jarek Metters at the front of this train. No, Jarek Metters actually cleared this train, apologies, by 1.5 seconds. This is Max Rowley at the front of this train. There's Jarek heading through down into sector number 3, just ahead of them. So we've got Max Rowley ahead of Max Chown now. And then Max Davies. So we've got the 3 Maxes all line astern once again. It's like a Max magnet out there. They always seem to be together out there on circuit. They've got Tom Taylor waiting in the wings as well. So a lovely little pan there from our camera crew. Fantastic, picking up all the action there down into the final corner. That's the number 11 of Jay Pearson hounding the rear bumper of Sky Fraser. And they're not too behind Jamie Salter and Daniel Beards as well in the battle for 15th place. Less than 30 seconds there to go on the clock now. Oh, way too late on the brakes from the 76. Straight into the back of the 33. Max Chown really outbraking himself there, straight into the back of Max Rowley. Not really much he could do there. As soon as he'd brake that little bit late, it was straight to the scene of the accident. They both did well to keep it on the black stuff, but biggest loser from that is Max Rowley, sadly. He's dropped down a few places because of that one. Down into 7th place. Still just ahead of Kieran Denyer then, as they now battle over P7. I think Max Chown actually stayed in 5th place after that one, as he's got a contact warning for that bump down into the Stewart S's. And given that they both slowed up because of that, Max Davies said, "Oh, thanks very much, guys. I'll slip on by to 4th place. Don't mind if I do." Through they continue on. Right then, time has hit 0. Here are your 2 leaders then. They've closed up slightly to about half a second now as they head on to the final lap of this race. New fastest lap for Morgan Hudson Brown. Once again, only 6 thousandths quicker than Lucas Blanford's time on the previous lap. But staying as they were, like I thought when we went to the start of this race, I did think that maybe they would just call a bit of a truce again in this one, stick as they were, and guarantee themselves a front row in the final later on this afternoon, because of course that is where the prizes are given out and where you can take home one of those huge trophies we saw in the podium interviews in the lunch break for round number 1. Here he goes then, Lucas Blanford. He's been unbeatable here at Rowrah. He's going to continue that on here. In heat number 2, Lucas Blanford leads us around the final corner. Lucas Blanford sees the checkered flag first and wins heat number 2. Half a second back was Morgan Hudson Brown. Here come the rest of the field though. Jarek Metters finishes in 3rd place. And how are the Maxes going to sort themselves out? They're still squabbling through the final corner. That was Kieran Denyer trying to get alongside Max Rowley there to the line. But Max just about stays ahead there as they come through to end the race. And yet again, more squabbling at the final corner. Up and under attempt there across the line. Jay Pearson can't quite do it across the line, and they went across the line. 0.02 of a second difference between the two of them. Close racing all the way to the flag there. What I was just going to mention is Jasmine Taylor, obviously in heat number 1, rose up into 9th place, this time rising into 10th place, up 14 positions in that race. But so did the driver behind her, Salvador Newman, up 12 to P11 as well. So some impressive racing throughout the pack from those two. Here are your final results then. As I mentioned, Lucas Blanford, Morgan Hudson Brown, Jarek Metters, your top 3. Followed across the line by Max Davies, Max Chown, then Tom Taylor, Max Rowley, Kieran Denyer, Callum Gosh and Jasmine Taylor, your top 10. Behind them, Salvador Newman, Braden Donahue, Tom Nottingham, Max Lorna, Bennett, and then it was Daniel Beard, Sky Fraser. Then Jamie Salter, Jay Pearson, Johnny Lynch, Billy Edgecombe, Izzy Lawton, Henry Swanson and George Daniels. Alfie Baron Oxbury, your winner in the 177, Saren 27th, and sadly we did lose Henry Swanson and George Daniels during that race. Interesting to see as well, Billy Edgecombe finished all of the laps there. I'm very confused. Did I get confused? I must have done. That's the 74 of Henry Swanson. I got the two confused and I was commentating that. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. It was the 74 of Henry Swanson that parked his car up there at the side of the field. Billy Edgecombe did lose lots of time in that incident at the final corner, but he did carry on and he did see the checkered flag. And I can see outside of my commentary box as well, George Daniels getting all this stuff back into his car. So he'll be hoping for a slightly better final later on this afternoon. Well, the next time we do see the seniors, it will be for those finals later on. We've got a few more heats left to come though, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, it's Honda Cadet GX200s and IAME Water Swift Restricted for their second heat of the day. Here we go then, running through the running order nice and quickly here at Rowrah. We've got lots of different classes to fit in, lots of drivers to see out on circuit. And here come a few more of them for the Honda Cadet GX200 IAME Water Swift Restricted Heat 2. Jayan Prakash, Archie Cannon, Joshua Bailey and Riley Blakemore. Those are your four on the top two row of the grids. We saw such an epic battle between those four in Heat 1. Let's hope for more of that here in Heat 2. And just behind them on row 3, it's Henry Colburn and Oliver Vickers. Row 4 is Ethan Pearson and Jesse Bailey. Then it's Archie Edgar and Henry Soraya there rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Elfie Hennell and Kai Sari. And then it'll be Finley Thompson who rounds out the grid in the Honda Cadet GX200s. And then finalising the grid, the three of our IAME Water Swift Restricted drivers, Freddie Baker, Patrick Wood and Riley Aston Wilkins there on the back row of the grid. Of course, it'll be a split grid though for this one. Freddie Baker and Patrick Wood had such a brilliant battle in the first heat of the day as well, as they're all the drivers with their helmets on, fully suited and booted, still enjoying the racing action there from the side of the circuit. It's a fantastically placed bench, I must say. Gives a lovely view around the entire circuit here at Rowrah. And I can't stop saying it. When you're basking in the sunshine here up in Cumbria, this circuit is just so beautiful nestled inside the quarry. And what an amazing picturesque circuit it is, unlike any other in the UK or across the world. Honestly, what an unbelievable track it is up here in Cumbria. The drivers thoroughly enjoying taking to the black stuff in anger here for round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. And we're ready to get another heat underway then. Heat number 2 for Honda Cadet GX200s and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Jayan Prakash and Archie Cannon, the 44 and the 42, battling well at the front of the order. And they'll be the two to lead us to the starting lights here for their second heat of the day. Of course, like we said in the seniors, you've got to be a little bit cautious. You're setting yourself up for the final later on. But either way, you're a racing driver. You want to win the race. Let's see what happens in this one. 2 by 2 to the lights then go our Honda Cadet GX200s. And we do get the race started. Up towards the big pinch point at the top of the hill and already losing out for second place is Archie Cannon. He's just about holding on to third then as they head up over the hill and the 27 goes for a spin. That's Henry Soraya facing the wrong way there up at the first few corners. Honda's heading on through as here are the IAME Water Swift around already. The 2 leaders, all 3 of them are gone. All 3 of the Water Swift Restricted round at the first corner. It was just being a door that was closing up to the apex there. And then I think Riley Aston Wilkins in behind got a little bit nervous and ended up spinning with them. And it's Riley, the one that's gotten stuck out of all of that. That could have been the perfect opportunity for the 111 to press on forward. But all the drivers just started spinning around him ahead. My goodness, what a start to that one in the Water Swifts. Well, I don't think they're going to catch the Honda Cadets in this one like we saw in their last race. But we watched the racing action then for these Honda Cadets as they head to the end of their first lap of action. Jayan Prakash in the lead. Pressure from the 81 of Joshua Bailey, though. Can't quite get alongside as they head up into the chicane for the second time of asking in this one. You might think about it down here, though. Oh, not quite. Was looking bold there to the inside as Prakash gets shuffled all the way to the barrier there on the exit. No move made just yet. Trying the up and under there was the 42 of Archie Cannon, trying to retake his second position, which he had on the grid. He might end up losing third place, though. Pressuring there was the 75 Colburn. Double overtake to the lead! What a move, Archie Cannon! Unbelievable stuff there down the stewardesses. I thought it was just going to be the single there, but he parked it on the apex, gets through both Joshua Bailey and Jayan Prakash. What an unbelievable move for the lead of the race. For Archie Cannon, he's showing what he's made of here in heat number 2. He's not waiting for the final. He's like, forget that. I want to get to the lead in this one, and he does. Presses on into the lead of the race here. And despite making a double overtake, he got the fastest lap of the race on the last lap as well. Unbelievable from Archie Cannon. Well, through we go then onto another lap of this race. I can hear lots of shouting and screaming outside my comms box window as there's another move down the inside. They're battling over the lead on IAME Water Super Restricted. Patrick Wood trying to hold on ahead of Freddie Baker. Was there a change there in the Hondas as well? I don't think any positions changed there. Bailey still there in third, ahead of Blakemore, Colburn and Pearson. Those are the 4 in this little train. As it looks as though Cannon and Prakash have just started to press on. The 27's trying to let them through. That's Henry Sarai, who we saw spin on the first lap of the race. And have these 2 changed then? No, Patrick Wood still ahead of the 192 of Freddie Baker as Freddie clobbers that inside curve there as they head through the right-hander out of the stewardesses and down into the final sector. These 2 were showing us a great battle as they powered their way through the Honda Cadet pack earlier on. That was Patrick Wood just starting to build a nice little breathable gap there. I don't think that's going to stay like that for long though, as we've seen the pendulum swinging back and forth between these 2 in heat number 1. I'm sure that's going to happen again here in heat 2 between Wood and Baker. They've both been very, very impressive out there on their IAME Water Super Restricted carts. As here we look back then to the Honda Cadets. Coming to the end of the 4th lap of this race. Side by side for 3rd place, though, up the hill, or is that for 3rd place? Is it for 3rd place? Who are they overtaking there? C81 is for 3rd place. Great move. What a brilliant exit there for Riley Blakemore to get it alongside and get the apex before they even made it to the corner. Impressive stuff from Riley Blakemore. Takes 3rd place away from Joshua Bailey. Still got Colburn and Pearson in the background there, as Pearson just gives Colburn a little bump. So come on, let's get involved with this battle now. Less than 3 minutes left to go in this race then. Still a nice little gap at the front for Cannon and Prakash. I mean, it's only half a second when they came across the line last time. Move down the inside, stewardesses. Going to close up on the exit though. Attempt at the move there for Archie Edgar. Trying to get through on Alfie Hennell. Doesn't quite work though through the stewardesses. Going to have to sit back once again. Or was it Jesse Bailey trying to get back through on Hennell? We follow this top pack. We continue to follow them through onto lap number 6. Oh, a bit of a squabble there into the first hairpin. Side-by-side contact between the 2 of those drivers. Just jostling for track position there as we try and keep an eye on both of these leading battles. They're both very, very exciting. Heading down towards the stewardesses yet again. You hear the rumble of those Honda Cadet GX200 engines as they power down towards that heavy braking zone. These 3 still as they were though. Bailey in 4th, Colburn in 5th and Pearson in 6th. Side by side for the lead in Water Swifts though. Hangs it round the outside, does Patrick Wood. Freddie Baker trying to find his way through. Can't quite do it there though. Still got a little bit of time left in this one to make something work. Just got to think a few corners ahead. Try and set something up. We don't want to repeat what happened at the first corner between all 3 drivers in the Water Swifts. Some nice, close and competitive racing, but preferably no contact. Heading through past the back marker in the Hondas. He sees them through, luckily enough. Through that pinch point, through the first chicane. Up and under a tenth there from the 71 on the 75. Pearson again trying to find his way through on Colburn. Doesn't quite get it done this time, but look at that. Blakemore has closed up to the back of Prakash and Cannon, and those 2 have switched at the front as well. That was in the last couple of laps. Cannon has snuck back through on Jayan Prakash. And that bit of time that they've lost from that battling has allowed for Riley Blakemore to close back in. So at the front end of the Hondas, we split into 2 packs of 3 then. On to the penultimate lap of this race with 35 seconds left to go on the clock. Change in the background in this battle as well. Alfie Hennell has got through on Jesse Bailey. All getting nice and close there down to the first hairpin. Hands up though, there must be a yellow flag here down into the second. Iredale's yellow flag. Can't quite see the reason for it at the moment anyway. Either way, drivers showing that they've seen the yellow flag and pressing on. They can battle down here into the stewardesses though, and they're doing just that. Holding the inside line is Joshua Bailey. A difficult corner to get an up and under there. Henry Colburn was thinking about it, but not quite able to get it done this time. Synchronised look into the background there, trying to get that inside line. And I mean, the 192 of Freddie Baker not too happy about that one. Closed off the inside line to the 136. I don't think there was anything too foul of the rules there for Patrick Wood. Only one movement to the inside there. Did chop across pretty aggressively, but equally got to find a way through. Ready as round goes one of our Hondas as they get through the back markers. That was the 136 of Patrick Wood pressing on through past the back marker. I think that was potentially Kai Suri. They're going for a big spin on corner exit. Yes, it was the number 17. Finding himself facing the wrong direction as they're all getting very close. Oh my goodness, don't go drifting off! Both drivers off and into the wall goes one of them. You just knew that was going to happen. Contact all the way down the straight. And then up and over goes one of the drivers. Luckily not up and over in terms of his car himself, up and over the front of the other driver. Landed back on all four wheels, but straight to the scene of the accident into the barrier on the outside. I think that was Colburn and Pearson, wasn't it? Still battling over 5th place. Pearson was getting a bit frustrated there, being stuck in behind. I think he felt like he was a little bit faster. Couldn't quite find a way through though, and there is the checkered flag. Archie Cannon is going to see it first. And Archie Cannon will win heat number 2, just ahead of Jayan Prakash and Riley Blakemore in that top 3 scrap. Then Joshua Bailey and Ethan Pearson, your top 5. And it was Henry Colburn that found himself in the barrier on the exit there of McRae's. Through to the checkered flag come a few more of our drivers then, gutting that it all had to end like that. For Henry Colburn on the last lap. He did manage to get it going, finished in 12th place when all was said and done. But gutting there in the battle between himself and Ethan Pearson. Well, we'll see them in the final later on. Here is your finalised results. Oh, sorry, no, you're very much not finalised results. It's your provisional results here for Honda Cadet GX200 and IAME Water Surf Restricted. Archie Cannon wins it on the road then in heat number 2. But however, given the fact Prakash is in 2nd place and he won heat number 1, Cannon was in 3rd place, it should still be Prakash on pole for the final later on. Riley Blakemore in 3rd place with Joshua Bailey, Ethan Pearson in your top 5, then Jesse Bailey, Alfie Hennell, Archie Edgar. There was your top 8 in the Hondas. Then we've got the top 2 in Water Swift. Patrick Wood ahead of Freddie Baker. They were followed by Oliver Vickers, Henry Colburn, Finley Thompson, Kai Suri, and Henry Soraya. And then Riley Aston Wilkins finalising the 16 finishes in that one, and the last of your Water Swift Restricted. What an interesting race that was, particularly at the start for the Water Swift Restricted. I've never seen an entire grid get caught up in an instant at the first corner. Oh, there you go. You see it for the first time here at the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. What an exciting heat that was, but we press on. We've got lots more still to come, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, it's Heat 2 for the IAME M1s. Like we said, for their Heat 1s earlier on today. Lots of drivers that you probably recognise as we look at the main building here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. I don't think you'll be able to see me, but the bottom left-hand corner of your screen window, I am here. So hello. Hello everyone out there. I don't think you can quite see me. It's so sunny here. We've got loads of reflections off the glass. But we're nestled here right in the centre of the kart circuit, overlooking the gantry. It's zoomed in on me. Hello! I hope you can see me through the window. You can just about see my hand there. But we are getting on with the rest of the heats. The Alpha Live room bustling with people as we crack on with this event. Of course, a massive shout out to Alpha Live for bringing you these fantastic pictures, and of course to all the crew out there basking in the sun. Usually it's a case of me in the commentary box saying, I'm so glad I'm not out there in the pouring rain. The poor camera crew. I've done my time out there in the pouring rain and cold out on the cameras. But this time they're enjoying basking in the sun, and to be fair, I'm actually kind of glad I'm not out there because I completely forgot my sun cream. I didn't think April would be quite this warm, but it's lovely up here in Cumbria. Right then, next heat of the day, up and coming, it is the IAME M1s. Back to one of our Bambino classes then for this one. And let's run you through the grid, as I think they're about to exit the dummy grid. Arthur Bowers lines up on pole position with Zain Sofuoglu alongside him. Q, lots of Turkish in the chat. Logan Edwards and Freddie Dyer on second row with Reggie Peters and Presley Knight on row 3. Then it's Hendricks Gillette, Jensen James Williams, Sebastian Talbot, Teddy Smith actually top 10, followed by Oakley Rudman and Hugh Riley. Then it's Pierce Gauntlet, Shay Downey, Etienne Gardner, Tommy Walton, Noah Brad, Buster Scott. Finalising the top 20 are Nicholas Anser and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite. Always a tricky one, that, Lucas. Harley Bebb, Arthur Rose, Archie Ashworth and RJ Harrison. Then it's Gabriel Chu. Your 25 drivers on the grid for this one. Well, there we go. IAME M1 heat number 2. I promise, Lucas, I'll get your name out first time of asking at some point in today's stream. Actually, I really can't promise that. Sorry, Lucas. Number 61 there, starting from 20th place. Let's see how he can do in this one. Heat number 1. Very quick look at the results. And Arthur Bowers led a lights to flag victory. 2.5 seconds he won that race by in heat number 1. I mean, he'll be looking for the same again in this one. Great battles in behind them, though. Presley Knight and Logan Edwards. And then Freddie Dye and Zain Sofuoglu having a nice little squabble. Let's see how this one works itself out then. Is there an issue for your pole sitter not leaving the grid? They're trying to get the engine, they're trying to get the engine sorted. I think it is sorted then and ready to go. Scampering off the grid then go our parents and guardians, and off we go for the race start again. It's a less than ideal start for Zain Sofuoglu. Not quite as damning as we had in heat number 1, but he is going to slip out to third place around. Oh, Zain, great save there to hold that spin. We had 3 drivers pinching in to that first couple of corners there. I thought that was going to be fully round for Sofuoglu, but he held that very nicely. But he has dropped down the order because of that one. We have got a couple of spinners, though, through the chicane, as there's a spinner down at the first hairpin. Was that the 71 of Oakley Rudman potentially facing the wrong direction? Down to the apex of hairpin 2. Nice move down the inside for the 57. It can't be the 57. I've not got the 57. Who's that then? Someone's gone for a move anyway. I've not got the 57 on my live timing, so I don't know who that is. Either way, they made a great move. That was lovely. Right, through we go then. There's the 99 of Arthur Bowers still leading the way then. It's Logan Edwards who's got through into second place on this first lap of the race. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the board yet again here for our IAME M1. Logan thinking about the move into the final corner. Gap closes pretty quickly though. I think he made the right choice there not to go for that one. Who have we got in third place then? It's Presley Knight in third, Freddie Dye in fourth, Reggie Peters in fifth. Sofuoglu falls down to 7th place in behind Jensen James Williams here on the first lap of the race. So first laps have not been ideal here in IAME M1s for Zain Sofuoglu. Let's see if he can press on back through the pack similarly to what he did in the first heat earlier on this morning. Impressive racing from Presley Knight and Logan Edwards yet again. Presley was up 3 places on that first lap. Big shout out to him. Same for Noah Brad up 3. Arthur Rhodes up 6. Buster Scott up 4. Some big movers here on the first lap of this race. Fair play to these young drivers. Again, I'm not going to stop reminding you because it's so impressive. These drivers are all Bambino age. These are like 6, 7, 8-year-old drivers here out in these karts. And the racing we get is absolutely stellar. As we watch on, 5 minutes still left to go in this one then. Bauer still leading the way ahead of Edwards. Will these drivers in behind close up, or will we start to see the gap extending? It was Edwards who had the fastest lap off lap 1, but look how much time they've taken off there in lap number 2, not having to do the standing start. Down below the 1 minute marker once again is Reggie Peters, who has the fastest time though. 82 and 85 going side by side there into the first corner. That's Arthur Rhodes through on Buster Scott to take 9th place away. Arthur Rhodes, another driver who's got some great pace here in the IAME M1 karts, finding his way through the pack nicely. Already up plenty of positions. We continue on down towards the stewardesses here for the first time, and to be fair, Presley Knight has led the charge here towards the 2 leaders, and Presley Knight almost onto the back of Logan Edwards. Logan Edwards closed up really nicely there on the exit of the stewardesses though, to bring the fight back on to Arthur Bowers. What do you think about it here into the final corner? He's very close there, but thinks better of it this time. Another driver from the RCE team is Logan Edwards. And one that Josh Mercer picked to me as one of the possible chaps to be taking race wins out there. Well, he's doing his best to try and do that at the moment. I say that though, closing in is Presley Knight there as they head down towards the first hairpin. No one going for any moves just yet though. New fastest lappers. Oh, in the wall goes the 87. That's a big off there for Etienne Gardner. Luckily, I think the nice soft tyre barrier there on the outside, cushioning the blow a little bit for the 87. But Etienne from 14th place is going to be dropping down the order after that one. That is gutting for Etienne Gardner. He was in a right squabble as they headed onto that lap with Noah Brad, Pierce Gauntlet and Tommy Walton. To be fair, along with Shea Downey and Nicolas Ante, it was a huge battle pack, so clearly something going wrong as they head up through the top section of the circuit. The 16 of Presley Knight there, thinking about the movement to the inside. Logan Edwards covers that one off though. Presley Knight gets the fastest lap for a moment, but it swings the way of who else? It's Zane Sofuoglu with the new fastest lap of the race. Changing behind, Rhodes and Scott through on Riley. Here's a move down the inside though, change to second place. Oh, up and under goes multiple drivers. That was a bit too late on the brakes there, I think, from Freddie Dye. Squeeze Logan Edwards right to the outside of the circuit. So it's Presley Knight to second place then, Freddie Dye to third, and Logan Edwards slipping back to fourth place. A bit wide on the exit there of Iredale's, but the two drivers in behind aren't able to make most of it. Diving to the inside, there goes the 54. What a move! Double overtake from Zane Sofuoglu. 2 places gained in one corner, and back into the top 5 goes the number 54. Relegates Reggie Peters and Jetson James Williams outside of the top 5 once again. So Sofuoglu converting that fastest lap on the last lap to a few positions. And now he's on to that rear bumper of Logan Edwards. Less than 2 minutes left to go in this IAME M1 heat number 2. These drivers still battling well as well, just outside, oh, they are just inside of the top 10, I should say, the 82 and the 85. Arthur Rhodes, Buster Scott, Hugh Riley, now the 3 in a train after sadly they lost Etienne Gardner from that battle on the last lap. Here is Sofuoglu trying to pile the pressure onto the 21 of Logan Edwards. Can't make it work that time. I think we're getting through a couple of back markers here now as well. Yeah, that's the 55 of Gabriel Chu. We saw Gabriel on the stream during the lunch break, the first driver to the Drivers' Parade. Got himself a little prize for that one. Just finding his feet there in the IAME M1 class. Great to see Gabriel putting pedal to the metal out there on circuit and pressing on well through this Rowrah circuit. The leading drivers carrying on though. Here's the move for fourth place. Sofuoglu's down the inside at Paddock Bend. Great move from Zane Sofuoglu. He's got less than a minute to catch these top 3 though, and he's just over 1.5 seconds behind. He really needs the 99, the 16 and 17 to start battling here if he has any opportunity to close into the top 3. And let's see what happens here over the last few laps of this race. Great to see so many people in the live chat cheering loads of different drivers on, but it has been a little bit difficult to get a word in edgeways on the live chat. There's so much Turkish, there's so many supporters for Zane Sofuoglu, and it's fantastic to have you here on the Alpha Live channel, getting involved, showing your support and enjoying the live stream here from the north of the UK. Now there's a bit of a wobble there through the top section of the circuit for Freddie Dye, so he's dropped ever so slightly off of the back of this pack. Timer, oh, it's going to be 1 second as they come across the line. They're going to get 2 more laps in this one. That is going to help Zane Sofuoglu, particularly given the fact that Freddie Dye fell down ever so slightly. There's a move to the inside. There is a move and almost a spin, and it's going to be a half spin for Arthur Bowers. He feels he was helped into that spin then by the 16 of Presley Knight. Just as I was going to say, we've got support in the chat for Arthur Bowers. He goes for a half spin out of the first hairpin. And Arthur Bowers, I think, dropped down to 4th place. So Presley Knight through into the lead, Freddie Dye into 2nd place, and Zane Sofuoglu into 3rd. A much more positive final for Sofuoglu here. He's got a few corners, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him to close in on Freddie Dye. Presley Knight battling well with Arthur Bowers in this one. I think Bowers is going to feel a bit frustrated with how that one ended on the last lap, but either way, Presley Knight's going to be the driver to come around the final corner and see the checkered flag first. Presley Knight wins the IAME M1 heat number 2 here at Rowrah. Well, I definitely think there's going to be some complaints about that one from a few parents out there beside the circuit. Either way, I'm just a commentator, I know nothing, and these are just the provisional results for you. So, as I say, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/SuperOne for all of the finalised results. What am I doing? I'm telling a complete lie. It's not, the race isn't even over, John. What are you doing? It's the final lap. Presley Knight has led us on to said final lap. Both of us got confused about that one. I think it was because they came across the line with 1 second to go as they're battling over second place. Almost a move for the lead there from SuperOne. Just bangs the side of Presley Knight's car. And that loses his momentum. Freddie Dye slips back through. Here comes Arthur Bowers as well then into the final sector. It looks like it will end as it did on the last lap. Apologies, confusion here in the commentary box. Round the final corner comes Presley Knight. This time he will see the checkered flag first. And Presley Knight wins the IAME M1 heat number 2. So lots of screams and cheers and clapping in the crowd for Presley Knight. Freddie Dye comes across the line in second place, and Zane SuperOne gets himself a top 3 in the M1s. Well done to the 54. Little race through from, again, a less than ideal start. He needs to make sure that he's more on it there on the race start for the final. We might get swallowed up by the pack yet again. Arthur Bowers having to settle for 4th place in that one. Like I say, he might not be too happy with that one, but he's looking solid as he goes into the final later on this afternoon. Logan Edwards rounds out the top 5 then, with Jensen James Williams in 6th place as the chat goes absolutely mental. It's just Turkish flags in the live chat. My goodness. Well, you've got some serious support out there on the black stuff, Zane. What an impressive young little racer. And again, thank you all so much for joining us here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. Let's run you through those final results then there from the IAME M1 heat number 2. We'll see Zane back out for 2 more times later on in the final, so make sure you guys stick around for that one. Presley Knight taking the win on the track. Freddie Dye and Zane SuperOne your top 3, with Arthur Bowers and Logan Edwards your top 5. Then Jensen James Williams, Reggie Peters, Buster Scott, Arthur Rhodes and Hugh Riley. Then Sebastian Talbot, Teddy Smith, Pierce Gauntlet and Shay Downey were your top 14 in that one. Behind them were Nicholas Anser, Tommy Walton, Noah Brad, then Oakley Rudman, Harley Bev, Archie Ashworth, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Etienne Gardner, RJ Harrison and Gabriel Chu. Right then, all 24 making the checker flag as well, and as I always say in the Bambinas, that's what we want to see. These drivers are getting used to racing on the black stuff, racing in anger, and being out there on track with each other. So lovely to see them all making it to the checker flag. And of course, we want to see this across all the classes, but particularly the Bambinos. We want all of them going home with a big smile on their face. Well, I've got a big smile on my face. We've got plenty of racing yet to come this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Out next, it's going to be heat number 2 for our Intermax and our Honda Cadet R200s. Here we are then as the flags fly here in Cumbria. We get ready for Heat 2 with Intermax and Honda Cadet R200 heading out on to the black stuff. And once again, on pole position, it's going to be Mr. Logan Rolfe, your O-Plate winner, your winner in round 1 yesterday in the final, and also took the win in Heat 1 earlier on today. Can he be stopped out there? Well, there's a few drivers that are going to try. Oscar Roach being the leader, one of those there on the front row alongside Logan. Then it's Lucas Esser and Jensen Sale on row 2. We saw Sale out of the race on lap 1 in Heat 1. He'll be hoping for a lot less of that here in Heat 2. JJ Lowe and Jackson Hilton are the ones behind on row number 3. Then row 4 will see Logan Stanley Jones and Charlie Gregg. Charlie Gregg flying the flag of the Isle of Man. Then Kian Sullivan and Annika Hurd rounding out the top 10. Behind them are Layla Bell and Jay Birmingham. Then row 7 will see Toby Wortley and Louis Barker. Then Charlie Hobbs, Ida Parsons, Alexander Adams and Florence Walkington. And rounding up the top 20 are Elsie Gannon and Rhea Woodley. Then it's Daniel Hulse and Dylan Patrick. And then Adam Causer on his own there on row number 11. Row number 12 actually, sorry, getting that correct. Adam Causer all on his own there. The only Honda R200 runner, sadly, here this weekend. And if you're a Honda R200 runner in the UK, get yourself down for the next round at GYG. Get involved. We want to see more races joining the grid, because more races means more battling and for me to shout about. Actually, maybe I should take that back. It's already been too exciting. My voice can't cope. Let's carry on, then. A few more heats left to go, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into those slightly longer and all-important finals. We've got 4 more heats left to come, then. And Logan Rolfe, like I say, fastest lap in heat number 1, only by 4 thousandths of a second ahead of Oscar Roach. But the top 3 stayed as they were from the grid. Rolfe ahead of Roach, ahead of Esser. Will it be the same in this one? Well, you've not got too long to find out, ladies and gentlemen. They're heading around the final corner now in 2x2 formation. Let's get this one going then. Rolfe on the inside, Roach on the outside. Rolfe has really gone there on the start. It's going to be a false start. I thought as much there. Far too good of a start there for the O-Plate, and they'll be heading on round again. The 23 drivers got another lap to get themselves dialed in and ready for this race. Get a bit more heat in those tyres, which to be fair today, not really necessary. It's so lovely and warm. There's a nice little air temperature, but the track temperature is going to be a lot hotter than what the drivers have experienced through probably the last, I was going to say 6 months, probably more like 8 or 10 months here in the UK, not what UK weather is like. But for once, we're basking in sunshine. Look at those hillsides. Just what an absolutely stunning venue this is. I can't get over it. I do love coming up to Rowrah. It is worth the extremely long drive up to this circuit. But what a place it is. Right then, Logan Rolfe continues to lead us round. And hopefully we'll go for a start. Second time of asking. Right then, getting ready to go, being told to keep it nice and slow and relaxed as Logan Rolfe and Oscar Roach. Logan being the pole-sitting driver, he is the one that controls the pace of the rest of the field. They're all trying to guess when it's all going to go. But Logan's just got to make sure he stays within the rules, keeps it nice and cool, calm and collected as they head round the final corner. Then 2x2 is, oh no, one driver's engine's died on the run to the line. That's the 71. 71 of Toby Wortley might be out of this race before it's even underway, but it is now underway then. Up to the first couple of corners, inside line, not quite been stolen there by Oscar Roach. And once again, Logan Rolfe holds on to it there as they head up into the second sector. Oh, that was a big move to the inside. I don't think that was a choice there for the 45 of Jackson Hilton. Either way, he made it work. I think just lost himself a bit under the braking there. Managed to get it to the inside and got the move. So fair play, move made then. Sadly, it is race over for the 71. Pulled off of the circuit, up and out of the car. He's absolutely fine, but clearly engine's died there in the slow-moving traffic. And race over already for the 71. Here come the leaders down towards the final sector through St John's and into Sunny Bend. Yellow flag goes in as the kart is moved out of the way, and the drivers can race up into the final corner. Jensen Sale, of course, we lost him, like I mentioned, on the first lap of the race earlier on. Well, he's pressing on well. Up into third place already, past Lucas Esser on the number 45. Sorry, number 55, my apologies. We're missing someone off the live timing. The 45 of Jackson Hilton is having an issue with his transponder. So Jackson Hilton is there in fourth place. Lucas Esser is in fifth, backwards. As there's a move down the inside for the 45. Just as we speak about Jackson Hilton, usually I speak about someone and they get a commentary curse and something goes wrong, but that's actually gone quite well there for Jackson Hilton. Makes the move. Up into third place he goes on Jensen Sale. Logan Rolfe was saying in our interview yesterday after he won round number 1 that he thinks Jensen Sale will be one of his biggest challenges into this racing today here at round 2. But like I mentioned, we lost Jensen on the first lap. Went into the barriers down at Iredale's. This race going considerably better though as he looks to retake third place down the inside, repays the favour. Trying to follow him through is Lucas Esser, and he will follow him through. So 2 places lost this time around for Jackson Hilton. On that last lap he made that move and got the fastest lap. Fair play to Jackson Hilton. Sadly, lap number 3 not quite gone as well. Down 2 places into 5th then. As Logan Rolfe and Oscar Roach look to try and extend a bit of a gap here at the sharp end of the order. I mean, I say extend the gap. Oscar Roach is right on the rear bumper here of Logan Rolfe. Will we see a change for the lead of the race for the first time today in Intermax? On to lap 4 they go then, and yeah, my suspicions were correct. New fastest lap for Oscar Roach, a 48.902. 2/10 quicker than Logan Rolfe on that last lap. And it does look as though Jensen Sale and Lucas Esser are now closing in on the top 2 as well. This could provide us some excitement here in Rotax. Only if Lucas Esser doesn't try and make a pass on Jensen Sale, which he nearly did there down at Iredale's. Moving behind for 5th place though. I think this is going to be Jackson Hilton continuing to be shuffled back here as JJ Lowe tries to go for a move. JJ Lowe does go for a move. JJ Lowe is into 5th place. Still as they were then at the front, breaking off into 3 packs of 2, and the rest of the drivers kind of following in behind them. We've got a contact warning on that last lap for Kean Sullivan. He's battling in with Charlie Gregg, Annika Hurd, Layla Bell, Logan Stanley Jones. I mean, they're all in a bit of train here. They're still all very, very close. 5 seconds separating the top 13 still in this race. To head through Iredale's for yet another time here in Inter Rotax. Sadly, Adam Causa on his Honda Cadet R200 not quite in with the pace of these Inter Rotax drivers, getting dropped off to the back slightly. So a bit of a test session here for Adam Causa, sadly for him. Getting time in the seat though in racing conditions, which is always positive for driver development, if nothing else. Fair play to Adam for continuing to put in some great lap times and enjoying himself out there on this Rowrah circuit. Through onto lap 6 we go then. It's a new fastest lap for Logan Rolfe. A 10th clear, nearly a 10th and a half clear on that last lap for Logan ahead of Oscar. And they continue to extend a bit of a gap now. 1 second between Rolfe in first and Sale in third. There's pressure being piled on. I don't know where the pace has gone for Jackson Hilton in this one. He's under pressure here down into the stewardesses, and again, this time it's Logan Stanley Jones trying to find a way through. They just cut away as they head through that section of the circuit. We'll see at the end of the lap whether Logan was able to make that move stick. It looks like Jackson Hilton is just slipping back down the order after some great early movements up the order. It looks like he has Logan Stanley Jones through to 6th place then. As they come across the line, that's confirmed on the live timing. Trying to fight back there up into the chicane there was Jackson Hilton. He might think about it here down into the first hairpin. He's going to go for it down the inside. Jackson Hilton trying to stop this negative momentum here in heat number 2. But it's not going to happen. On the exit, back round the outside goes to the 73 of Logan Stanley Jones. Retakes the place. I think that exit off of hairpin 2 will be just enough to hold on. Side by side between the 2 and behind them though. That's the 26 making their way through. Kian Sullivan through on Charlie Gregg for 8th place there down into the stewardesses. Good move. Seems to have been relatively comfortable at the front end of the order once again for Logan Rolfe as we cut back to him and Oscar Roach. That gap has closed once again. But Logan not putting a foot wrong at the front end of the order. Oscar Roach is sat there waiting in the wings, hoping for something to happen. But Logan not giving him the opportunity here as we head towards the final minute of this race. Through Iredale's they go once again. Sale and Esser still battling over 4th place. 24 is that, sorry, no, the 28 that is of JJ Lowe already clearing off in this 4-way squabble then. Still headed up by Logan Stanley Jones, Jackson Hilton, Kian Sullivan, Charlie Gregg, all in that squabble from 6th place downwards. JJ Lowe had created a bit of a gap. Seems to maybe have closed over the last lap then. 30 seconds on the clock. They'll be starting the penultimate lap of this second heat of the day for Intermax and Honda Cadet R200. Hop, skip and a jump over the exit curb there for a few of the drivers. Up and under there tries the 35. Daniel Hulse gets the position ahead of Elsie Gannon then. That was a change to 17th place that we just saw at the final corner. It's Alexander Adams who's in that train of 3 then as they start a new lap of this race. There is the 45, still just ahead of Kian Sullivan. Logan Stanley Jones and JJ Lowe, they have pretty much chased back down JJ Lowe. He tried to break away with a bit of a gap, but it's not quite worked for JJ at the moment. On to the final lap we go then. Logan Rolfe leads us onto it. Logan Rolfe sets yet another fastest lap of this race. All of the top 3 setting personal best on that last lap, and all of the top 4 within about 0.04 of a second on that last lap alone. Impressive, impressive stuff. No one seems to be able to beat Logan Rolfe though, out at the sharp end of the order. Your O-Plate winner from 1 week ago here at Rowrah in the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. He's checking over the shoulder. I don't think he needs to be under too much pressure here. Head through St John's and into Sunny Bend. It looks to be another heat win for Logan Rolfe. Round the final corner he comes then, and he will be the driver who sees the checkered flag first. Logan Rolfe continues a perfect few events and a perfect day here at round number 2. Side by side across the line. What a great battle to the line that was between Jackson Hilton and Kian Sullivan. Hilton Comes across the line, 3 thousandths of a second ahead of Kean Sullivan and holds on to 7th place. As like I say, doesn't seem like anyone. They're all able to sort of match Logan Rolfe, but Logan has done a great job, not cracked under the pressure. As again, another great battle to the line. That time, that was between Elsie Gannon and Alexander Adams for 18th place. Elsie just about hanging on there across the line. Well, checkered flag is out then in our Intermax and Honda Cadet R200 heat. Let's have a look at the full results on that one. Logan Rolfe wins the race ahead of Oscar Roach and Jensen Sale. Sale making up for his poor heat number 1. Ended it in the barrier. This time he's on the top 3. Lucas Esser and JJ Lowe in the top 5, with Logan Stanley Jones, then Jackson Hilton, Kean Sullivan, Charlie Gregg and Annika Hurd, your top 10. They were followed by Jay Birmingham, Louis Barker, Toby Watley and Florence Walkington. Behind Rosila Parsons, Rio Wardley, then Daniel Hulse, Elsie Gannon, Alexander Adams, Dylan Patrick, and your sole R200 driver Adam Corser there in 21st place. Well, there you go then. That is it for our Intermaxes and Honda Cadet R200s. You won't see them until we see them for the final later on. Great to see so many spectators out there at the side of the circuit, soaking in the sun and soaking in the racing action. We've got more to come, ladies and gentlemen. Out next is Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. Here we are then, as the drivers from previous races or future races get themselves ready to go. We're getting ready to go for heat number 2 for Junior Rotax. And like we've had for all of these heat number 2s, the grids go back to what they were for heat number 1. So despite a slightly disappointing first race, I don't think you'll mind me saying, for Milo Manderson, he gets another shot at it here from pole position. Leon Barlow lines up alongside him with Teddy Cooper and Oliver Smith on row number 2. Then Rory Hinkley and Drew Preisner on row 3. Some great moves from Drew in heat 1. Let's see if we can do it again here in heat 2. Amy Peacock and Charlie Benson on row 4, with Jensen Powers and Joseph Murphy rounding up the top 10. They'll be followed by Isaac Parkinson and Lewis Holt. Row 7 as Alex McCullough and Cassidy Southall. Then it's Travis Dolby, Alfie Clark, Aidan Young and Elijah Hartley. Lucas Steele and Neve Allen round up the top 20 with Adam Eudatis, Mia Caruso, Shay Hilton, Archie Doherty, Kian Hundle and Maximilian Braskov. Don't think we saw Braskov make it out on the track, sadly, for Heat 1, so potentially he's not here today for today's racing, which is sad to see, but we should see at least 25 drivers heading out onto the black stuff and putting the pedal to the metal. As I say that, I can hear them exiting the dummy grid, and they come flying past my commentary box window, heading on for their warm-up lap. Won't get too long to try and get some heat in those tyres and get themselves ready for the race. They'll then settle into 2x2 formation. And we'll see how the race gets on then for their second heat of the day. So Leon Barlow took the win in heat number 1. I've got to say, there's quite a few penalties out there, sadly. Rory Hinkley getting 10 positions of penalties, one for front fairing. Okay, so I was wrong. Apologies. I said at the start of the stream it's 5 seconds. Apologies. It's 5 position penalty for a front fairing penalty. That's when your nose cone drops down during the race. So he got one for that and for gaining an unfair advantage. Amy Peacock got gaining an unfair advantage, plus 5 positions. Kian Hundle, incorrectly positioned front fairing. Teddy Cooper gaining an unfair advantage. Adam Eudatis, incorrectly positioned front fairing. So a few in that one. Didn't shape up the top 3 though. Barlow took the win. Oliver Smith in 2nd. Drew Preisner in 3rd. Benson in 4th. And Milo Manderson in 5th. Manderson from pole to 5th. You won't be too happy with that one, like I say. He'll be looking to turn it around here in heat number 2. We know he's a very quick and experienced driver here in a Junior Rotax car. Let's see how he does in this one then from the sharp end of the order. They head round the final corner in formation. They look for the lights. The lights go green. We're under end racing here in heat 2 of Junior Rotax, side by side up the hill. Who's going to be out in front? Milo Manderson loses out onto the barrier, nearly on the inside, hopping and skipping over the stones on the inside. Goes one of the drivers. It was potentially either Oliver Smith or Teddy Cooper. I'll double check that for you to get to the end of lap number 1. Either way, it was definitely from the sharp end of the grid. And look at that, the top 5 already creating a lovely gap between themselves and the rest of the paddle as they continue to squabble. Certainly one of the Kiddix drivers that was involved in that. There's the 76 of Teddy Cooper. So it was the O-plate of Oliver Smith who slipped down into this secondary battle pack because he got shuffled wide there up at the chicane. Well, we carry on through then. Milo Manderson has lost his lead there at the first corner to the 21 of Leon Barlow. So Barlow looking to make it 2 from 2 here at round number 2. Barlow leads us on to lap number 2. How many times can I say 2 in one sentence? I don't know. Anyway, I'll give it a good go there. Through down into the first hairpin they go. Still Barlow in the lead. There's a move down the inside, though, in the background. Who's that making a move there? 25, I thought it was. Charlie Benson through on Rory Hinckley. Change for 5th place then. Benson moves his way up into the top 5. So we've got 6 line astern for the lead of the race. Barlow, Manderson, Cooper, Preisner, Benson, Hinckley. Those are your top 6. He seems to be IAME Peacock, who leads that secondary train. I think she might have actually even broken away from it now. Let's wait and see if that definitely is her as they head to another lap. I think it is IAME Peacock. Round the final corner they go then. Apologies to Amy Peacock if I've been pronouncing that wrong all day. Apologies, Amy. The only lady I know who spells it A-M-I calls herself Amy, so I just assumed. My apologies, Amy. Amy Peacock there on the number 17 there in 7th place. Doing a great job breaking away from that secondary battle pack by over a second now. Let's see if she can put pedal to the metal and try and chase down this top 6. As they remain as they were. Charlie Benson, though, the driver, almost at the back of it. They just started to drop Rory Hinckley from this one. Charlie Benson's got the fastest lap, a 47.1. Still over 4.5 minutes in this one. Liam Barlow dealing with the pressure very nicely. Move for 4th place, so down the inside. It's going to be the Carlos Sainz kart losing out on that one. Preisner dropping down to 5th place. And Benson, who had the fastest lap, moves his way up into 4th. That fastest lap is now stolen away, though, by Teddy Cooper. An information I didn't know, but I heard it on the walk at lunchtime. It's Teddy Cooper's birthday, so happy birthday to Teddy Cooper. Unlike Tommy Lovejoy, I'm afraid I don't know how old you are, Teddy, but happy birthday nonetheless, as Teddy presses on towards these 2 leaders. He's going to go for the move here. Happy birthday, Teddy Cooper. Up into 2nd place he goes. Really late on the brakes there. He saw both himself and Manderson fully sideways there, battling over the position. I was a little bit scared for Leon Barlow there, but he wasn't. He turned in no problem at all and held on to the lead of the race there. I thought we could see the birthday boy careening into the side pod, but nope, all is fine. Continuing to battle over 5th place, that is. That's Rory Hinckley now getting through on Drew Preisner. Drew, we saw sending some amazing moves in heat number 1, but just slipping back here in heat 2 to the back of this train. Move the lead. Through goes Teddy Cooper there, down at McRae's. I think they've chopped and chased it behind as well. Yeah, Manderson's down to 4th place then, so Benson's through to 3rd. Barlow drops to 2nd, and Teddy Cooper up to the sharp end of the order. So Leon Barlow, like I said, trying to do the double here. Heat number 1, he's looking to win heat number 2. Now finds himself sat in the wheel tracks of Teddy Cooper. And through they'll come round the final corner yet again to start lap number 6 of this race. It's Oliver Smith, though, the driver we saw get shuffled out wide on the first lap, who's got the fastest lap of the race now. 46.5 for Oliver as he tries to press his way back through the field. He's currently hounding the back of Joseph Murphy's kart for P8 at the moment. I'll keep an eye on that on the live timing. We want to keep our eyes fully locked on to this leading battle. With 2.5 minutes left to go here in heat number 2 for our junior Rotax drivers. There is the O-plate of Oliver Smith, trying to find a way through. That one didn't quite work out as well as you'd hope there, Oliver. Into the back of Joseph Murphy. Doesn't work out for him. They've got to carry on again. Here's the move for 2nd place, though. Through goes Charlie Benson. Late on the brakes into Paddock Bend. And Leon Barlow, only a few moments ago, was leading this race. Now finds himself down in 3rd place and potentially under a bit of pressure here from Milo Manderson. Through they go into McRae's yet again. Manderson unable to do it this time. He's in a difficult spot, though, because he's under pressure from Rory Hinckley in behind him as well. It's always such a challenge when you're in the middle of a squabble. You've got to have your brain on 200%. You're focusing fully ahead and fully behind at the same time. But often, as they say, the best form of defence is attack. If you can get through on the rest of the drivers, you've only got to worry about a few less that are behind you. 1 minute and 40 on the clock then. Teddy Cooper, after taking the lead, has done a nice job there. Was helped out by Leon Barlow getting overtaken by Charlie Benson. Gave Teddy an ever so slight bit of breathing room, but really absolutely nothing there, as you can see as they head up through the chicane. And as they were then, these top 3, still only about, a second between the top 5 at the moment, all in a train here as they head on down Drew Preisler right in the scope as well. Defending. Now that's big for this battle. Teddy Cooper defends as they head through the Stuart S's. That's going to help to close it all up for all the drivers in behind. And look at Amy Peacock. 46.2. New fastest lap of the race for the last lap. Amy's closing into this battle as well. Round the final corner they come then. Teddy Cooper has held onto it. And will start, I think, the penultimate lap of this race. Second to last lap of this one then. Was that a bit slidey? It was very slidey for Charlie Benson. He's going to be under pressure here. Leon Barlow goes down the inside into McRae's. Chains for second place. And this is exactly what Teddy Cooper needed in this one. Leon's got himself a contact warning. As there goes Amy Peacock trying it down the inside there at Iredale's. It's not going to be a good enough exit though, I don't think, to hold that inside line down to Stuart S's. Nope, gets chopped back across. Drew Preisler holds onto it. Less than 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes, I keep saying that. Less than 10 seconds left to go in this race. Still, as they were, but not much time for things to change then. Barlow's back to second place, we mentioned. Manderson's now following him through. Is that a broken rear bumper for fourth place driver? I think he's looking over his shoulder. Charlie Benson might know he's got a broken rear bumper here. Let's have a look. Yeah, as they head through, it's a little bit loose, but I don't think it's quite broken just yet. He's looking behind him. He's under pressure. They're under pressure as well, though. The driver in behind. Price heads on through. There's Amy Peacock trying to get it done around the outside as well. Rory Hinckley tries to hold on. He does fend off Amy as they head through into Iredale. So Amy's got a great exit. They make a bit of contact on the exit. Amy will still be on the outside here as they head down to the Stuart S's and won't be able to find a way through. But Teddy Cooper, what a great bit of defensive action when it was needed most. Teddy Cooper's going to lead us through into sector number 3 then. He's got a lovely bit of breathing room as they head through into the final corner for the Kiddix team. On his Kart Republic chassis, Teddy Cooper's going to come through, see the checker flag first and win heat number 2 here in Junior Rotax. What a great battle amongst our top 7 at the end there. Brilliant stuff. And Oliver Smith battling back through to only be about 3 or 4 seconds off of the lead there. So well done to Oliver after a tricky first lap. They're still battling though in the lower ends of the field. Battling all the way to the line there. That was Archie Doherty, Lucas Steele, Shay Hilton, Alfie Clark, Neve Allen, Elijah Hartley, Kian Hundle and Mia Caruso. A huge battle pack there from 18th place downwards. Great to see. No matter where you are in amongst the field, no matter where you are in terms of your pace, you're always going to have a great battle here in the SuperOne Series. So here are your provisional results then from Heat 2 of Junior Rotax. Teddy Cooper ahead of Leon Barlow and Milo Manderson. A better one there from pole for Milo. Then Charlie Benson and Drew Preisler in your top 5. Rory Hinckley and Amy Peacock. Then Oliver Smith, Joseph Murphy and Jensen Powers, top 10. Then it's Lewis Holt, Cassidy Southall, Isaac Parkinson and Alex McCullough. Then Aidan Young, Travis Dolby, Adam Eudatis, Archie Doherty, Lucas Steele, Shay Hilton, Alfie Clark, Neve Allen, Elijah Hartley, Kian Hundle and Mia Caruso. 25 drivers all making it to the checkered flag again there in Junior Rotax. That is absolutely lovely to see. Well, like we say, their heats all done and dusted, and for juniors we've only got 2 more heats, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to those all-important finals. Up next, it's Heat 2 for Koma C50. Off we go then for the second heat for Koma C50. You see the parents and guardians and helpers all heading down towards the grid now to make sure all the drivers get ready to go. Of course, another standing start here for the Koma C50s. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Hendrik Verlat, what a win it was for him in the first heat of the day, winning by over 4 seconds. Let's see if we can lead from the front again in this one. Freddie Pennell alongside him on the front row with Santo Amico, Cole Parrish, Denson O'Connor and Lenny Barton there. Your top 6 behind them, Calvin Simon, Tommy Lovejoy, the birthday boy there on row 4. Then it's AJ Halil, Max St. Hilaire, Hayden Bailey, then Briella Stevens, followed by Isaac Young, Ezra Robinson Matthews, Dalton Dyke Whitfield and Ayrton Edwards Jones. 16 drivers on the grid then for this one in heat number 2. All the drivers, sorry, not all the drivers, they shouldn't be clearing the grid. All the parents and guardians clearing the grid. 7 minutes on the clock then, the lights are going to go out, and they do go out. We're underway in racing, not the best start from Freddie Pennell. Cole Parrish and the 19 of Sanko Amico going to go round each side of him and take the places. Who's that that's had a great job? That's Jensen O'Connor, scything through into 3rd place already. I think that is Jensen O'Connor. It is, pressing on through. What a brilliant start from that young racer. He's still looking for places there as they head up the hill. Change for the lead. Is that Santo Amico into the lead of this race? Yes, it is. What an unbelievable start from the number 19. Hendricks on that, not quite having the well, I'm going to say easy. It wasn't easy. It's never easy out there on the black stuff, but he had an amazing race in Heat 1. Never saw anything but first place. This time, a little bit more challenging for him as he drops down to second through the first couple of corners. Santo Amico leads us down then to the stewardesses for the first time. Great racing there from him. What a move there down into the stewardesses. That's Hendricks Verlaat continuing to fall back at the start of this one on the number 10. Who has snuck through then into second place? It's Freddie Pennell who's through into third. Big bit of a wobble there for Santo Amico as he goes a little bit wide. He still leads us up through to the final corner though, move for second place. It's the 26 on the outside there of Jenson O'Connor. He gets shuffled down to third place then as through goes Kalman Simon. What a first lap for Kalman Simon. Through he goes. Is that a change to the lead? Yes, it is. Kalman Simon on lap 2 is in the lead of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Kalman Simon started in 7th place on the grid, and he's in the lead on lap 2. Unbelievable from the young racing driver. But he's certainly not out the woods yet there. He's at the front of the field, but he's got a number of very experienced drivers waiting in the wings. Santo Amico, Jenson O'Connor, Hendricks Verlaat, all still there in and amongst it. But it's Jenson O'Connor, the driver who's piling the pressure on. Hendricks Verlaat's back up to third place then. So Santo Amico, the one that lost out at the end of that last lap, dropping down into either 4th or 5th place, I think, maybe even 6th place now for Santo Amico. I think it is 6th place as they head there through St John's. And through into the final corner then. So it's now Cole Parrish who's right on the back of Hendricks Verlaat. But they both follow through on Santo Amico then. Lenny Barton, I believe it is, who's in 5th place. Yes, it is, confirmed on your live timing on the left-hand side of the screen. Santo Amico then in 6th place, the birthday boy of Tommy Lovejoy. They're in 7th place at the moment. I mean, he's turned 7 today. He's the number 77, and he's in 7th place. Could it get any more perfect for Tommy Lovejoy out on the black stuff? Well, he'll want a few more positions, to be fair. He won't be happy with 7th. Oh, a little half spin down there for the number 84. That's Isaac Young going for a bit of a half spin there down at McRae's. He held that one well, though, and he's going to rejoin the pack. Just a little bit of time lost for Isaac. Battle for the lead continues, though. Jenson O'Connor pushing Kalman Simon down towards the stewardesses for the 3rd time in this race. As trying to close back up then are Hendricks Verlaat and Cole Parrish. They seem to be working together very well out there, and they've already almost closed the gap. Never count Hendricks Verlaat out in this race. What a quick young driver he is. Santo Amico pressing on the rear bumper of Lenny Barton as he tries to find a way back through, briefly leading this race earlier on. And then Santo just slipping down a few places on the last couple of laps. Top 4 now line astern then as they head towards McRae's. Still headed up by Kalman Simon, ahead of Jenson O'Connor, Hendricks Verlaat and Cole Parrish. Then we've got a little bit of a gap back to Lenny Barton, Santo Amico and Tommy Lovejoy. Amico thinking about that inside line down into Iredales. Thinks better of it this time though. He's got a nice exit out of Iredales though as they head down towards the stewardesses. He's got a great exit. He pulls alongside. Will Tommy Lovejoy try and follow him through? Nope, sticks in behind for now though, but position gained for the 19 of Santo Amico. He fires his way back into the top 5 then. Relegates Lenny Barton to 6th place. The leaders still as they were then. The 12, the 26, the 10 and the 74. Your drivers leading us through here with 2.5 minutes left to go in the Koma C50 heat number 2. Side by side on corner exit. That is Tommy Lovejoy trying to pile the pressure on to Lenny Barton. As it's changed to 2nd place. Verlaat is through to 2nd place. This is Cole Parrish trying to hold on to 3rd place. I think Jenson O'Connor... Oh, sorry, Cole Parrish getting through into 3rd place, I should say. Sorry, Jenson O'Connor been overtaken just out of the chicane. And look at how that's brought Santo Amico, Lenny Barton and Tommy Lovejoy back into this scrap as well. So 7 drivers now nearly line astern. Less than 2.5 seconds between all 7 of them as they headed on to lap number 5. So who's going to be leading us to get to the end of it then? Right, Hendricks Verlaat back in the driving seat in this race. trying to get himself back up into the lead. Of course, your winner in heat number 1, like I mentioned earlier. These top 2 were as they were, but the other way around, it was Verlat who won race number 1. Kalman Simon in 2nd place in race number 1. Simon was up 5 places in race 1, but he got 6 on, I think, the first 2 laps in this race. It was unbelievable from Kalman Simon. Clearly qualifying just not quite going his way, but he's certainly made up for it in the races here. The Hendricks Verlat. These two lock horns yet again. They know each other very well across plenty of circuits in the UK. As an attempt at an up and under there for the 26 of Jenson O'Connor. Trying to find a way through on Santo Amico, as actually Amico has just made that move earlier on. Jenson O'Connor back down the inside though. And I think he retakes 4th place away then as they head through the Stewart S's. Look how much Cole Parrish has closed back up. That's only happened in the last couple of corners. Cole Parrish has made this a 3-way squabble then for the lead with 30 seconds to go. We're going to go on to the penultimate lap of this race here in the Koma C50 second heat of today's action. What are we looking up on top of the hill? They're going to go side by side. They are going to go side by side. Great move from Hendricks Verlat. Before they even get to corner apex, Verlat sneaks on by. New fastest lap though for Cole Parrish. Can he get involved in this leading squabble now between the top 3? All these drivers absolutely oozing talent here in the Koma C50s. But who's going to finish at the front? Sadly, we've had a mechanical flag come out for the 86 of Hayden Bailey. So he won't be making it to the checkered flag in this one, sadly, for Hayden. Batman down the inside, move made. There goes Kalman Simon back through. Chopping and changing between these two. I think Parrish is waiting in the wings, just being like, all right, you guys just get involved with each other. I'll just wait for you both to mess up and I'll side on through. Thank you very much. But he's only got a few more opportunities for that to happen. Round the last sector they come then. They'll be starting the last 1,030 metres of racing action here for the heats in Koma C50s. Under the gantry they come. Big defensive movement from Kalman Simon. Will that hurt him? I thought that might take a bit too much speed off, but no, he's held on up through the first couple of corners. Holds that inside line down into McRae's. Round the outside, tries Hendricks Verlat, but it's not going to work. Up and under goes Cole Parrish. Doesn't quite get alongside on the exit though. They're still as they were. Again, big defence from Kalman Simon. Chops back across that wider line though, the more preferred line there down into the hairpin, and does a great job of it. Again, big defensive move down towards the Stewart S's. Round the outside, tries Hendricks Verlat. He's getting pushed. He's going to do it. Round the outside goes Hendricks Verlat. What an unbelievable move from this young racer. On the last lap, he moves his way back into the lead of this race. Unbelievable defensive moves from Kalman Simon, but that little push from Cole Parrish just helped for Verlat to hang it round the outside at the S's. Only one corner left to go, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be a big defence, but not enough. Down the inside goes the 12 of Kalman Simon. It's going to be a run to the line. Kalman Simon's going to hold on, and that bit of pace lost by Hendricks Verlat will mean Cole Parrish will sneak on by as well. What a finish there in Heat 2. Unbelievable racing from those young drivers. But Kalman Simon, what a move into the final corner. That was a thing of champions, and Kalman Simon steals the win at the line, and Cole Parrish manages to get through as well. Well, that could really shuffle things up for the grid for the final later on today. What a battle at the sharp end of the order. We had a number of drivers involved in that for a little while. Then Simon, Parrish and Verlat scampered off with that one and gave us a proper photo finish. Less than 0.2 of a second between them as they crossed the line. Brilliant stuff in the Koma C50s. The last of the drivers then coming across the line to finish that race. Let's have a look at the provisional final results then for the Koma C50 Heat 2. Kalman Simon winning that one in very excitable fashion. Cole Parrish and Hendricks Verlat your top 3. Santo Amico doing a good job to get back through to P4 after a brilliant start in that race. Jenson O'Connor your top 5. Then Lenny Barton, Tommy Lovejoy, Max St. Hilaire, Freddie Pennell and Isaac Young. Then it was Edsel Robinson Matthews, AJ Halil, Ayrton Edwards-Jones, Dalton Dyke Whitfield, Hayden Bailey and Briella Stevens. Hayden Bailey, I mean, got 2 mechanical flags in that one, but I don't think he saw them, so he did make it to the checkered flag in that one. Hayden Bailey shouldn't have, but either way, We've got one more heat left to go, ladies and gentlemen. There they are, getting ready to go. It's the Micro Maxes and the Mighties Cadets. Right then, one more heat left to go here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Here is your grid for Micromax and Mighty Cadet Heat 2. Evan Mellor and Theo Jepson on the front row of the grid, with Freddie Blackshaw and Noah Wicklow on row 2. And Benjamin Slavar and Toby Cannon there on row number 3. Row 4 has Ray Owen and Will Hatton. Then it's Henry Perrin and Lanny Adurni on top 10. Isaac Garth and Alex Holt are on there on the 6th row. Then Charlie Cale and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage, the last row of your Micromax grid. Then we move on to William Cromby and Harry Stinson on the front row of the Mighty Cadets. He'll be followed by Xavier Ramsey and TJ Mackay. Then it's Heath Smith and Ethan Kuehl, Kane Langley and Jack Swong, Noah Maiber and Daniel Stangerine, followed by Logan Jackson, Will Beattie, Chase Wilmington, Freddie Turkington, Brandon Harley, Hadley Jarvis. I do think that's it. 30 drivers on the grid for this one then. Split between the two classes, 14 in the Micromaxes and 16 in the Mighty Cadets. Here we go then. Drivers getting ready to leave the dummy grid. Just a little bit more of a hold up in this one as we get some things sorted out on the black stuff. Oh, there's been a bit of a change here. Hold on a second. Yeah, in heat number 1, the results have definitely changed. Benjamin Slavar has got the win in race number 1. Will Hatton in 2nd place. Raith Owen in 3rd. Theo Jepson in 4th. Henry Perrin in 5th. Toby Cannon with some penalties in 6th place. Eleanor Shelby Parsonage in 7th. Then Freddie Blackshaw in 8th place. So we saw some great battling at the front of the order in the Micromaxes. But clearly, some things being sorted after the checkered flag. This is why I say, if you want the final results, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. That will give you those finalised results. We can only give you the provisionals out here on the live stream. So what was it then? Who were we looking at? Toby Cannon, Freddie Blackshaw and Evan Mellor. The Toby Cannon getting +5 positions. Contravention of flag signal during the race. Evan Mellor +10 positions. Also contravention of flag signal during the race and gaining an unfair advantage. +5 position for Freddie Blackshaw. So that makes sense then why we've seen all of those 3 dropping down the order. They were in and amongst it at the top end of the field, scrapping over it right through the race. But a number of penalties drops them right down the order when all is said and done. I will say, no penalties at all in the Mighty Cadets, so that's lovely to see. Xavier Ramsey taking the win out on circuit. Fair play to Xavier, securing a win for the RCE team. And again, this is another grid, the Mighty Cadets with a load of RCE drivers in and amongst it. Can Xavier Ramsey do the double though and get 2 wins from both of the heats? Well, not long until we get to work that out, ladies and gentlemen. First up to the tram lines will be our Micro Maxes. Then a few moments later, it'll be those Mighty Cadets. Firstly, we hear the rumble of the Micro Maxes, and then it'll be the silence of the Mighty Cadets. Round the final corner they come then. Last heat of the day. Do we get it underway in racing? No, we don't. Chevron flag is out. Chevron flag is out on the gantry. The drivers will be going round again. Looking at the Mighty Cadet start, though, I haven't seen anyone seem to tell them that there's a chevron flag. I've seen lots of thumbs ups. I think the drivers will be thinking that they are going for the race start, but there is a chevron flag on the gantry, and they are told that they're going round again. So another lap to get some heat in those tyres and get themselves ready. It's so difficult, though, when you sort of build yourself up for that race start. The adrenaline begins to pump as you come around that final corner. You get yourself amped up, you get ready to go, and suddenly you've got to drop it all again. You go round again, get ready to go again. You've got to build yourself back up yet again, ready for that dump of adrenaline. And let's see who can do that the best then as they get ready to go for a second time. You can see there Theo Jepson on the outside of your screen just gesticulating furiously to Evan Mellor, telling him to slow down. You don't want to miss that. That is some serious gesticulation there from one of our marshals here at Rowrah. Making sure they all slow down. Evan Mellor's got to control that pace heading around the final corner. Of course, when lights go out, that's when you can go full throttle, and then it's only when you cross the end of the tram lines can you break formation and start racing. I think he might have gone a bit too early there again. Nope, this time it's called absolutely fine. Evan Mellor leads us on to the last heat of today's action. Theo Jepson has to chop in behind. They stay as they were as they head down towards McRae's then. We look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen at the start for the Mighty Cadets. Move for third place. Is that Noah Wicklow making his way through? He's certainly squabbling in, is the number 53. Here come the Mighty Cadets, though, across the line to start their race. As they come under the gantry, they kick it all off. William Crombie and Harry Stinson lead us up the hill. Side by side in the mid-pack, though, it's all getting a bit closer. Comfort. Good move for the number 12 there. That's Logan Jackson making his way through very, very nicely. Down towards McRae's they go. The 20 car down the inside, that is. Kane Langley trying to make some places as well. He's going side by side with Logan Jackson now. Switchback from the number 20 of Kane Langley. Great move from Kane as he shuffles Logan Jackson wide. And Logan's going to lose 3 places because of that one. After a really nice start there for Logan Jackson. Shuffled wide and shuffled back down the order. He now goes back down the inside of the 22 of Daniel Stangarin. The Hungarian driver just getting ever so slightly shuffled back. As to the end of lap number 1 go our Mighty Cadets then. Still William Crombie, I believe, at the sharp end of the order. Well, they'll come across the gantry, come under the gantry, I should say, now to end lap number 1. It is William Crombie in the lead of this race. Of course, this is the one where I have to not look at the live timing because we have the issue with the interference from the electric engines. But I'll do my best to continue to call this one through. It is the 15 who's at the sharp end of the order in this one. Well, that can't possibly be right. I don't have a number 15. Oh, that's William Crombie, right? I'm getting confused. I'm getting confused between the two classes already. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. There's a move down the inside for the 53, though. This is back to our Micro Maxes. Noah Wicklow making a move, but he's going to be on the outside here as they head up through the S's. How do they not make any contact there? Great racing room given between, who I believe, our teammates there. But down the inside, going to think about it, is the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw. So Wicklow is up into the top 4, is he? Yes, because the 17 of Evan Mellor has left them all in his dust. Evan Mellor with quite the sizable lead there at the front of the Micro Maxes. Now look at that. As they head down towards the Stewart S's, that's a good second or two there that Mellor has in the bank. Theo Jepson has slipped into 3rd place. I'm still trying to work out who it is that's managed to get past. Right, here we look back to the Mighty Cadets. William Crombie is in the lead of this race. Up and under attempt there from Xavier Ramsey. Going to go for it down the inside this time though. Xavier, will the door be closed? No. Given the racing room. Up and under goes Harry Stinson as well. Side by side, nearly in the barrier for Harry Stinson. Whoa, that was a heart in the mouth moment there for the number 78. Just enough room given by William Crombie. But either way, Xavier Ramsey up into the lead of this race then. Down to 2nd place goes William Crombie. And Harry Stinson into 3rd. Here's the battle over 2nd place in the micros though. Is that Theo Jepson trying to make the move? Still trying to hold the inside line. He might lose out around the outside though. Tries the number, that is the 16 of Theo Jepson. They've got almost identical helmets. Go on, let me off on that one. It's Freddie Blackshaw, I think, who's managed to get through on the number 28. No, it's not. It's Noah Wicklow on the 53. Wow, this is more difficult than I thought it was going to be without live timing. It's Noah Wicklow up to 3rd place then, and Wicklow piling on the pressure to the number 3 of Toby Cannon. So Cannon had a nice start as well in this race from 6th place up to 2nd, and now doing his absolute best to hold on. Through go the Mighty Cadets, chasing down a few of the rearward Micro Maxes then. There's the 53 of Wicklow now at the front of this train, so that's changed. Cannon just trying to hold on there to 3rd place. Toby Cannon does hold on to it side by side there. Up and a spin there in the Mighty Cadets, and an awful place to be facing the wrong direction. Hopefully the driver's able to get out of the way, and it looks like they have done as I look out of my comms box window. But facing the wrong direction there. That was up near the sharp end of the Mighty Cadets as well. We'll see how that's all changed everything when we look back to them. Micro Maxes though pressing on. Still Wicklow there in 2nd place. I have to keep reminding myself that Evan Mellor is still in a different postcode out in front. So Cannon still there in 3rd place under lots of pressure from a couple of drivers. I think Blackshaw's one of them. And Theo Jepson is the other, if I remember correctly. So there they are. 53 of Wicklow, the 3 of Cannon. Then there's Theo Jepson in 4th. Here's the Mighty Cadets pressing on by a couple of the Micro Maxes. So here we look back to the battle for the podium places here in heat number 2. Of course, no official podium, but you always want to be up there near the sharp end. Jepson still piling on the pressure here to Cannon, unable to find a way through though. And he's in a bit of a sandwich there as they head down through St John's. There is your leader, the 17 of Evan Mellor, continuing to pull away at the front of the order. So just like we've got some Mighty Cadets catching some of the rearward Micro Maxes, we've got some of the Micro Maxes catching some of the rearward Mighty Cadets. They're all shuffling up out there on circuit at the moment. Still 1.5 minutes left to go in this race. Through we follow a couple of drivers here into the final corner. There is the number 20. Battling for position, that's Kane Langley. Potentially being overtaken there. Is that the 76 who's heading on through? I think it's the 76 of Jax Wong. Flying the flag of Hong Kong as, oh dear, we've got a full course yellow out on circuit. Battenberg flag has come out then. I can see that on the comms box window. Thank you for that update from my producer. Of course, I've got no live timing, so I couldn't have seen that. But yeah, Battenberg flag is out on circuit. Not quite sure as to why, though. I can't see any reasoning from the commentary box anyway. But it looks as though we might have a car off down at the first hairpin. Of course, drivers going to Battenberg flags, going to Battenberg flag formation, I should say, staying in single file as they head on through, and that just slows everyone up. Basically, the leader has to act as a safety car, and this is far, far less than ideal for Evan Mellor. He created a lovely gap out there at the front of the order, as there we can see the driver being whisked away from their car. Hopefully, they're all okay down there at McRae's. We never want to see a driver off in the wall. But this will only really be an issue for Evan Mellor if we do go back to green flag racing here for one final lap. The timer has hit 0. So either way, when they come round this time, they'll be starting the final lap. The question is it going to be a final lap under Battenberg flag, or is it going to be a final lap under green flag conditions? We wait and see what the answer to that is as they head on round sector number 3. I'm waiting to see which flag will be picked up. Last lap board is coming out. Looks like the Battenberg flag is going to be going in, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going back to green flag racing here. Yes, we will. One final flying lap here in the last heat of the day. And this is it for Evan Mellor. Can he hold on to it? Heading up the hill. The 53's trying it down the inside. Evan Mellor holds on to it. Over the top of the crest they go. Huge battle for the lead is back on, ladies and gentlemen. And Evan Mellor is put in the most difficult position a kart racer can be in. I can see a few drivers up near the top end still going slowly like they're in Battenberg flag conditions. I hope they don't catch them before they go back to green flag conditions here for those two drivers. Anyway, let's wait and see what happens. Mellor heading on down to the stewardesses here. Move down the inside. Move down the inside for the 53. Great move through for Noah Wicklow. Wicklow to the sharp end of the order. There go the Mighty Bambinos to start their final lap of the race as well. But look at this battle for the micros. Through the final sector they come then. It's Noah Wicklow who's going to lead us in. It was an easy win for Evan Mellor, but the Battenberg flag has scuppered him and he's going to lose second place on the line as well. He's going to lose second on the line as well. Evan Mellor's going to feel really, really disheartened from that one, but that's what can happen in racing. A yellow flag across the whole circuit, going back to green flag racing conditions for one singular lap. And Evan Mellor drops from first to third. That is gutting for him. But well done to Noah Wicklow, who took the win there in the Micro Maxes. And again, with the lack of live timing, I'm not actually sure who's won the Mighty Cadets. We're watching the 22 come round the final corner. That's Daniel Stangarian. There's a move from the 27 on the 39. Great move at the final corner there for Noah Maiber. But either way, end of the race then for both our Micro Maxes and our Mighty Cadets. And that is the end of the heats here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Of course, without the live timing, we're going to struggle to show you any proper results there for the end of that race. All I know is Noah Wicklow took a great win there on the final lap there in the Micro Maxes. So well done to him. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, head over to results.com alphatiming.co.uk/Super1 for any of those finalised results once they're all said and done. Right then, heats are done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some finals coming your way. They'll be slightly longer in length, 9 minutes plus 1 lap. And we're going to kick it off with the final for our Mighties. Cue the Turkish flags in the chat. Zain Sofuoglu is on pole position here for the Mighty final. He's got 68 points throughout today's racing, and that lines him up on the front row here for this one. We get ready for the first final of today. Then, of course, all the drivers being involved in finals yesterday for round number 1. This is the first of them for round number 2. And my live chat is just trying to keep up with the amount of messages coming in. This is unbelievable support here in the live chat. But here we go then. Mighty final. Zain Sofuoglu lines up on pole position. Felix Tandy is alongside him on the front row of the grid. Arthur Bowers and Freddie Purnell are there on row number 2 with Nico Veslowski and Stanley Thurston on row number 3. Hayden Bailey and Frank Pearson are lining up on row 4 with Aidan Castleman, Max Tetlow and Jayanash Rairu. They're finalising the 11 karts on the grid. Here we go then. Drivers getting ready for this one, waiting down in the dummy grid. And of course, fantastic to see so much love in the chat for Zain Sofuoglu. But of course, let me know in the live chat who you are supporting and let me know any shout-outs you want me to give on the live stream. Sadly, I've not really brushed up on my Turkish too much. So if you want me to shout anything out, make sure you drop it in English because I'm afraid I'm pretty useless with my modern languages skills. Got a couple of shout-outs in the chat. Of course, go Zain, let's go. Aidan Castleman for the win. Go Felix. Let's go, loads of Turkish flags. Let's go Zain. Sir, thank you, you are amazing. I don't know if you're referring to me, but I'll take it. Thank you very much. Let's go, Zain Sofuoglu. So much love in the chat for so many of our drivers, but the Turkish crew have really taken over here today for round 2 of the SuperOne Championship, sponsored by Rally Replay and pictures brought to you by Alpha Live. And of course, if you enjoyed my commentary throughout today's action, thank you very much. I'm glad you liked it. Go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. That is at Ratters Media. I would really, really appreciate your support throughout my commentary career. Let's have a look at a few more comments then. Presenter, all the Turkish supporters are praising you for your enthusiasm. Well, thank you very much. I'm thoroughly enjoying bringing you the action here from the north of the UK. And I promise you all watching from Turkey that it isn't usually like this in the north of the UK. We don't usually get bright blue skies like this. So we're thoroughly enjoying it, but I guess you guys are a bit more used to that. Let's go Castleman Racing as well. Let's go. Lots of Turkish flags. Zain, our future F1 world champion. Lots of drivers getting lots of support. Greetings from Turkey, says Murat. We will be here for all the races for Zain, so we'll be together. So thank you very much, sir. No problem at all. Arthur Bowers is fantastic, says Emma. Come on, Zain, says Mehmet. Zain, our future F1 champion yet again. Thank you to the commentator. No problem at all. More than happy to bring you this action and have a bit of a shout about it. Well, I've tried to sort of try and prepare myself for these finals coming up. I mean, still got a bit of an ache in the throat, but we'll make it through it nonetheless. And of course, these finals ever so slightly longer. But this is where points mean prizes. This is where the top 6 drivers in any Bambino and Cadet class get themselves a trophy. The top 3 drivers in any junior and senior race or inter-race get themselves a trophy in that as well. So the top 6 in this one coming up here for the first race of the day in the Mighty Bambinos. Top 6 all getting themselves a trophy at the end of this one. There's some very, very kind people in the chat calling me the best commentator ever. That's very kind of you. I'm not going to let that make my ego go huge, I promise. Right, here we go. Here we go then. The 54 of Zane Sofawoglu lines up on pole position for this race. We're going to see him in IAME M1s later on this afternoon as well, but he'll be starting a little bit further down the order. This is Zane's big chance here to secure a final win. Like you can see on the gantry above the drivers' heads, 9 minutes is on the clock. They watch on the gantry. The red lights are on. They go out now. It's a great start yet again from Felix Tandy. Zane Sofawoglu is going to drop down to second here as they get to the top of the hill, but he will hold on to P2. It's Freddie Pennell who drops in behind him for the moment then. They head up through over the chicane and down towards the first hairpin then. Sofawoglu trying to hold on. Who's that off in the background? The 86 of Hayden Bailey has already spun around there at the top of the S's. Hopefully through the chicane they're all okay. Hayden still sat in the cart then. Hopefully just a precautionary measure and no issue there for Hayden, but gutting to see Hayden out already here on the first lap of the race. I'm getting reports in my head say he is up and out of the cart, and that's lovely to hear. Right then, continuing to battle down here, Arthur Bowers piling on the pressure then. Nico Veslowski got through on this opening part of the first lap, and they are hounding the rear bumper of Freddie Pennell, but already Felix Tandy and Zane Sofawoglu trying to break away. Corner exit there. Bit of an argy-bargy between Zane Sofawoglu and Felix Tandy. Well, I won't say what one of the cameramen has just said in our chat, but I'll take that as a compliment, Chris. Thank you very much. On to lap number 2 we go then. Felix Tandy still just ahead of Sofawoglu, but look how much the drivers in behind have closed in. Pennell, Veslowski and Bowers chasing down the leading two. Pennell still staying ahead of Veslowski for the moment then. Bowers ever so slightly dropping off of the back of these four leaders. And Felix Tandy, this is his opportunity to try and create a gap here as they head down the back straight. Issue is, of course, this is a Bambino kart. There's not a huge amount of power, even with the electric motor. So that slipstream down the long straights such as those, really, really key in allowing for the drivers in behind to close back up. So we've got all of the top 5 line astern here as they head down into sector number 3. And about 4 seconds is the gap back to Stanley Thurston in sixth place. He's followed by Frank Pearson, Aidan Castleman, J.N.Ash Rowrah and Max Tetlow. Hayden Bailey, though, out of this race on lap number 1. Very sad to see the number 86 not making it through to lap 2. There's a move on the exit. Although Veslowski's going to try to hold around the outside. Side pod contact. I can't get that word out yet. Up the top of the hill they go. And Bowers has to relinquish it once again. Veslowski nearly losing out on 4th place. But getting his elbows out, the old Spanish archer for Nico Veslowski sees him hold on to 4th place. And Bowers needs to rethink that one if he wants to find a way back past. Through they go, down into the Stewart S's yet again. And Sofawoglu has closed that gap over the last lap of running. Like I said before we got underway, 9 minutes plus 1 lap in this final, as opposed to the usual 7 minutes plus 1 lap that we had in the heats earlier on today. Fastest lap, though, on the last lap has gone the way of Felix Tandy. But the top 3 all within 6 hundredths of a second on the last couple of laps. Sofawoglu has really closed the gap on this last lap, though. Surely he's got to take the fastest lap as they come across the line. Yes, he will. A 1:04.2 for the 54 of Zane Sofawoglu. Following the E-plate up the hill. When will he think about a move, though, as they head down into McRae's? Not quite close enough as they head through into the first hairpin then. We'll sit back in once more. When is he going to absolutely go for it? Thinks about the inside line. Don't think he's quite going to be close enough here, unless the door is left open, which it is. Felix Tandy just able to turn out of it. Hop, skips and jumps over the exit curb, and Sofawoglu should have the run here down into the Stewart S's, and that is Zane Sofawoglu back to the front of the order. It was very, very late, that move to the inside there. He was lucky that the E-plate of Felix Tandy saw him coming and turned out of that one, or it could have been quite the sizable incident for both of them. Luckily, racing room given by the E-plate, and they live to fight another day. Round into the final corner they come yet again then. Still over 4.5 minutes left in this race. And still the chat being absolutely filled by support for Zayn SuperOne then, as we head on round through another lap of this race. SuperOne now at the head of the field, under a lot of pressure though from Felix Tandy, another driver that was tipped to me as a potential winner in the final. He's doing everything he can to find a way back through on the number 54. Up and under. What a move from Felix Tandy, and he's got it done. Perfectly weighted on the brakes, and back through goes Felix Tandy. If these two keep battling like this, though, they've got to be careful. Back down the inside goes SuperOne. He doesn't wait around at all. First possible opportunity for the re-overtake, and SuperOne grabs it with both hands. Unbelievable stuff then as they head on by. Through into the final corner yet again then. And again, it's SuperOne who leads us into it. There's Bowers making some moves in the background. Veselowski's going to try and go up and under. Oh, nearly making a bit of contact on the exit there. Veselowski not happy about that one. I'm not sure Pennell saw you, Nico. But Bowers back to third place then. And crucially, Bowers with the new fastest lap of this race. A 104 dead then for Arthur Bowers as Felix Tandy gets himself a contact warning from the last lap. About a second, just over a second between SuperOne and Tandy, and then the rest of the three, Bowers, Pennell and Veselowski. But more battling like we've seen so far in this race between Zayn and Felix might see Bowers, Pennell and Veselowski close back up to this battle. They need to be a bit careful. Of course, we often see in, less in juniors, but more in seniors, drivers work together throughout a race and they know, right, we'll leave it to the last couple of laps and then we'll start battling because we'll have enough of a gap to allow us to do so without bringing more people into the fray. But of course, these drivers, they're bambinos. They're getting involved with racing for the first time in the first year or two of racing. They're still getting used to it. And that when you're at that young age, you don't really have any feeling of mortality. You sort of just go for it and hope and see what happens. And that's exactly what they're doing at the front. There's no working together. It's pressing on. I want to be in front of you and I want to win this race. Right then, SuperOne leads us on to lap number 7. Still just over 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Plenty of time for more things to play out. Oh, driver off in the middle of the track. Wow, that was close to the two leaders. That's the 55 of Max Tetlow facing the wrong way there as they headed down into McRae's. He came out of nowhere for us there on the cameras. The drivers would have seen him a little bit earlier, but not by much. They all managed to avoid him, though. Very impressive from these very, very young drivers. You can see them bumping there over the tarmac. It's still so odd to me not hearing any sort of noise. You can just hear the tyres screaming as they head on through. They come up to the back of J&N Rowrah. Where will they go for it? Down the inside then into St John's go both SuperOne and Tandy. And they stay line astern then. Will Bowers get held up at all? Nope, he gets through on the back marker of J&N Rowrah. Nice and swiftly as well. Well, their gap was 1.3 seconds. I think it might actually be a little bit more now as they head through to end the lap. 1.7 seconds then. It was a bit of a slow lap from Bowers, Pennell and Veselowski. So SuperOne and Tandy beginning to build out that gap yet again. When will Tandy think about this move? I feel like he's got it in the locker there. He's just waiting for the perfect moment here to ruin the day of all the Turkish viewers in the live chat. Well, Felix has certainly got a huge support behind him as well, a very experienced young driver. I mean, that's why he's got the E-plate on his kart. So a proven race winner here in the Mighties. Can he steal away this race win for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series here in the Might E class? 30 seconds left to go on the clock then. They head into sector number 3. They will be starting the penultimate lap of the race as they come through. And under the gantry yet again. That gap has opened up even more now back to Arthur Bowers. Impressive pace being set by both of our two leaders. What's it going to be now as they come across the line? 2.2 seconds it is now between SuperOne and Bowers. Fantastic pace, but again, less than a tenth between the 54 and the E-plate. When is Felix Tandy going to go for it? Down into the second hairpin then, and SuperOne feeling the need to defend now. Tandy to the outside. This is where he lost out before from the up and under. He doesn't let it happen this time though. He's going to have to chop back across, which is exactly what Zayn SuperOne does. holds that inside line as they head down towards the stewardesses. Back to the outside goes the E-plate of Tandy. He's going to try the up and under. It's a difficult one to get done as they go through to the end of this race. Down towards the bottom corner, and we'll soon be going on to the last lap of this race. Do they go into the final sector then? Still Sofawoglu ahead of the E-plate of Felix Tandy. Round the final corner then, and there's only 1,030 metres to settle this one. And Sofawoglu is still in the lead. Only a few more chances for Tandy to find a way through. Down towards McRae's they go then. They're still battling in behind for third and fourth place. Purnell versus Veslowski. But this is the battle we all want to watch. Up and under goes the E-plate of Felix Tandy. And he's got the move done. Tandy's back to the lead of the race here on the final lap. How will Sofawoglu reply here as they head down into Iredales? Has to sit in behind as they head through the exit. Great move from Felix Tandy to get back to the sharp end on the lap that matters most in this race. The chat is going crazy with no's here in the chat. They're not happy about how this one's turning out, but the Felix Tandy fan club will be ecstatic. Felix Tandy leads us down into the final sector then, and he stayed ahead of the 54. The chances are closing and closing for Zane Sofawoglu to take the win here. He's got a really good exit, but it's chopped back across. Oh, nearly contact between the E-plate and the 54. Into the final corner they go then. It's going to be a run to the line. It's going to be a run to the line. Zane Sofawoglu, no, he's not going to quite get it. Oh, Felix Tandy steals it on the line. Great run to the checkered flag there between both the 54 and the E-plate, but it goes the way of Felix Tandy. What an end to that race there. The first final of the day here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. If they all carry on like that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to have a voice by the end of this. Oh my goodness. Felix Tandy gets the win in the Mighty final. And take a bow, both Felix and Zane. Fantastic racing for such young drivers, but just holds on to it there as they cross the checkered flag. Wow, Arthur Bowers gets the fastest lap and holds on to third place on the podium, but of course all of the top 6 getting themselves a trophy. That'll be Freddie Purnell, Nico Veslowski and Frank Pearson all getting themselves a trophy after that one, just outside of the top 6 though. With Stanley Thurston, Aidan Castleman, Jay Nash Rairu, and then sadly we lost Max Tetlow there. It was spun down at the first hairpin, and Hayden Bailey at the chicane on the first lap of the race. Well, what a way to kick off the finals then here at the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. I think I need about 20 minutes of a breather, but I don't think I'm going to get that after that one. We're going to be moving swiftly on to lots more finals out there in the chat, but just before we do, commiserations to Zane Sofawoglu, but still getting loads and loads of love in the chat. And Beza saying, really fantastic race. It was more exciting than today's F1 race. Of course, I'm not going to spoil anything for anyone that might have missed it earlier on today, but yeah, I think I can agree with you there. The racing here at Rowrah, far more interesting than over in Japan. But a big shout out to all drivers involved in that one. Well done. But we move swiftly on then. We've got more finals set to come, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is the final for Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. Story of the weekend then in Senior Rotax is Mr. Lucas Blanford, the Scottish driver with the O-plate, is going to be lining up on pole position for this one. He won the O-plate. He won round 1 yesterday. He's looking to do it again here in the final this afternoon. Morgan Hudson-Brown, the closest driver to try and stop him. Second place on the grid. Second place in both Heat 1 and Heat 2. I think he's got to go for it early here in this race to try and make some movements through and get past Lucas Blanford. Jarek Metters and Max Rody will be on row 2, with Max Davies and Kieran Denyer on row number 3. Max Choud and Salvador Newman on row 4, with Jasmine Taylor and Tom Taylor up in the top 10. Watch out for Jasmine Taylor there from row 5. She's been pressing on through the field really well in the heats, that she actually does there from slightly higher up in the final. Jamie Salter and Johnny Lynch are there on row number 6, and row 7 we'll see Tom Nottingham and Braden Donahue. Then it's Jay Pearson and Callum Gosh there in row number 8, with Henry Swanson and Daniel Beards on row number 9. Row 10 sees Max Lorna-Bennock and George Daniels, Sky Fraser and Izzy Lawton on row 11, Billy Edgecombe and Archie Flint on row number 12. And then we should see, hopefully, our 2 177s, so Alfie Baron Oxbury and Martin Jackson. Well, there we go then. As you can see, the bright blue skies above this racetrack here in Cumbria. Rowrah being blessed with some beautiful weather as, oh dear, someone not being blessed there down into the first hairpin. They've come to a halt already. We'll try and spot who that is down there, stopped at the side of the circuit. And as if by magic, we do zoom in on them. Who is that? The number 27 that has come to a halt out there on circuit. And that is Jamie Salter. Jamie should be starting P11 in this race. But sadly, it doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon. Right then. If they keep going like this is going to be a false start. The drivers are nowhere near the back of the pack here as they head through the final corner. Yeah, there's no way. This is going to have to be a false start here as they head round the final turn. Yeah, they're going to be going round again. Chevron flag on the gantry. We go round again for another attempt at that race start. Lucas and Morgan just needing to hold fire a little bit at the sharp end of the order. Allow for the rest of the field to catch up and keep it nice and slow, even through the last few sectors. Well, an extra warm-up lap at least gives me time to have a little drink of water before we continue cracking on through these unbelievable finals here for round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Right then, looks like they're keeping it a little more calm and considerate there as they're heading through sector number 3 this time. The question is, can anyone beat Lucas Blanford? Around the final corner they come then. We're going to get this one underway then. 9 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. We are underway racing here in Senior Rotax. Round the first couple of corners we go, and a bit of contact between second and third place. 53 of Jarrett Metters jumps up and over the top of Morgan Hudson-Brown. But all is well that ends well, and Jarrett carries on in this race. I thought it could have been a much more sizable incident. There's one person really finds the grass on the outside. That was the 28 of Max Lorna-Bennick, I believe, finding a lot of grass on the outside there. Might rename his car to John Deere, that one. Oh, down the inside. That's a bit too late there. The 33 being hounded by the 18. That's Max Rowley under all the pressure. I think it was the 16 of Max Davies, actually, that was all over the back of him in their battle for 5th place. Through they come then into the last couple of corners. A few late sends there. There's one down the inside. A great move there for the 88. Sneaks on by does Callum Gosh, and that's compounding Johnny Lynch's poor first lap of the race. 4 places lost then on the first lap. George Daniels has gained 7 places on that first lap of the race. The 78 is flying through the pack. Unbelievable from George Daniels, one of your rookies here in the Senior Rotax class. What an unbelievable first lap from George Daniels. He's up in the top 10 already. Keep an eye for the number 78 then, ladies and gentlemen. Here they go into the stewardesses yet again. There's another move down the inside. The number 11 this time with Jay Pearson. Lost 3 places on the first lap, trying to regain a few of those. As he heads on by at least one driver there down in sector number 2. But look at this, the tail of the tape it's been today, ladies and gentlemen. Blanford and Hudson-Brown already starting to scamper off at the sharp end of the field of this one. But similarly to what we've seen in the heats, Hudson-Brown ever so slightly faster in terms of fastest lap. In the heats though, he wasn't able to find a way through. Let's see if he can do it across this 9 minute plus 1 lap final. Through into Iredale's they go yet again. Here are these 2 leading drivers. Heading through stewardesses. Jarrett Metters still in 3rd place. Kieran Denyer and Max Rowley are top 5. Rowley still ahead of Davies, I think, for 5th place. Oh, that's a bit of a tight rejoin there as they come through the stewardesses. That's going to be someone losing quite a few places on that last lap. Previous lap as well, Johnny Lynch, a less than ideal lap again, dropping 4 places to 18th. And it was Max Lorna-Bennett getting shuffled wide. He's down to P19. Who's dropping down in this one? Oh, it's George Daniels dropping 2 places that we sure get shuffled out wide. Braden Donoghue following him downwards as well. They're now in 12th and 13th place respectively. There is the Kiddix driver of Lucas Blanford on his Kart Republic chassis. He seemed to be married up well throughout this weekend's action, throughout the start of 2025. He's still under so much pressure from Morgan Hudson-Brown though, and still Hudson-Brown ever so slightly faster. There's the 84 of Jasmine Taylor trying to press on by. as she's in a close scrap with Salvador Newman and Max Chown. I think she might have just gotten past Salvador Newman in that one. We'll check that when they come under the gantry and start a new lap of this race. Already though, 2 seconds the gap between Blandford in first and Metters in third place. Jasmine Taylor did in fact get past Salvador Newman and past Max Chown, I think, on the last lap. Yes, Salvador Newman slipping down 2, sorry. Taylor up to 7th, Max Chown down, up to 8th. Salvador Newman down to P9 then after all is said and done in that one. Tom Nottingham up in the top 10 once again. He was your top rated rookie yesterday. Currently that's the 76 of Max Chown though in 8th place. Keep watching that gap between the leaders and the drivers in behind again. Like I was saying in the Bambinos in the last race in the Mighties, they don't really like to work together too much. They sort of just have a battle and have at it and see what happens by the time it hits 0. In the seniors, a lot more thought through. Racing, I always say, it's like a big game of chess. You've got to be thinking multiple moves ahead, multiple laps ahead. You've got to be just planning exactly what you're going to be doing in any eventual scenario, depending on what that other driver decides to do. And Lucas Blandford and Morgan Hudson-Brown know that to a T. They know this 9-minute final. There's no point in battling early on in this one. They're just going to bring more drivers into the fray who are going to want to get involved because they want to win the race as well. So Blandford and Hudson-Brown, their best effort is to press on together, work together in these early few laps, gain lots of time, extend that lead at the front, and once they've got a 3, 4, 5 second gap into the last minute or so, that's when the gloves can come off and they can start battling. Well, Blandford will be hoping that he's gapped Hudson-Brown enough by then where he doesn't need to worry about that. But Hudson-Brown doing a great job of keeping himself right in with a sniff of the win here in the Senior Rotax Final. A few more moves made on that last lap, a few different changes there as they were dicing throughout the field. Archie Flint making the move on Henry Swanson. That's a change for 14th place on that last lap around this Rowrah kart circuit. Beautiful sound that is, hearing some Senior Rotaxes fly round an old quarry. Absolutely stunning as the sound reverberates off of the rocky walls. It's interesting to see as well a number of the drivers with the brand new Nassau panels using those 2025 chassis. A number of drivers still either on the old chassis or deciding that they'd rather use an older nose cone. As certainly a design choice, those new nose cones. I think they're kind of growing on me a little bit, just like the new BMW front noses did a little bit. When they first came out, I wasn't a huge fan, but actually I'm quite a fan of them now. I think that's the same that's happening here with the new Tony Kart, CS55s, LM4s, all of that jazz. Move down the inside there at the Stewart S's. Great committed move under brakes there from Jasmine Taylor. She finds a way through on Max Davies then, so up to 6th place then for Jasmine Taylor. Like we said, she was 2nd in the final yesterday. I think that gap extending too quickly for her to be able to chase down those kind of lofty heights here in the final today. Callum Gosh in 10th place. New fastest lap goes the way of him, 45.366. A very impressive lap there from Callum. It looks like we might have a transponder issue for Tom Taylor. I've just seen him jump back up into 11th place there as he crossed the gantry. So now, gap between Blandford in first and Metters in third is over 3 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Still just over 2 minutes left on the clock here. Still plenty that can happen, but again, I still think Blandford and Hudson-Brown are waiting a little bit. I will say, seeing them with my own eyes here through the final sector, Blandford has extended a lovely little lead over Hudson-Brown, and it's only getting bigger. Over 6 tenths now between the two leaders as they head on to lap number 10 of this Senior Rotax and 177 Rotax final. Sadly, once again, as there's a move, up and under goes the number 11. Great move by Jay Pearson on Daniel Beards. Gets it done as they head up into the right, left, right first few corners. Great move there by the number 11. Moves up into 16th place. Like I was going to say, it's sad to see. As it's one sad to see, I think we've just lost Max Lorna-Bennett from the race as he's just dropped down the order. As there is confirmation of that, the 28 with the kart parked on the barrier. We saw him chuck wide on lap number 1 in this race. And sadly, out of this race then on lap number 10 for Max Lorna-Bennett. I was going to mention, it looks as though we're back down to 177s here for the final as well. We had Martin Jackson out in heat number 1, retired because of an issue. We didn't see him back out for heat 2, and sadly, we're not seeing him back out here in the final. So it all becomes a little bit easier for Alfie Baron Oxbury out there. He's still battling in and amongst it though with the seniors, and hopefully still enjoying himself out there on the black stuff. Again, it's a long day here, ladies and gentlemen. We're enjoying the finals though, here from a very, very sunny Rowrah. Move down the inside into the stewardesses. That door closes, just about forces it back open as the number 84, Jasmine Taylor, sneaking by on another place. Relegates Max Rody this time, down to P6. And Jasmine Taylor breaks her way into the top 5. Esperana following through, that's the 16. Max Davies trying to follow through there at the final corner, can't quite do it though. Max versus Max for 6th place then. And just about goes the way of Rowley this time around. He holds on ahead of Davies for now anyway. Callum Gosh still with that fastest lap of the race, right in behind this battle. And then in behind him it's the other Max, Max Chown there in 9th place, looking to try and get himself back involved as well. Well, timer is about to tick to 0, ladies and gentlemen. I can see out of my commentary box window the leaders coming down into the final couple of corners. Here they are. And look at that gap that's been built out by Lucas Blanford. I mean, I interviewed him on the podium earlier. I was like, you won the race by over 2.5 seconds. Sounds like a bit of an easy one. And he was like, well, no, it wasn't easy. And of course, what a silly question, John. It's never easy out there when you're driving a senior Rotax car. Just to drive one of these quickly is so difficult. I've had the pleasure of driving these a couple of times at Rye House and at Clay Pigeon. Honestly, just holding on to the thing is an impressive feat in and of itself, let alone setting fast lap times, let alone being consistent out there. So we're going to drive her off down into Iredale's, that is, as this battle continues. But Lucas Blanford, no one seemingly able to beat him. What an unbelievable performance. He won the O-Plate a week ago. He won round number 1 yesterday. He's leading us round the final corner. The O-Plate of Lucas Blanford wins again here at Rowrah. Lucas Blanford wins the senior Rotax final ahead of Morgan Hudson-Brown, and Jarek Metters is on the podium with them. Oh, a bit of scuffling there into the final couple of corners. Who's that losing out? It's Jasmine Taylor dropping down a few places, along with Max Davies it was dropping down. Gutting for Max Davies there. He was battling right up in the sharp end, up in the top 5 for a lot of that race. But dropping down at the last corner then, as it all got a bit too close for comfort in the battle for 4th place. They chased down Kieran Denyer. And then it was Denyer, Rowley, Gosh, Taylor, Chown, the other Taylor, Newman, Davies and Flynn. All in a line. All so close to each other. Wow. What an end to that race in senior Rotax in the mid-pack battle. But again, the question was answered. I posed it at the start of the race, can anyone beat Lucas Blanford? The answer, no. Lucas Blanford wins the senior Rotax final. Morgan Hudson-Brown and Jarek Metters join him on the podium, with Kieran Denyer and Max Rowley your top 5. Callum Gosh, Jasmine Taylor, Max Chown, Tom Taylor and Salvador Newman then the top 10. They were followed by Max Davies, Archie Flynn, Braden Donahue, Tom Nottingham, Henry Swanson, Jay Pearson, Sky Fraser, Daniel Beards, Izzy Lawton, then your singular 177 driver of Alfie Baron Oxbury there in 20th place. And sadly, it looks as though we lost Johnny Lynch, Max Lorna Bennett, George Daniels and Jamie Salter from that race. Jamie not making it to the start of that one. That is gutting for him. Well, as we try and get a few drivers out from their rocky graves out there on the circuit, we get the karts back up onto their kart stands. We get them back to safety in the karting paddock. Never nice to see someone finish their day of racing on the sidelines, but sometimes that is just how racing can go. Right, that was race number 18 done and dusted. We've still got a number of finals coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. Up next is the final for Honda Cadet GX200 and IAME Water Swift Restricted. Right then, lots of drivers watching on from the sidelines as we get ready for this one. And that'll be our IAME M1 drivers as they tackle each other onto the barriers on the outside. It's lovely to see as well, especially with the young drivers. Of course, they're out here, they want to win. That is the main effort. They want to win. They're turning up here, getting involved with the racing. But at the end of the day, it's all a big learning experience for these young drivers. It's all about the community as well, in and amongst karting, of getting involved, making loads of friends, and having a good time while you're out on the black stuff, and going home with a big smile on your face. But let's get ready then for the final in Honda Cadet GX200 and IAME Water Swift Restricted. These two have been battling well. These 6 have been battling well throughout today. J.M. Prakash is on pole with Archie Cannon alongside him on that front row. Joshua Bailey and Riley Blakemore on row 2 with Ethan Pearson and Alfie Hennell there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Oliver Vickers and Jesse Bailey, and Kai Suri and Archie Edgar round out the top 10. They're followed by Henry Soraya and Henry Colburn. Then it's Finley Thompson, the last of your Honda Cadet GX200 drivers, followed by our 3 IAME Waterswift Restricted drivers, Patrick Wood, Riley Aston Wilkins and Freddie Baker. Now what has happened to Freddie Baker? Why is he on the back of the grid? Something has gone wrong in the last couple of races then for Freddie Baker, and I'm going to try and do some investigating while we get ready for this final to start then. What has happened at the end of this one? I've got on the wrong result. That'll be why I'm getting a tad confused with that one. Wait, hold on a second. No, that was the right result. There we go. Finally, I found the right one. Disqualification for Freddie Baker in heat number 2. Scrutineer non-compliance. So Freddie Baker, some sort of issue with the kart there for Freddie, and that's why he gets 0 points from heat number 2, and that's why he's dropped to the back of the grid then here for the final. Well, Patrick Wood and Freddie Baker have had some fantastic battlings throughout today in the IAME Waterswift Restricted. But the problem is, for me in the commentary box, is the battling at the front of the Honda Cadets has been amazing as well. So we've had no idea of where to look here in the Alpha Live production suite. But we'll do our best to bring you all of it anyway here from Rowrah up in Cumbria. Race number 19 of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And after this, we will have 5 more finals, I believe, to bring you. Let's get ready for this one then. Once again, 9 minutes plus 1 lap is on the clock. J.M. Prakash and Archie Cannon are the drivers leading us to the lights here. Joshua Bailey, Riley Blakemore, Ethan Pearson, Alfie Hennell. Plenty of drivers involved in this scrap. Who could win this one? Who will take it by the checkered flag? We've got 9 minutes to wait to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Prakash leads us up the hill then to get this one underway as they head down towards the first hairpin. Is he still there? Yes, he is. Prakash still in the lead of the race then, being chased by Archie Cannon and the rest of the drivers in behind. It is still Cannon in second place on the 42. Joshua Bailey on the 81 there in third place. Then Riley Blakemore and Ethan Pearson. So they pretty much stayed as they were, I think, from the start of this race. One driver still trying to warm his tyres up there as they head down the back straight towards the stewardesses. I mean, they didn't lose a position, so if it works, it works. Oh, side by side on the exit there. Very close to comfort there between 2 drivers. That was the 17 of Kai Suri trying to make a move. I think potentially on Oliver Vickers. But getting a bit too close to comfort as they got to the exit there. Luckily, just about enough racing room is given between the 2 of them. And they both live to press on and battle throughout the rest of this race. Side by side up the top of the hill, though. Is this already our IAME Waterswift trying to fight on through? Trying to go around the outside. What a bold move that is from the 136 of Patrick Wood. He's trying to put time and karts in between himself and Freddie Baker. And he's doing a good job of that. Impressive move around the outside into the chicane there, the first part of the circuit. Could be a move for the lead, though. Door is closed just there by J.M. Prakash. He takes that inside line down into the stewardesses. Archie Cannon not able to get through this time of asking. But like we say, plenty of opportunities here throughout this final. There's 9 minutes of racing action to come. And let's see how they work themselves out then. Here's the move into the final corner. Archie Cannon's down the outside. Archie Cannon's into the lead of the race. The 81 of Joshua Bailey tried to go up and under on both of them there. It didn't quite work out, but it has worked out with J.M. Prakash. Beautifully read by the young driver, and Prakash is back into the lead. Archie Cannon going to try and immediately go for it. Down into the first hairpin. He's back down the inside. Joshua Bailey trying to follow him through as well. He's going to be side by side with J.M. Prakash. They go to the exit, but Prakash sneaks ahead as they get down to the second hairpin, and that's the opportunity for the 68 of Riley Blakemore. So thank you very much. I'll take third place off you, Joshua. And Joshua now trying to hold off from Ethan Pearson. Just about does that as they head down into the stewardesses yet again. Great bit of battling already right at the sharp end here for the Honda Cadet GX200 final. How's it going in the IAME Waterswifts? About a second in between Wood and Baker at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that gap between the 2 of them. We want to keep our eyes on this battle side by side up towards the top of the crest. Prakash holds onto it just about. There was 2 thousandths between Cannon and Prakash as they came across the line. Prakash with just about the better exit and just about holds on to the lead for now. It could go any way between these 5 drivers, and if they keep battling like this, they're going to continue to bring more people into the fray here for the battle for the lead here in the Honda Cadet GX200 final. There is Patrick Wood continuing to pick his way through the Honda Cadet GX200 grid. And not too far behind then is Freddie Baker. It's now a case of who can pick their way through the rest of the karts best. And given we have 9 minutes now in this race, we might see the IAME Waterswift grid chase down and catch the leaders here. Could that be a spanner in the works later on in this race? Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. Over 5 minutes left to go. Prakash still leads us, but not for much longer. Great exit for Archie Cannon. He's got the inside, but it's going to go to the outside here up the hill. He's going to keep his foot in. Bold manoeuvre there from Archie Cannon, and the 42 is back to the front of the order. Fantastic move there from Archie Cannon. He gets the place away from Jayan Prakash. What? We don't have to wait to the end. Patrick Wood's already there. Patrick Wood's on the back of leaders. Jayan Prakash down the inside. They're going to make a little bit of side-pod-to-side-pod contact on the exit. Here's the move for second place, though. Riley Blakemore wants to get involved, and Blakemore is involved. Down the inside he goes on Jayan Prakash, and Prakash slips back to third, now to fourth. He goes wide on the exit. He might even lose 5th place here. Down the inside, there goes Patrick Wood. He's flying through our leaders now as it all gets very confusing. Wide moment for a driver there in the background. I think that's Henry Colburn going a little bit wide there in the background. As Prakash not happy about that. I didn't see anything wrong with the racing though with the last lap or so. And Archie Cannon now leads this race then ahead of Riley Blakemore. Joshua Bailey in 3rd, Jayan Prakash in 4th, Ethan Pearson in 5th. As there is the other IAME Waterswift restricted driver Freddie Baker now trying to make his way through as well. I think, how far is there between those two? 0.8 to 2.3, so 1.5 seconds then still between Wood and Baker. Fastest lap for Patrick Wood as he continues to side on through. This time he's through on the 81 of Joshua Bailey. So shouldn't be too much longer now until Joshua Bailey is clear of the pack, and that will be his opportunity to get some lap times in when he's all by himself at the sharp end of the order and try and press on ahead of Freddie Baker. Could this disqualification in Heat 2 have totally scuppered Freddie Baker's chance of taking the win here in the final in the IAME Waterswift Restricted? Well, look at this. Patrick Wood pushes our 2 leaders in Honda Cadet up the hill then, and given his ever so slight increased pace over the Honda Cadets, that only will help them, to be fair, as they head up towards McRae's for the first time. Will the drivers even notice that it's not a driver they're battling with the Honda Cadet? I'm not sure. Up and under attempt from Riley Blakemore there on the exit of the corner. Doesn't quite work though. He might go for it here down to the stewardesses though. Riley Blakemore is going to go to the lead of the race. Fantastic move by Riley Blakemore then as he slips up the inside of Archie Cannon and goes through to the lead of the race. The Project 1 driver takes to the front of the field, I want to say for the first time today, and it's in the final. Great racing for the number 68 as he slips on through. Here comes Patrick Wood. He's going to go up and under both of them here. They're going to go side by side into the first corner. Will it be relinquished by the 68? Yes, it will. So here's the opportunity then for Patrick Wood. Trying to put more time and karts in between himself and Freddie Baker. Fastest lap, though, set by Freddie Baker on the last lap. A 53.5 was half a second quicker than the fastest lap set by Riley Blakemore, which he also did on the last lap. Also, about 1/10 of a second quicker than Patrick Wood's lap, who's now scampering off at the sharp end of the order. There goes Freddie Baker, trying to get through some more of the Honda Cadet traffic. Doing a good job of it as well, but starting in 3rd might have hampered him a little bit as they headed through into the traffic. But still, what a performance so far it's been from Patrick Wood. So impressive as he leads the whole field now through into the final sector. Continue to watch this battle for the lead in Honda Cadets. On to lap number 9 we go then. Riley Blakemore up 2 places from his starting position. And doing a good job here to hold on to the lead. He's gone wide! He's gone wide! The leader's gone wide there, out of the first hairpin. They're being chased by the other Waterswift restricted driver of Freddie Baker. Is he going to get closed off? Oh, bit of contact there between Freddie and second place, the 42 of Archie Cannon. Of course, Freddie is gutted about that one. I think Archie thought it was a rival, didn't realise what was happening there. Understandably so, took the racing line. Freddie Baker hoped he'd be given a bit more room there at the apex, but he certainly wasn't. But Blakemore, after that brief moment of lapse in judgment there, he made a tiny mistake through McRae's on the last lap. Luckily, it hasn't hurt him too much. He stays in the lead of this race. A couple of tenths of a second clear. Closing back in though, look who it is. It's Joshua Bailey and Jan Prakash. Move for the lead. Down the inside goes the 42 of Archie Cannon. Back to the lead goes Archie Cannon. Wide moment there for Jan Prakash in the background. He needs to be a little bit careful. He wants to stay in and amongst this squabble if he wants any opportunity at the race win. Oh no! Out of the race goes the number 27. That's Henry Soraya out of the race then. Soraya parks it up then, and he, I think, is right outside our commentary box. Yes, he is. Soraya getting dragged to safety there to the Marshall post on the inside of the circuit, but gutting for Henry Soraya, so close to the end of this final, out of the race then. Here go the Honda Cadets through into the final couple of corners. The timer has hit 0, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be heading on to the last lap of this race. And look at this, the water slip restricted all getting involved still with this squabble. As Freddie Baker's still right there in and amongst it. Here we go then, defensive line from Archie Cannon as he tries to hold on to this, as he of course got ahead of Riley Blakemore on the last lap of this race. Blakemore's been fantastic to side up through a couple of positions earlier on in this race to take the lead. It's all a big wallop there from behind from Joshua Bailey. Prakash trying to get the up and under on the exit, but he's not able to get alongside as they head down into the stewardesses. Line closed there for the lead, and the 68 of Riley Blakemore to stay in behind. Prakash with a great move on Joshua Bailey to jump back up into the podium positions. They head down into the final sector. What will we see here? Prakash goes into the back of Blakemore. They continue on. Here's going to be your winner, the 136 of Patrick Wood in the water swim restricted. The Honda Cadets come round the final corner. They're going to be as they were. Across the line comes Archie Cannon to win in the Honda Cadet GX200 final. Great end to the race there between those drivers, and Archie Cannon doing a great job to fight his way back through to the front after Riley Blakemore looked like he might have it in his pocket there of the last couple of laps. Well done to all those drivers at the sharp end, and a great move from Jayan Prakash to retake the podium finish there from Joshua Bailey on the last lap of the race. Well, let's run you through the final results then there in the Honda Cadet GX200 and IAME Water Slip Restricted final. Patrick Wood wins the IAME Water Slip Restricted with Freddie Baker in second and Riley Aston Wilkins in third. Onto the Honda Cadets then, Archie Cannon takes the victory ahead of Riley Blakemore, Jayan Prakash and Joshua Bailey. All those four drivers a line astern. There was also with Henry Colburn as well. So the top five were split by half a second across the line. That is unbelievable in the Honda Cadet. Great racing throughout there, but Archie Cannon takes the spoils on the top step of the podium. Behind the top five then were Ethan Pearson, Oliver Vickers, Jesse Bailey, Archie Edgar, Finley Thompson and Kai Suri. And then finalising the order there was Henry Soraya, who sadly we lost there with only a couple of laps left to go. And it does sadly look like Soraya is in a little bit of discomfort. Sat outside the commentary box window, being tended to by the marshals at the moment. Hopefully Henry is all okay, but that might cause a little bit of a wait here between the end of that one and the start of the next race. Like I said though, plenty more finals still to come, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss any of the rest of this. And round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series here from Cumbria. What a day of racing it's been so far then. We're almost ready to go on to the IAME M1 final, and this is where we might see a few more Turkish flags back out in the chat. Zain Sofuoglu is going to be making an appearance yet again here in the IAME M1s. He hasn't had some great starts in the heats earlier on today. He'll be hoping to turn that around here for the final. Plenty of drivers in with a shout of the win here in the all-important final. Well, hopefully in a few minutes' time, we'll see them heading out on track for their final, and it's sure to be a rather exciting one. IAME M1 final coming up in a few moments' time then. I can just see that our driver outside of the window, still in a little bit of discomfort, being tended to by some of the ambulance crew out there. So we might have a few minutes wait before we get to at the start of the final for our IAME M1s. Then I will nice and slowly, for the first time today, take you through the grid for the IAME M1s. So, pole position then, it is Presley Knight who's going to be starting there at the sharp end of the order. Alongside him is Arthur Bowers. Of course, we've seen him win many races across today's action, across multiple classes, so definitely a driver to keep your eye on there on the number 99 there on the front row of the grid. Freddie Dye is on the second row of the grid alongside Zane Sofuoglu. Now Sofuoglu, like I say, has been struggling a little bit throughout today with his race starts. He'll be hoping for a bit of a better one here in the second row of the grid. Logan Edwards, another driver that I've been speaking to, has been picked up as a potential race winner later on in this one. Let's see how he can do from row 3. He goes from row 3 alongside Jensen James Williams. Row 4 has Reggie Peters and Arthur Rhodes. Now Arthur we've seen win a few races as well across this weekend. We'll watch him from that 4th row of the grid. Buster Scott and Teddy Smith there round out the top 10 on row number 5. Hugh Riley and Sebastian Talbot are there on row number 6. Just behind them, Nicholas Anser and Harley Bebb on row number 7. Tommy Walton and Noah Brad are on row 8, with Hendrix Follett and Pierce Gauntlet on row number 9. Row 10 sees Shay Downey and Etienne Gardner. Then Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite there on row number 11 alongside Archie Ashworth. And it's RJ Harrison and Oakley Rudman on row number 12. And then Gabrielle Chu rounds out the 25 drivers on the grid for the IAME M1 final. Here we go then, getting ready for the IAME M1 final. Like we say, just waiting for proceedings to continue. Of course, safety comes first in motorsport. We're just waiting for one of our drivers to be tended to. Let's have a look at the race that's about to go ahead then for the IAME M1s. Just wanted to quickly track back and have a look at our previous final. So, of course, we've got a couple of drivers who are involved in some other races that have already happened. So Zane Sofuoglu, obviously in this one again, he finished in 2nd place, just missing out on the win by just over 1/10 of a second across the line, with Felix Tandy taking the win in that one. We don't see Felix in this one. Arthur Bowers was 3rd place in that Might E final earlier on today. And do we have any other drivers who are carrying over from that one? I don't think we do. Sorry if I'm missing anyone who was in that race. We've got a few drivers who are in this one and then in the Komas later on this afternoon as well. So a number of crossovers across multiple different grids out there on circuit today. But look at that. The rolling hillside of Cumbria. Honestly, breathtaking scenes we've got here, particularly when the weather is like this, which, as we've said many times on this stream, is few and far between. But we're only saying that so many times because we've all been here when the weather has been awful. It's been raining sideways, and it's not been enjoyable to be out on a camera point, let alone working out there on the circuit at all. So a big shout out to all of the crew out there, not only when those days are tough, but also today when it's nice and bright sunshine. Hopefully you've all got your sun cream on, ladies and gentlemen who are out there. I can still see plenty of red faces on my comms box window. A lot of people applying that after sun when they get back home at the end of tonight's racing proceedings. Looks as though we've managed to tend to the issues out there on circuit, and it looks as though we should be about ready to go back to some green flag racing action then. And once again, my chat can't seem to keep up as it goes mental with loads of Turkish flags, but they're being fought by loads of British flags now in support of Freddie Dye. Freddie Dye starting on 3rd place in this final, right alongside Zane Sofuoglu. And Beza says, I wonder if the podium ceremony will broadcast live or not. I'm afraid not. It won't be live streamed, sadly. And it won't be filmed, sadly, for round number 2. We filmed them for round number 1 because there's no streaming yesterday, so we're able to do so. However, with how it runs through the finals here, all of the podium presentations happen straight after the race. So we're not able to obviously cut to that and then cut back to the race and cut back to that. There's just not enough time. So sadly, we can only bring you the on-track racing action here today. Of course, you can see all the interviews from yesterday. Either scroll back to the lunch break or head over to the SuperOne Series Facebook page to have a look at those. But no, we won't be able to bring you the podium presentation, sadly, later on, ladies and gentlemen. Just the racing action from on-track, but you can't ask for much more, really. What racing action it has been. And all of the parents and guardians being told to vacate the circuit there. 5-second board is about to go up. We get ready for the race start here in the IAME M1 final. As we say that there, one driver just jumping ahead of their grid spot a little bit. Naughty, naughty. Being put back into the spot they go then. Here we go then, ready to start the race, 2 by 2, they watch for the lights, they go out. Arthur Bowers gets a fantastic start from second place, immediately sides round the outside and gets into the lead ahead of Presley Knight. How they sort themselves out in the middle, round goes Saint Sofawoglu. He's tapped into a spin there at the first corner and Sofawoglu drops to the back of the pack. Oh, it was just a driver trying to stick their nose in there as they headed into the first couple of corners. Tipped Sofawoglu round, and he's going to drop all the way to the back of the order. The live chat goes absolutely mental. It's another driver's tip round. That's the 57 collected by the number 30. The 57 of Sebastian Talbot getting pushed into the initial spin, collected by Nicholas Anser. But it's all gone wrong at the start of the race for the thousands of Zain Sofawoglu fans who are in the live chat. Still plenty of time in this race though. 9 minutes plus 1 lap of racing action still to come. What a start it's been though for Arthur Bowers. He's pressing on at the sharp end of the order, but Freddie Dye sets the best first lap of this race. Watch out for the number 17 then in third place. What a first lap it's been for a few of our drivers. Arthur Rhodes up 3 places to 4th. Buster Scott once again gaining loads of place on the first lap. Up 4 places into 5th. Fair play to Buster. He's great at these race starts. Is the number 85. Watch out for that young racing driver as these two continue to squabble. This is Presley Knight and Freddie Dye then. Freddie trying to find a way through there down at Iredale's. It doesn't quite work out this time of asking anyway. Has to stop back into third place. And there's some more drivers siding on through down into the stewardesses. There's still 7 minutes of this race left to go then. Arthur Bowers leading well from the front though. Can anyone chase him down and try and put on a bit of pressure here for the race win? Well, Presley Knight doing his best job of it as they go on through the last couple of corners. There's a good squabble there in the middle of the pack as well. Sebastian Talbot gets himself a contact warning on the last lap. The 45 and the 21 battling there. Sofawoglu down the inside of the 77. Sofawoglu back through then. He gets through on Tommy Walton. Sofawoglu gains 2 on the last lap. So does Sebastian Talbot ahead. Shay Downey gaining 1. It's 3 lost on that last lap for Tommy Walton and 2 lost for Etienne Gardner. They continue then on lap number 3 of this race. A little cutback there as drivers go 2 by 2 down towards the stewardesses. 2 of the teammates there battling, getting very close there as they head into the braking zone. The 82 of Arthur Rhodes stays ahead of the 85 of Buster Scott in this battle for 4th place. Leaders continue on down into the final sector yet again. I can see out my comms box window. Arthur Bowers has created a huge gap over Presley Knight yet again then. We continue to watch this battle for 4th. Arthur Rhodes, Buster Scott, Logan Edwards, Jensen James Williams and Reggie Peters all involved in this squabble. And Hugh Riley not far off the back of it as well. Through they continue on then on this 4th lap of the race. No changes in the last few corners anyway. Might be thinking about it there as Buster Scott. Yeah, there you go. He pulls out and goes to the inside line. Great late move there from Buster Scott. Moves up into 4th position. Relegates his teammate of Arthur Rhodes back into 5th place. They've got Logan Edwards right in their wheel tracks as well. Jensen James Williams, Reggie Peters, Hugh Riley all in this squabble from 4th place down into 9th. And it's about 7 seconds now back to Teddy Smith in 10th place. And Teddy's in his own battle as well. As here is that battle, the 19 of Teddy Smith. There's Zain Sofawoglu down the inside of the 49. So Sofawoglu has got through on Shay Downey early on in this lap, now gets past Noah Brad. 3 more places gained on the last lap for Zain Sofawoglu. But I hate to burst the bubble, he's 15 seconds off of the race leaders. He needs for the leaders to battle a little bit more than they are doing at the moment. When he's got to the front of the train, through on the 19 he goes then. Teddy Smith relegated to 11th. Zayn Sofiwoglu up to the top 10. There's another move in behind. Great last minute move there from the 49 on the 57. That's Noah Brad actually just trying to stay ahead of Sebastian Talbot for 12th place. As Freddie Dye has just got himself a contact warning at the sharp end of the order. Arthur Bowers, new fastest lap on the last lap, 58.272 for Arthur Bowers. He's 3 or 4 tenths clear as he goes even faster. 58.171 now for Arthur Bowers. He's 4 tenths clear of the next fastest driver out there on circuit in terms of fastest lap. And on that last lap, he was 8 tenths clear of the next fastest driver. Unbelievable pace for the number 99 of Arthur Bowers. Let's see how he goes throughout the rest of this race, but he's sitting pretty there at the sharp end of the order. Well, Arthur Bowers took the win in the Mighties final yesterday at round number 1. He couldn't quite do it today in the final in the Mighties, and yesterday in the IAME M1s he couldn't get the win. But they might have just swapped places today, as he now leads the IAME M1 final by quite a considerable distance. Nearly 2 seconds as they headed on to lap number 6 of this race. Extremely impressive. Well, with just over 3 minutes left to go then, Sofiwoglu continues to lead that battle from 10th place downwards as, oh dear, the 87 off in the wall there. Who is that that's had an off? The 87 of Etienne Gardner again, having no luck out there on circuit is Etienne. We saw Etienne off at these 2 corners we're looking at now to start off the lap in Heat 2, and now Etienne off down at the first hairpin. It's been really bad luck for the number 87 over these last couple of races. Etienne still driving really well though, as this battle looks to hot up. The 85 of Buster Scott under a bit of pressure. Is that Arthur Rose trying to find a way back through? No, Logan Edwards, sorry, nearly up and over the back there. Goes the 45 of Jensen James Williams. He lands back down on all 4 wheels, a little bit dazed and bemused I think, but carries on nonetheless. And there is the 16 of Presley Knight. The 17 of Freddie Dye. There's Arthur Bowers, off in a different postcode there. 2.6 seconds was the gap on the last lap. It's going to be more than that now, as there are these 2 battling over second place. Presley Knight and Freddie Dye. What's happening behind though? The 85's gone off. That's Buster Scott from 4th place. There's been an issue there down at St John's and Sunny Bend. Logan Edwards up to 4th then. Jensen James Williams to 5th. Arthur Rhodes to 6th. Reggie Peters to 7th. Hugh Riley to 8th. 5 places lost on that last lap for Buster Scott. That's so gutting for him. It was such a good start to the final. He gained 5 places from his starting position of 9th. But now he dropped straight back to where he started in P9 after that issue down at St John's. I'm gutted for the number 85. But what a fantastic young racer Buster Scott is. And how good is he at first laps? Fair play, Buster. Very, very impressed I am here in the commentary box. We look back to this battle for second place then. Presley Knight still ahead of Freddie Dye. He's dealt with the pressure beautifully over these last few minutes. Well, pretty much the whole race, to be honest now. And he's not given Freddie Dye a sniff at that second place for quite a while now. Through these drivers continue on to the end of their lap. That's the number 95 at the front of this train. That's Harley Bebb. Harley is battling with Tommy Walton, Shay Downey, I believe, Noah Brad, a few different drivers up around the sort of 14th, 15th, 16th place mark. Noah Brad lost a few places on that last lap, dropping behind Tommy Walton and Pierce Gauntlet, sadly, for the 49. 25 seconds on the clock then, ladies and gentlemen. It's all beginning to come to a close then. Here is Logan Edwards trying to hold on to his 4th place. He's got Jensen James Williams and Arthur Rhodes right in his wheel tracks. Where is the leader though? Comes across the line with 6 seconds left to go. Arthur Bowers will give us 2 more laps here around this 1,030 metre Rowrah circuit. Close battle going on to the gantry now as well. Really close battling happening between a number of our drivers. There's the battle for second place heading through McRae's now. But Logan Edwards, Jensen James Jones and Arthur Rhodes batting for 4th. They seem to be nose to tail as they head through the second sector of this circuit. Change to trouble. Oh, in the wall! Who's in the wall? That's the 45 of Jensen James Williams and the 82 of Arthur Rhodes. We said it was getting a bit closer comfort there in that battle for 4th place, and they've gotten very, very close there. Both off into the barrier. Great to see them both able to rejoin the race on their own steam, but still less than ideal for a final result here. Here's Zane Sofawoglu back on your screens. He battles with the 85. Back through goes the 85 then. This is Sofawoglu piling the pressure on to Buster Scott and Hugh Riley here, as there's the 99 of Arthur Bowers starting the last lap of this race. What a race it's been for Arthur Bowers. He's been dominant out there on circuit. Here's the man around the final corner. Double overtake from Sofawoglu. What a move down the inside from Zane Sofawoglu. Bold on the brakes there from the young Turkish driver. Gets both Arthur Rhodes and Buster Scott in one corner. Fantastic bit of battling there from Zane Sofawoglu. I'm not going to transfer back over, but I assume the chat has gone mental from that one. Here we go then. Arthur Bowers is going to lead us down into the final sector. These two still battling over second place. Presley Knight has dealt with the pressure beautifully, holding off Freddie Dye for second place. But what a race it's been for Arthur Bowers. He won in the Mighty Bambinos yesterday. He's going to win today in the IAME M1. Fantastic performance from the number 99 of Arthur Bowers. He wins by over 5 seconds. What's it going to be with across the line? 5.8 seconds. What a gap for Arthur Bowers. Presley Knight and Freddie Dye join him in the top 3. Logan Edwards is going to come across the line in 4th place there. Here's the battle you want to watch though. Sofawoglu stays in 8th place. Arthur Rhodes stays ahead of Buster Scott as they come around the final corner. It will be a photo finish between those two. Just staying ahead though. I'm so gutted for Buster Scott. I saw him put his head in his hands there as he crossed the timing beacon to end his race. Gutted for Buster, but Buster, you shouldn't be holding your head in your hands, mate. You did such a brilliant job in that race. You were so impressive, battling up near the sharp end. You should be going away with a smile on your face. Maybe it wasn't the result you were hoping for, but you showed your grit and tenacity out there on circuit, and I'm sure you'll be bringing the same heat to the next round later on in the month. But well done to Arthur Bowers. What a dominant performance out there on circuit. Nearly 6 seconds he won that race. Well, that's amazing in a Bambino class. Fair play to the number 99. I think he deserves another ice cream, Mum, if you can hear me. I think he deserves another one. Right, Presley Knight and Freddie Dye join him in the top 3. Of course, the top 6 in the Bambino class getting a trophy. So that will go to Logan Edwards in 4th, Reggie Peters in 5th, and Jensen James Williams in 6th. Of course, barring any post-race penalties, which of course you've got to factor in as well. Hugh Riley, Zane Sofawoglu, Arthur Rhodes and Buster Scott for your top 10 in that one. Sebastian Talbot, Teddy Smith, Shay Downey, Harley Bebb, that was your top 14. Just behind them were Tommy Walton, Piers Gauntlet, Noah Brad, Oakley Rudman, Lucas Otley, Thistlethwaite, then Archie Ashworth, Nicholas Anser, RJ Harrison, Etienne Gardner and Gabriel Chu. Sadly losing a couple of drivers during that race there. But what a race it was to end it all. But gutting for the heaps of Turkish fans in the live chat. It all went wrong on the first corner of the lap there for Zane Sofawoglu. But still, everyone congratulating everyone involved in that race. Still saying well done to Zane. And it was a great drive back through the field for him. And thank you very much for everyone being so kind to me in the live chat as well. Saying, see you next race, Mr. Commentator. Thanks for all of your effort. While you're still here, Turkish fans of Zane, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media. I'd really appreciate it. Anyway, IAME M1 final comes to a close then. We've still got a number of finals yet to come, ladies and gentlemen. That was race number 20. We've got race 24 races, I should say, if I can get my words out, on the bill for today. And that means 4 more still left to come. As the flags continue to fly here at Rowrah, the sun continues to beat down. We're going to press on with the Intermax and Honda Cadet R200 final. Already out on circuit then go the drivers. We better run through this starting grid, hadn't we? Logan Rolfe, unbeatable out there on circuit today. Could anyone match him in the final? Oscar Roach is going to be the first to try there on second place on the grid. Lucas Esser and JJ Lower on row 2, Logan Stanley Jones and Kean Sullivan on row 3. Row 4 Jackson Hilton and Charlie Gregg, and then Louis Barker and Annika Hurd round out the top 10. Behind them are Layla Bell and Jensen Sale. He's got work to do there from 12th place on the grid. They're followed by Jay Birmingham and Floris Walkington, then Ria Wardley, Isla Parsons, Alexander Adams and Daniel Hulse. Dylan Patrick, Toby Wortley, Elsie Gannon and Charlie Holmes finish your Intermax grid. And of course the lone Adam Corsa there in his Honda Cadet R200 starting from the back. Like I say though, it has been the tail of the tape today in the Intermaxes. It's It's been super, super dominant from Logan Rolfe, and he's going to start from pole position in this one. Prime place to take yet another win here in the final. Let's see if he can do just that, or whether someone comes to spoil his party. Right then, let's get ready to go then for the fourth to final race of the day here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. What a fantastic championship SuperOne it is. The racing today has just been brilliant. Can we kick off another one? Nope, chevron flag. The drivers didn't see it though. They might still think they're racing up the hill. I think sort of halfway backwards they did see it. I think Logan Rolfe might realise it now as he comes up the top of the hill. There we go. Back into the slalom formation and carries on. It was way too good of an exit round the final corner for Logan Rolfe. He was already a good 2, 3, 4 kart lengths clear of the rest of the grid by the time they got up towards the top of the hill. That's not really good enough. Needs to be a little bit fairer as they come around the final corner. He's got to keep it at the same pace as they come around the final corner, and it should be only when the lights go out should the leader press the throttle to full. Of course, drivers always try and eke out a little bit of a gap and see what they can do to get around the rules without being caught. It's always the way with racing drivers. You try and exploit what you can. I do exactly the same when I'm racing myself, so I can't bat an eyelid at that one. But 9 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock. That one's gone to a chevron flag. A little bit too early on the throttle there for Logan Rolfe. We'll see what he can do from the front row of the grid. Oscar Roach has been so impressive though, finishing right in behind him, I'm pretty sure, for both Heat 1 and Heat number 2 in the races today for round number 2. Lucas Esser getting involved as well, JJ Lowe getting involved with the scrap at the front of the order. And again, Jensen Sale from 12th place. Of course, he starts down in 12th place, given he had a DNF in race number 1 off into the bark down at the second hairpin of Iredale's, the first lap of Heat 1. That was a less than ideal way to start the day, but he's come back through nicely. I'll need to come through in this one as well, starting from row number 6. Right then, this looks a little bit more like we should see it. And lights do indeed go out. We're underway and racing them for 9 minutes here as they go up the hill, trying it round the outside again. It's Oscar Roach, but again, doesn't quite have the bottle to just stick it in there and hope that Logan Rolfe will get out the way. No, backs out of it, lets Logan Rolfe go free, and he leads us down towards the second hairpin then. There's still scrapping going on in the mid-pack. That's the 51 getting shuffled ever so slightly out wide of Charlie Gregg. Couldn't see exactly who it was that snuck through. Potentially a good start from Annika Hurd. We'll watch out as they come through to end lap number 1 and come across the timing beacon. There's the 28 and the 51 going at it. As they head on through, JJ Lowe, that driver on the number 28 then. Contact warning comes through already for Rio Warderley. Round the final corner then. Oh, that's a late move to the inside for the 51. Oh dear, already off of the track is the 24. That's Florence Walkington dropping to the back of the grid. It looks as though, I was about to say, we've got a transponder issue for Charlie Gregg. He's been manually put back to 8th place. Good start for Jensen Sale, already gaining 3 places at the start of this race. Up into the top 10 goes the number 1. It's battles galore still down at Iredale's then as they head through lap number 2 of this race. Top 5 absolutely line astern. Less than 0.8 of a second between Logan Rolfe and Jackson Hilton when they started this lap. That was the 24, Florence Walkington, I think again, facing the wrong direction, sadly for Florence. It all going wrong, potentially just going off the circuit, losing a bit of grip on the tyres and going round yet again. Change to second place though, through goes Lucas Esser. There's the 73 of Logan Stanley Jones trying to follow through, but can't quite do it. Has to stay in 4th place. Esser relegates Roach, though, down to 3rd place. And Esser now leads the charge towards your current race leader, Logan Rolfe. Still 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock then. Look at that, though. Jensen Sale's got the new fastest lap. Jensen Sale, the first into the 49s. 49.6 for Sale. He's joined by Kian Sullivan and Jackson Hilton ahead of him. They're both in the 49.9s, though. Jensen Sale finding some fantastic pace out there on circuit. Adam Corser, of course, your one lonely Honda Cadet R200 in this race, sadly for Adam. He's still cracking on, though, and enjoying himself out on the circuit. And we head on to lap number 4. Still less than 0.8 then between your top 5 as they head up and over the crest there. It looks as though they are being closed in by a few drivers in behind them as well. One of those being Jensen Sale, who's got yet another fastest lap as the entire grid sets a personal best on the last lap. But a 49 dead for Jensen Sale sees him clear of the rest of the field in terms of pace. There's the 73 of Logan Stanley Jones trying to find a way through down into the Stewart S's, and he does find a way through on the 45 of Jackson Hilton. That's a re-overtake then on this lap for 4th place for the number 73, making it through on the number 45. Top 3 absolutely line astern. I don't want to tempt fate, but I feel like Lucas Essa has closed that gap to the lead then as they come across the line. 1.5 tenths in it between those two, trying to go side by side there into the first corner. It's always a bold one. The 73 of Logan Stanley Jones stays ahead of Jackson Hilton, though Hilton has lost some momentum as they headed down towards McRae's there. Thought he might be under a bit of pressure, but manages to stay ahead of Cian Sullivan and Jensen Sale. Puts his hands up in dismay there as he heads down towards the stewardess. This is the 45 of Jackson Hilton. Not sure exactly what he was complaining about down there, but either way, he's not happy about something as he heads on round on his Kart Republic chassis. Less than 5 minutes left to go in this final then. Around the final corner they come. Still Logan Rolfe in the lead of this race though. Change for 2nd place. Oscar Roach is through on Lucas Essa. And that gives Logan the tiniest bit of breathing room at the sharp end of the order. Move down into the first hairpin. That's the 45 getting back through. Jackson Hilton up to 4th place then. He finds a way past the 73. Closes the door there into the 2nd hairpin. A little bit of a bump onto the 73, and the 26 tries to find a way through on the exit. That is Cian Sullivan on the inside line as they head down into the stewardesses. Tries to cut back in, does the 73, and he is able to do so. Keeps Jensen Sale in behind. It is still Jensen Sale with that fastest lap from lap number 4. A 48.959 for the number 1. Your champion in 2024 here in the SuperOne Series Intermax category. But he hasn't been able to find his way to the top step just yet today. The fastest lap on the last lap, though, was stolen away from him by Oscar Roach. Now that Roach is through on Essa, he's the one wanting to pile a charge onto Logan Rolfe. We've seen throughout today, Logan just remaining so cool and calm at the sharp end of the order. Not cracking under the pressure, dealing with the driver sat right in behind him. Not getting flustered at all, just hitting his markers, continuing on consistent pace. And holding on to the wins in both Heat 1 and Heat 2. This is the all-important final though. Round the final corner he comes. And on to a new lap of this race. Getting right up to the rear bumper there is Oscar Roach as they head to Ardales for yet another time. It was another fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Oscar Roach. He's really turning up the wick here as we head through the Inter-Rotax final. But can he find a way through? It is one thing catching a driver, it's a whole nother thing getting past them. And that's going to be the issue here for Oscar Roach. He's going to want that final win just as much as Logan Rolfe is. Less than 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Then you can see parents and guardians and driver coaches gesticulating furiously to the drivers. Of course, if you want to know what all of those means, Alpha Live have a great video on their channel. You can go and have a watch of those. Check, synchronise, check over the shoulders. I love when I see that. It's usually in the cadets that you do see that. Synchronised checks of both Logan and Oscar at the front end of the order. Both just seeing what the gap is like to the drivers in behind them. I think Oscar knows now he's got a nice enough gap where if he thinks about a move and it goes a little bit Pete Tong, he can collect it back up and go again without losing places to the drivers in behind. And Rolfe definitely knows he's there. A little bit of front to rear contact there as they head through St John's. Rolfe definitely knows he's there as they head into the final corner then. 1.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Onto a new lap they go. Still not close enough to go for any moves. Just waiting. When will Oscar Roach think about going for it. Not just yet then. Lucas Esser and Jackson Hilton still battling in behind for third place. Of course, this is an inter category, not a cadet or bambino, so only the top three will be on the podium here in the inters, so only a trophy to be taken home by those top three. Jackson Hilton will want to be finding a way through and past Lucas Esser as soon as he can. He'll want to be taking that bit of silverware home with him to pop on the mantelpiece. 45 seconds left to go on the clock. It's going to be close. I think they crossed it with 47 seconds left to go, and they're doing 48-second lap time. So whether this is the third to last or second to last lap, I'm not so sure. I'll try and keep you updated, though, as we head on through this one. New fastest lap of the race for Logan Rolfe. Where's he kept this pace in the locker for the first 8 minutes of this race? Logan Rolfe suddenly whips out a purple lap time and says, there you go, Oscar. Come and fight me for the lead then. Bring me your best. And Oscar's trying to do just that. He's still not quite close enough to think about a late move here as we head on through into the final sector. 10 seconds are on the clock that I can see here in the top left-hand corner of your screen. I think we will be going on to the final lap then. Round the final corner we come, and Oscar Roach continues to pile the pressure on. Last lap is started by Logan Rolfe then. The O-Plate winner from last weekend. The winner in the final yesterday for round number 1. A perfect start to the season for Logan Rolfe, but will it continue here in round number 2? It's been perfect so far today with a pole in quali, a win in both of the heats. But only 1,030 metres to continue on with that perfect performance for the Synergy driver. He leads us down into the stewardesses. Not close enough to think about it when we're closing. Who are we closing in on? I think it's the Honda R200. No, it's not, sorry. It's the 81. They've cleared him nice and quickly, though. It was Adam Causa, though, on the Honda R200. As they head round into the final sector then, not held up enough to open the opportunity for Oscar Roach as the rest of the drivers try and sneak on by. Here comes Logan Rolfe to win yet again here in the SuperOne Series in the Intermax category. What a win from Logan Rolfe. Pressure was applied throughout that race, but Logan Rolfe just found a bit of pace at the end there and just went, there you go. No, I've got enough to deal with this. Thank you, Oscar. I can hold you at arm's length and I can hold on to the final win. And Logan Rolfe does just that. The O-Plate champion from a week ago does the double here at round 1 and round 2. And Logan really setting himself up for a championship charge throughout this season in Inter Rotax. Here is your provisional result then. Logan Rolfe, Oscar Roach and Lucas Esser, your top 3. Jackson Hilton couldn't quite find a way past there to get himself up onto the podium at the end. And Jensen Sale makes his way through from 12th to 5th. He's still going to be very happy about that one, but he'll be thinking what could have been if he didn't have that off in heat number 1. Kean Sullivan, Logan Stanley Jones, Charlie Gregg, JJ Lowe and Jay Birmingham were your top 10 in that one, followed by Annika Hurd, Louis Barker, Layla Bell, Toby Watley, then Alexander Adams, Isla Parsons, Daniel Hulse, Dylan Patrick, Florence Walkington, and Rhea Wardley, sadly, we lost during that race from the Intermax grid. Adam Causa, your lone Honda Cadet R200 there, finishing in 20th place overall. Well then, final done and dusted for our Inter Rotaxes and Honda Cadet R200s. We get ourselves ready to go then for the next final of the day. We've got 3 hard-hitting finals still left to come with some very exciting action to be played out and 3 more final winners to be decided. Up next, race number 22 of the day. It's the final for Junior Rotax. Here we go then. Junior Rotax is always a very exciting class, but when it gets to the all-important finals, they just really sharpen those knives out there, do the drivers. They really get their elbows out, and they really want to get fighting out there for this 9-minute plus 1 lap final. I was just having a little giggle at my producer, really enjoying his own stings there as we get into the Junior Rotax final. Leon Barlow starting on pole position for this one then. Teddy Cooper alongside him. Those are our 2 race winners from the heats earlier on. And Teddy Cooper is going to bring the fight here on his birthday for the final win. Milo Manderson and Drew Price are there on row 2, with Charlie Benson Oliver Smith lining up on row 3. Oliver Smith, your O-plate winner from a week ago, coming there from row number 3. Let's see how he can do. Joseph Murray, Jensen Powers, Amy Peacock and Isaac Parkinson, your top 10. Followed by Lewis Holt and Alex McCullough. Those two line up on row number 6. Row 7 has Cassidy Southall and Rory Hinckley. Then it's Aidan Young and Archie Doherty on row 8. Alfie Clark and Travis Dolby on row number 9. And then Lucas Steele and Adu Yadatis round out the top 20. Shay Hilton and Elijah Hartley are there on row 11 with Neve Allen and Mia Caruso on row number 12. Then it's Kian Hundell and Maximilian Braskov on row number 13. I don't think we've seen Maximilian all day though, sadly, so I don't think the number 77 will be showing his face for the final, unless maybe he just decided he didn't fancy being in the rest of the races and he's going to crack on for the final. There's Mr. Chris Simpson taking a little break there up on the hill. Back to your camera, please, Chris. Thank you very much. Off we go then, Junior Rotax. The final about to get underway then. And who's going to take the win? Like I say, we've had 2 drivers on the top step in the heat. It could go either way here. It's going to be very exciting nonetheless. Thank you for joining us here for this live stream of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Live from Rowrah here for round number 2. And let's wait for this Junior Rotax final to get underway. Here we go then. Junior's keeping it nice and relaxed as we go into the final couple of corners. I'm not quite sure it's going to be so relaxed when those lights go green. But let's wait and see what happens. We don't want it to be relaxed anyway. We want it to be nice and exciting here for 9 minutes plus 1 lap of the final. Under the gantry they go. And to the racing we go here in Junior Rotax. Up the hill and side by side up to the top of it. Leon Barlow leads from the front and holds on ahead of Teddy Cooper as they head down towards the first hairpin. Milo Manderson getting involved as well. He's one trying to overtake Teddy Cooper, but trying to fend off from Drew Preisner as well. Round the outside tries Charlie Benson as well. That's so late on the brakes from Drew Preisner. Down the inside of Milo Manderson. I think he's got a little bit too late though. Off into the dust on the outside there goes the number 12 of Rory Hinckley as he gets himself back on the black stuff with a few positions lost then. Down towards the end of lap number 1. Preisner did get through on Milo Manderson in the end there into 3rd place. That has allowed for Leon Barlow and Teddy Cooper to absolutely scamper off with this one though. What's that gap going to be between Barlow and Cooper when they come across the line here to end lap number 1? Let's wait and see. Across the line they come then. Nearly a second already on 1 lap for Leon Barlow. He got clear of the pack there through the first few corners and already is driving off with this one. Move down the inside there into McRae's. Move from the 25 of Charlie Benson. He makes his way through on Joseph Murphy. Amy Peacock trying to hold it around the outside there, but can't make it work. Has to settle back in for 7th place. She had a good first lap, up 2 places. Only person having a better first lap was Joseph Murphy, up 3 places into 5th. Sadly, he's lost one of those now to Charlie Benson on the second lap of the race. Here is the 39 and the 16 battling as well. That's Isaac Parkinson who's got past Jensen Powers now on this second lap of the race. Milo Manderson going for it at the final corner. Oh, a little bit of contact there between the front and rear tyres. Just about giving each other enough room. They're going to be side by side up the hill. Who's going to back out? Neither of them are going to back out. But it's Milo Manderson who has to slot back in behind on that outside line. Down to the first hairpin they go. Drew Preisner on his Carlos Sainz kart is having to make it the widest kart you've ever seen to try and keep these drivers in behind. And again, he's trying to hold on to that 3rd place there. That's just letting Leon Barlow and Teddy Cooper drive away at the front. But crucially, fastest lap on lap number 2 for Teddy Cooper. He halved the gap to Leon Barlow in the lead. So impressive. And that is the number 16 of Jensen Powers losing a few more places. Oliver Smith, Rory Hinckley and Lewis Holt, I think, all snuck through there on that middle part of the lap. 6.5 minutes still to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen. Change to 4th place, we say. Charlie Benson past Milo Manderson then into 4th place. And he's the one now trying to find a way through on Drew Preisner. Look at how much this gap has closed, though. It was down to 1/4 of a second at the start of this lap. And it looks to just continue to be closing. Can Teddy Cooper win the final on his birthday? Let's wait and see. Well, the only news I have of it being his birthday was on the driver's parade. So hopefully that was correct information. Or sorry, Teddy, it's not your birthday. Anyway, there's a move down the inside. 94 sips on through. That's Joseph Murphy through on Milo Manderson for 5th place there down at the stewardesses. Great move. Teddy Cooper right on the back of Leon Barlow though as they start lap number 5. He is really all over the back. He's going to go for it down the inside. Teddy Cooper opens up the door and sides on through to the lead of this race. Great controlled overtake there from Teddy Cooper. And still with 5.5 minutes to go, I feel like Leon Barlow might just sit in behind here and just say, well, I know I can win these races. So let's just sit in behind, work together with Teddy, try and press on ahead of the rest of this group who are 2 seconds behind at the moment. More squabbling there for the 20 and the 39. That's Lewis Holt getting re-overtaken there by Isaac Parkinson. Jensen Powers, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Jensen Powers getting a contact warning for his troubles there. As here's Drew Preisner, still trying to hold on to 3rd place. Or Priesner. Sorry, Drew, if I've got that wrong too today. Charlie Benson, new fastest lap, and he is the one pressuring the rear end of the 91 car. Up and under, he goes to the outside then for the second hairpin of Iredale's. He tries the up and under again. You open yourself up to someone diving down the inside, but he's going to get the push. That's what he needed from the 94 of Joseph Murphy, and both of them are going to try and go through on Drew Priesner. They are going to go through down the stewardesses. Working together beautifully there between Charlie Benson and Joseph Murphy to steal 3rd and 4th place away and drop Drew down into 5th. Leaders still as they were as they come past my commentary box. If anything, Teddy Cooper starting to put a little bit of time between himself and Leon Barlow. Side by side up the hill then. Amy Peacock holding on to 6th place ahead of Milo Manderson. How will it be down to the first hairpin though? I think they just about stay as they were. There are those 2 leaders of Cooper and Barlow. Keeping a relatively similar gap then as they head through into Iredale's for the 7th time in this race. Oliver Smith, the O-plate, has just set the fastest lap in P9. Impressive stuff. Oh, he's won the O-plate. We know he could win races, Oliver. Today's just been a little bit less than ideal for him. And this race hasn't been ideal either, dropping 2 places from the start in this one as Oliver. He's trying his best to battle back through. Milo Manderson has snuck through on Amy Peacock at the end of that last lap, and now he's the one stuck behind Drew Preisner. It looks as though Benson and Murphy just starting to pull away ever so slightly from Drew. Just over 3 minutes left to go on the clock. Oh, we've got a mechanical flag for Isaac Parkinson in 13th place. Isaac's going to have his race end early then, battling in well. Right at the, he's on the back of a train of 4 drivers from 10th to 13th. It's clearly an issue there for Isaac Parkinson. I'm not sure what it is, whether it's a loose bumper or a loose exhaust, some sort of other issue. Either way, Isaac will come to the end of this race early. We'll have to pull back into the pits and will be disqualified from this race. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock still. Amy Peacock, 46.3, new fastest lap of the race for Amy. And there you go, that's the reasoning for it. It's not a loose rear bumper, the bumper has gone. Where it's gone, I don't know. It's gone off on its own travels here at Rowrah, but completely missing rear bumper. That's the first time I've seen that in a while in kart racing. You see it a bit more often in cars. As end of the race, the number 41. Alex McCullough is out as well from P18 on the road. So drivers dropping like flies here with 2 minutes left to go. Teddy Cooper still with a 3/10 gap here as they head on to lap number 10 of this race. Oliver Smith now stealing the fastest lap back for himself as he joins the back of the train in that battle inside of the top 10. There's the number 94 of Joseph Murphy. Drew Preisner has chased him back down then in the battle for 4th, where Charlie Benson has started to drop these drivers. You can see him heading down there into the stewardesses. You saw there the tap of the helmet and the point forward from Drew Preisner. He wants to work together here to chase down the top 3. I don't think that's going to happen, sadly, as they head on through these last couple of laps. Only 2 minutes left to go. Less than 2 minutes left to go. 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go as the leaders come around the final corner. And no, Not going to listen. It's the 94 of Joseph Murphy. He's not going to listen. He's going to defend as they head through. Up towards the first couple of corners. Side by side yet again here. Into the twisty section of the circuit. And the 94 of Joseph Murphy is hung out to dry. Joe Preisner and Amy Peacock sneak on through. What a late send from Amy Peacock. Down the inside of Joe Preisner. Shuffles him out wide. Milo Manderson sneaks on through. So does Rory Hinckley. Rory Hinckley gives a nudge to Amy Peacock there at the apex. And he's now at the front of the straight. Sorry, that's not him. That's Joseph Murphy, the 94, sneaking back on through. Incident down there. Incident of the stewardesses. The 12 goes up and over the back. Up and over the front, of Amy Peacock. And it looks as though Amy's out of this race then. That is gutting for Amy. She was battling so well throughout today, particularly in this final. I think looks to be under a bit of discomfort there down at the stewardesses. Nearly ripped her front bumper clean off there. As Rory Hinckley goes up and over the front, smashes into the right hand side of her leg with the rear left of the car. Hopefully Amy all okay, but gutting to see her end the final like that. She looked well on for at least a top 5 finish in that one. She's been so impressive from today. Although the final may not be ending how she wanted, she can be very, very happy with her performance throughout today's event there. She's getting moved to the side of the circuit, and I do think in a bit of discomfort there. We might see some yellow flags for the last part of this race then through the stewardesses. Here come the leaders though down into sector number 3, and the gap isn't as big as I thought it was going to be. And it's only about 2 seconds back to Charlie Benson. If these two battle here on the last lap, then we might see Charlie try and get involved as well. On to the last lap of this race we do go then. And Teddy Cooper, the birthday boy, looking to hold on to it ahead of Leon Barlow. These are your 2 race winners from earlier on today in the 2 heats. But who's going to get it in the final? Teddy Cooper starts the lap in the lead and defends beautifully there through McRae's and Iredale's. I think we'll have yellow flags here potentially. It doesn't look like it anyway. To the outside goes Leon Barlow. Can't get it done though. And through they continue on. Teddy Cooper still just ahead of Leon. The opportunities are reducing to 0 for Leon Barlow. Through they go then into Paddock Bend. This is the final opportunity and it's not going to happen. Teddy Cooper holds on to it as they come to the line. Teddy Cooper wins on his birthday. Fantastic with the number 76 to hold on under pressure there throughout the last few minutes of that race from Leon Barlow, and particularly on the final lap to take the win on his birthday. Well done to Teddy Cooper. Leon Barlow in second place and Charlie Benson celebrating across the line as well. On that last lap, even though there weren't any moves made, the gap dropped from 2 seconds to half a second there. Charlie Benson only needed a couple more corners. He was right involved in that scrap, but either way, he looked pretty happy with that podium nonetheless. So well done to Charlie as well. Joseph Murphy was in 4th place with Drew Preisner rounding out the top 5 there in the junior Rotax final. Oliver Smith, a decent run back through then to P6, then Europlate champion. Sadly not able to repeat it here for round number 2 of the championship in junior Rotax. Milo Manderson, Rory Hinckley, Jensen Powers and Lewis Holt were your top 10, followed by Adam Yadatis, 20th to 11th, a good race through from him, followed by Aidan Young, Cassidy Southall, Archie Doherty there in 14th place. Behind him was Mia Caruso, then Alfie Clark, Lucas Steele, Neve Allen, Kian Hundle, Elijah Hartley was the last of your finishers there, last year 20 finishers. Sadly, Amy Peacock, Isaac Parkinson, Alex McCullough not making it to the checkered flag. Junior Rotax final done and dusted then, ladies and gentlemen. You can see a few of the drivers getting ready for their final race. That'll be loads of the Mighties Cadet and Micromax drivers getting themselves suited and booted. But the drivers you can see just behind them already in their karts are also getting ready for their final in a few moments' time. Let's get on with it. Second to last final of the day then for round 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series here at Rowrah. Up next, it's your Koma C50 final. It looks as though we might have a very slight break in proceedings here as we come to the end of that junior Rotax final. Very, very impressive stuff when the two drivers at the front of the order, Teddy Cooper and Leon Barlow, giving us some good battles throughout that one. Great overtake early on from Teddy Cooper. As soon as he got up behind Leon Barlow, he was like, yep, right, I want to be ahead of you. Thank you very much. Then managed that gap beautifully from the front of the field to take the win here at round number 2. But as I say, only 2 more finals left to go, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe we've run through the racing order so quickly here at the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. What a day it's been of racing. And like I say, only 2 more left to go. Really exciting ones though still to come. Of course, we had the Junior Rotax there. They're always an exciting one. No matter where you go in the UK, they are always very, very exciting. But up next, of course, 2 extremely exciting finals. The Koma C50 is about to head out on track in a few moments' time. And then after that, we'll have the Micromaxes and the Mighty Cadet. So thank you anyway to whoever put the schedule together for leaving the most difficult race to the last race. And my voice is going to be ruined where we try and watch 2 full races going on at the exact same time on different parts of the track. Well, that's going to be an exciting one. That's coming up straight after this final. But as we get the circuit sorted, of course, we've got a few carts being taken off the circuit, a few drivers as well being assisted off. I think I can see Amy in the John Deere truck, just getting assisted to the medical van. After that one, she did get a bit of a wallop on the right hand side of her leg by the rear left car of the driver that went over the top of her. So hopefully all okay for Amy. But that previous shot, great to see so many spectators out here for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series here at Rowrah. Like I say, it's pretty north here in the UK. It's a difficult one for a lot of people to get to. But they make the trip because what a circuit this is. Just not even just a drive, but the battles it produces out there across loads of different classes. It's worth that long drive to come up here, get involved and support the drivers out there on circuit. Now, of course, sadly, I'm not going out on the PA there. I can see Alfie Baron Oxbury there watching from the sideline in his Red Bull jacket. They're racing in the 177s earlier on today. And also lovely to see that as well. A driver who's been involved in the final. The finals all done and dusted. A lot of other series, they just go straight home. They're not bothered about anything else. But no, the drivers here love the racing and they want to be involved and continue watching the rest of the battles out there on track amongst all of the classes. So thank you all for joining us, and that's a lovely little wide shot of the paddock here in Rowrah. You can see a load of the caravans still up there on the top as a lot of drivers and team members and whatnot stay over here at the circuit to keep things going. I mean, the party was alive last night after round number 1. Myself and my producer Stuart were here until about 9 o'clock last night trying to get the cameras sorted due to other issues I won't go into in terms of our drive here. But the party was really starting down there in the paddock. Loads of house music and electronic music bouncing in loads of the tents as people were enjoying their evening's action. And there is the SuperOne Podium. Of course, that is where we had the podium yesterday for round number 1 and the interviews you saw at the lunch break. Those are being completed today by Amelia in my absence because I'm here in the comms box. So a big shout out to Amelia for getting those done at the side of the circuit. A tricky one, to say the least. There's a few of our drivers there waiting. You can see Arthur Bowers there just stood in front of his mum. Arthur Bowers, what a performance he's had today. Like we say, yesterday he won in the Mighty Bambino race earlier on. And didn't quite get there in the IAME M1, so it was flipped today. No win in the Mighty Bambinos, but a win in the M1s for that young driver of Arthur Bowers. I just wanted to see, I wanted to reload my page and make sure that result had come through. It has been finalised now of Arthur Bowers winning that final, thankfully. Right then, as we continue to watch around the circuit, we just wait for everything to be cleared, but we know it's going to be a quick run when the C50s do come out on circuit. So why don't we slowly but surely take you through the grid for this Koma C50 final. Hendrix Verlat will line up on pole position alongside Kalman Simon. We've already seen them lock horns earlier on today. We'll be hoping for more of that here in the final. Santo Amico and Jensen O'Connor line up on the second row of the grid with Cole Parrish and Tommy Lovejoy, the birthday boy, there on 6th place. Then on row 4 has Max St. Hilaire and Lenny Barton. Then it's Freddie Pennell and Isaac Young rounding out the top 10. And they'll be followed by Ezra Robinson Matthews and Ayrton Edward Jones. And behind them, AJ Halil and Hayden Bailey. And then finalising the 16 kart grid for the Koma C50 final are Briella Stevens and Dalton Dyke Whitfield. Well, I, for one, am thoroughly excited for this upcoming final. Like we say, we've seen drivers locking horns in this one already. I mean, in heat number 2, what a start it was for Santo Amico. As though we've got more of our fantastic Alpha Live staff, making sure everything's going well. And Stuart rubbing his hands with glee that he can get him on camera, running over to the static camera point there in the middle of circuit. Like we say, oh, apparently he wasn't enjoying it, he's just cold. Well, I'm nice and warm in the comms box, mate, because it's so exciting action that I'm keeping myself nice and roasty toasty as we get ready for race number 23 of the day. Like I was saying in heat number 2, Santo Amico, what a run through it was from him at the start of the race. Went from, I think it was about 6th or 7th on the grid, through to the lead early on in that one. Sadly, didn't quite stay that way, dropped down the order ever so slightly, but he's starting here on the 2nd row of the grid for this one. Jensen O'Connor, another driver that's been battling really well near the sharp end of the field in that one. He starts alongside him there in row number 2. But it is probably Hendrix Verlat and Kalman Simon, the 2 drivers that we're keeping an eye on out there on circuit. As there they are, waiting in the dummy grid then. Let's have a quick look back to some of our previous. There we go. Looks like we're almost about ready to go then, as all the parents and guardians jog their way down to the grid. There you can see more drivers, more people being shown their sprinting efforts around the circuit, not just the Alpha Live staff. It's all fair. All fair and love and war here on Alpha Live. Right then, let's have a look back. So Kalman Simon was the winner of heat number 2. Hendrix Verlat, the winner of heat number 1. And that makes sense then why they're both on identical points going into this final. 67 points. Only difference, of course, given that they have identical points from Heat 1 and Heat 2, it's decided on your qualifying lap, and it was a 104.5 from Hendrix Verlat, a 106.2 from Kalman Simon. A huge difference. Clearly something going wrong in qualifying for Kalman Simon, but that just shows how even more impressive it's been from Kalman. He's come from the bottom end of the top 10 in both races to head on through and be on the front row for this final. The number 10 and the number 12 will lead us off when the lights go out. I thought we were going for 5 seconds there, but some people not clearing the grid as quickly as we would have hoped. Right then, it's the 5-second ball going to come up. Let's look at just an issue for one of the drivers there in the middle of the pack. The 5-second ball does go up. The lights go out. Were they even on? A very confusing start there for the Koma C50s. Either way, we are underway in racing, and that's caught out Kalman Simon on the outside of the front row. Santo Amico has snuck on by, and it's given a nice little gap already to Hendrix Verlat. Down towards McRae's they go then. Santo Amico holds that inside line. Another diving move there as they head on through. That was Cole Parrish, I think, getting it sent in the middle of the pack to take back a couple of positions he might have lost on that race start. Max St. Hilaire involved in this heated battle, up and under, tries Kalman Simon. He's already got through then on Santo Amico down at the hairpins. He's now trying that inside line. He's got that inside line, and Santo Amico follows him through. So does the 26 of Jensen O'Connor. 4 places lost in 1 corner there for Hendrix Verlat. But it's not all said and done. We've seen Hendrix win plenty of races. He's already going to try and take back 3rd. Nope. Tries to get the nose in. That's the back out of that one. Bit of a wide moment there for, was it Max St. Hilaire? I think it was Max going a little bit wide there. As they head through to the end of lap number 1 then. Move to the inside for the 11 of Lenny Barton. Makes up a place on Tommy Lovejoy there around the final corner. The birthday boy just getting shuffled down to 9th place. And I think the 33 of Freddie Pinella slipped through as well. So down to 10th goes Tommy Lovejoy. Through lap number 2 they go then. Back to 3rd place has gone Hendrix Verlat. He's got back through on Jensen O'Connor. And Jensen O'Connor slipped back behind Cole Parrish as well. Cole Parrish with the fastest lap on that first lap. But of course it's not really comparative considering we had that standing start. Still huge amounts of time in this race left to go. Thinking about the move for 2nd place though. He will go for it at the last opportunity. No, door closes there by Santo Amico. Santo's got a great exit. He's now on the charge to try and take the lead of the race here as they head down in towards St. John's. Door closed there by Kalman Simon. And they head on through to Sunny Bend. Into the final corner then for the 2nd time in this race. Top 4 line astern. Simon, Amico, Verlat and Parrish. I think Jensen O'Connor is at the front of the secondary pack. Whereas Max St. Hilaire got through. Oh, Jensen O'Connor's right down to the middle of it. St. Hilaire's in 5th, Pennell's in 6th, Barton's in 7th, and O'Connor is in 8th. 5 places lost on the last lap for Jensen O'Connor. That is gutting for the young little racer, but like I say, still plenty of time in this race to try and take those positions back. Change for 3rd place. Cole Parrish is through. It's changed to 2nd as well. Hendrix Verlat is up to 2nd. Cole Parrish has followed him through into 3rd. Santo Amico is down to 4th. So only a few moments ago, it looked like Amico was in the hot seat to take the lead. Now he slips from the back of this train into P4. There's St. Hilaire in 5th. Through goes the 11 of Lenny Barton. As Briella Stevens has come together with Hayden Bailey. The battle for 12th place has boiled over, and Briella Stevens and Hayden Bailey have come together. I do believe it was those two. I'll double check when they come to the end of this lap. I'm second guessing myself now as to the numbers of that one. End of the lap they do come then. 5.5 minutes still left to go in this race. And confirmed on your timing on the left hand side of the screen, Amico down to 4th place. New fastest lap from Cole Parrish. He's 3rd place in this battle at the moment, but certainly don't count him out. Yellow flag though, it must be still the 2 drivers down in this section of the circuit who have come together. And it was indeed Hayden Bailey and Briella Stevens who were in that incident. Here down at the 2nd hairpin. I think at least one of them, if not both of them, are off on the inside of the track, so it might be race over for both the 86 and the 20. Race is just beginning for the lead though. Down the inside goes Hendrix Verlat. Back through to the lead then. Started on pole in this race, slipped down to P4, has fought his way back up into the lead then. He might have even slipped further than P4. There's so much that's been happening in this C50 race, I don't even know where to look. Back to the lead goes Hendrix Verlat then. Calman Simon stops that negative momentum, stays in 2nd place. Closely followed by Cole Parrish. Santo Amico is slowly but surely falling off the back. Up and under from Calman Simon. He's going to retake the lead. No, not quite. Side by side up the hill. Cole Parrish is going to follow through as well. So what was looking like a re-overtake for the lead turns into him losing a position down to 3rd place. These young drivers head back into the yellow flag zone though, so no overtaking. Wow, look how loose the nose cone is of Calman Simon there. As they went over the bumps on the exit, it was flapping all around. There's all a bit of a bump there from Calman Simon. Was that not in a yellow flag zone, Calman? I think you might be good giving that one back. He's on the inside line as they head down into the bottom corner, and Santo Amico is going to push him straight on through. They're both going to go past Cole Parrish then. So Calman Simon back to 2nd place. Santo Amico up into 3rd now. I'm just not sure if that little bump on the rear end from Simon was in a yellow flag zone. Either way, he's pressing on. He takes the lead of the race away from Hendrix Verlat. Into sector number 3 they go then. Calman Simon leads this race once again ahead of Hendrix Verlat, Cole Parrish and Santo Amico. Sorry, other way around. Santo Amico is in 3rd and Cole Parrish is now in 4th place. Still 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock in this race, and they're chopping and changing like it's going out of fashion here in the Koma C50s. Oh, thinking about a move down the inside is Cole Parrish. Cole, there is still very much a yellow flag there. Need to be respecting the yellows. Now, what I'm just not 100% sure is if there's a yellow down here. There is. I think there's still the drivers on the inside there. Yes, still yellow flags there. Anyway, not for me to work out. That's for the stewards to deal with after the race. I'll only commentate what I see in front of my eyes here on this beautiful screen. The 33 there of Freddie Pennell has got through on Max St. Hilaire in this battle in behind. So Pennell's into 5th. Hilaire's down to 6th. These two go side by side. Late move to the inside there from Lenny Barton. Great move on Tommy Lovejoy. Shuffles Tommy down to 8th place then. In this secondary battle of 4. Still Cole Parrish with that fastest lap of the race, sitting in 4th place, a 104.5, set up back on lap 3. We're now heading on to lap number 7. And already, Calman Simon feeling the need to defend then as they head up into the first couple of corners. Through the chicane then as they head down towards McRae's. Not feeling the need to defend into McRae's though, interestingly enough, for Calman Simon. Maybe felt he had a bit of a poor exit from the final corner that time around and had to cover the inside. But this time sticking on that normal wide racing line here into Iredale's. Calman Simon stays ahead of Hendrix Verlat now anyway. Well, you know I mentioned that fastest lap from Cole Parrish. It's been beaten by Hendrix Verlat on the last lap. 104.3, new fastest lap from Verlat. Almost matched, to be fair, by Simon ahead and Amico in behind. Only about a 10th in it between those three on the last lap alone. Here comes the 74. Cole Paris, though, tried to grab that inside line away from Santo Amico there as they headed down the hill into St. John's. Not able to get the move done, though. Look at these top two. They're trying to break away now. Can they break away from Amico and Parish if those two start battling in behind? Just over a minute left to go then. I don't think they're going to work together. Trying to get that inside line there is Hendrik Verlat. He thinks better of it. And they stay single file as they head down into the first hairpin. There's the 84 of Isaac Young piling on the pressure to Jensen O'Connor in their battle for 10th place. AJ Halil snuck through on the last lap on Jensen O'Connor. And sadly, Jensen continues to slip back here in this final gutting for the number 26. He was fighting so well earlier on in this race. Just sadly losing out here towards the end. Thought about the inside line there, did Hendrik Verlat. Check over the shoulder there from Kalman Simon. I don't think he needs to check over the shoulder. He knows he's got the three in behind. They're like a swarm of bees all over his rear bumper as we head round into sector number 3. 25 seconds on the clock. I think we'll get 2 more laps of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Round the final corner come your Koma C50s. 15 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. It's still Kalman Simon in the lead of this race. Chops back across ahead of Hendrix Verlat. Santo Amico and Cole Parish still waiting in the wings even, saying, come on, you guys get involved with each other. We want to pick up the spoils when it all goes wrong for you. Kalman Simon holds that line and holds the lead for now anyway. Over the bump on the exit goes the 19. Gets the push though, does Hendrix Verlat. Verlat and Amico go down the inside, relegating Kalman Simon to 3rd. Kalman's got a nice up and under though. Is it enough to press on to 2nd? No. Has to settle back into 3rd place then. And the pendulum swings back the way of Kalman Simon on the penultimate lap of this Koma C50 final. Through they continue on then. After this lap, we'll have 1,030 metres of racing action still to come. Who will be able to steal it away as we come to the end of this race? Kalman Simon defending from Santo Amico. Hendrix Verlat and Cole Parish have fallen a little bit behind these two as we head on to the last lap. Here goes Santo Amico to the inside line. Bold move. They're going to go side by side up the hill. Off the track goes Hendrix Verlat. He gets walloped by the 74 of Cole Parish as they get back on the circuit. And Santo Amico, with the most amazing move I've seen in a Koma C50, gets to the lead of the race on the final lap. Unbelievable overtaking there from Santo Amico. He's defending there down into Iredale, so I don't think he realises the gap that he has here as they go onto the back straight. He's still defending as they go down towards the middle section of the circuit. Hendrix Verlat trying to make the move back to 2nd place on Kalman Simon. He gets through. Simon goes up and under. It gets squeezed to the barrier. They might make contact here. They just hold on. How did none of them go off there? Cole Parish is going to steal back through. Oh, they might go 3 wide. Oh my goodness, that was close. Cole Parish pushes Kalman Simon down into the final sector, but Santo Amico is leading us through to the final corner. My voice is nearly gone, ladies and gentlemen, but Santo Amico, what a legendary drive from Santo Amico. He wins the final. We're nearly 3 abreast across the line for 2nd place. Cole Parish grabs it ahead of Hendrix Verlat and Kalman Simon. What a race there between your top 4. We had no idea who was going to win that one throughout that race. Unbelievable racing from those drivers. But take a bow, Santo Amico. What an unbelievably bold move to send it into the first couple of corners side by side with Kalman Simon or Hendrix Verlat was. I can't even remember. They were battling so much during that race. Santo sent it through. And what an end to that race it was then. He managed to bully his way past and get it done and take the race win. Well, let's run you through the provisional results then for the Koma C50 final. Santo Amico wins it in emphatic fashion ahead of Cole Parish, Hendrix Verlat, Kalman Simon, Freddie Purnell and Lenny Barton. Those will be the 6 drivers taking the trophy home this evening, followed by Max St. Hilaire. Tommy Lovejoy, the birthday boy, finishing in 8th place there. Well done to Tommy. AJ Halil and Isaac Young were your top 10, followed by Jensen O'Connor, Ezra Robinson Matthews, and Ayrton Edwards-Jones, the last of your finishers then. Sadly, we lost Hayden Bailey and Briella Stevens during that race after they came together down at the second hairpin of Iredale's. Right then, there's only one race to go. From an enjoyment of racing perspective, I'm gutted. From a my voice perspective, I'm quite thankful, to be honest. I'm struggling here as we get to the end of the day because the racing has just been so fantastic here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. But like I say, only one more final left to go here at Rowrah for round number 2. Coming up next is the final for Micromax and Mighty Cadet. What a way to end the day then, with a split grid that has been one of the most exciting throughout today, and is really going to put me on edge because, remember, having some issues with the transponders in this race, given we have a mixed grid between the Mighty Cadets and the Micromaxes. Some interference on those means I can't follow the live timing, which is going to make this one very interesting. Anyway, we'll do our best to get through it. Let's have a look at the grid then for the last final of round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. Let's start with the Micromax grid. Benjamin Slavar starts on pole position alongside Theo Jepson. Ray Owen and Will Hatton are on row 2, with Freddie Blackshaw and Evan Mellor on row number 3. Now, Evan Mellor getting some penalties in heat number 2. That's why he's dropped down to row 3 of the grid here. Watch him coming through the order. Noah Wicklow and Henry Perrin are there on row number 4, with Lani Adun and Eleanor Shelby-Parsonage your top 10. They're followed by Toby Cannon and Charlie Page. And then it's Ellis Holt and Isaac Garth, the last of your Micromax drivers. Then we move on to the grid for Mighty Cadet. William Crombie and Xavier Ramsey are on the front row, with TJ Mackay and Kane Langley on row number 2. Row 3 has Heath Smith and Harry Stinson. Row 4, Logan Jackson and Noah Maiba. Then row 5, Ethan Kuehl and Daniel Stangarine. Row 6 sees Brandon Hartley and Chase Wilmington. Row 7, Jack Swan and Will Beattie. And then rounding out the 30 drivers on the grid are Freddie Turkington and Hadley Jarvis. Well, 30 drivers still to take to the track in anger then to finalise what has been the most fantastic weekend here for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series up at Rowrah. And still, even though we're pressing on towards 5 p.m. here, the sun is absolutely beating down on us here up in Cumbria. What a beautiful weekend it's been, and what a fantastic weekend it's been to be involved with the championship. A big thank you to SuperOne for having me here on commentary, and once again to all the crew at Alpha Live for doing such a fantastic job here to bring you these brilliant pictures. Well, the driver's getting ready to go then in the dummy grid. They're waiting for the all clear to be sent on to the racetrack for the final 9 minutes plus 1 lap of action. Let's have a little look at the previous results then, I'll remind myself what ended up happening in the second heat of the day. Or was it the second heat of the day? Let's have a little look through there. Noah Wicklow was your winner in heat number 2. Evan Mellon second. Theo Jepson third. This is in Micromaxes, by the way, with Freddie Blackshaw and Benjamin Slavar, the top 5. William Crombie was your winner in Mighty Cadet, then Xavier Ramsey second, TJ Mackay, Harry Stinson and Kane Langley. Those were your top 5 in the Mighty Cadets there in heat number 2. Looking back on heat number 1, though, was that where we had the issues? Let's look back on that one. Yes, this is where we had the issues. The 3 drivers battling for the lead, contravention of flag signals during the race. So the top 3 in the Micromaxes dropped down the order, and it was even worse for Evan Mellor, who, if I remember correctly, did win the race on track, but 10 position penalty. One of those 5 positions was for the contravention of flag signals, and 1 was for gaining an unfair advantage. So that's put Evan Mellor in a bit of a difficult position here as we move in towards the final. But when I say a difficult position, Evan's still there on the 3rd row of the grid in Micromaxes, so still a good position to be starting in here for the final, but there's plenty of drivers around him who are wanting to beat him to the punch here and take the final win in Micromax as we come into the last race of today. tale of racing it has been. Thank you all so much for joining us here on the live stream. I hope you've been enjoying the coverage here, courtesy of Alpha Live. Let's press on then into the last race of the day. Benjamin Slavar, like I say, starting on pole position in the Micro Maxes. He was, I remember seeing him, I've seen him loads down at Rye House, of course, battling in and amongst the Koma Bambinos. He was also involved in the first ever Tillotson T4 Bambino race held at the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup in Valencia, Spain last year. And if you do race in Tillotsons and you're racing at the Nations Cup this year, I'll see you there as well. Back in the commentary booth in Valencia for that one. I cannot wait. I'm sure the weather, it's going to be a lot like it is here in Cumbria. Right there, one more final left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get it underway? First time of asking. The Micro Maxers lead us on to 9 minutes plus 1 lap of racing, and the 78 of Benjamin Slavar leads us up the first couple of corners. The 17 dives through, nearly chucking the 21 to the grass. That's Ray Owen having to get out of the way of Evan Mellor as Evan Mellor scythes through to 3rd place already. Here's the Mighty Cadets though. They're about to get their race underway as well. Great start from the outside of the grid there. I think they think that that's a false start. I mean, it was less than ideal to the start, but have they carried on? Yes, they have carried on. My apologies. As oh dear, we've got someone already who's had an issue on the rolling up lap. That's the 31. Who is that coming into the final sector? That was Will Hatton. Will Hatton was supposed to be starting on the 2nd row of the grid in the Micro Maxes. That is gutting for Will Hatton. There's the 55 going slowly. That's Lani Edun, who's had an issue here on the first lap of the final. But here's Benjamin Slavar then. Leads us through to the end of lap number 1. And who's that? Is that Theo Jepson trying to fight his way through? It is. Trying to get side by side as they head up onto lap number 2. Here's the battle for the lead then in the Mighty Cadets. Xavier Ramsey looks to have got through to the front of the order. Yes, he has. Great battling through for Xavier Ramsey. What is the rest of the top 3 looking like? Who are starting to pull a gap already then? Of course, I can't tell you because there's no live timing. I keep forgetting that. Right, there we go. Up to the first couple of corners. I will try my best to spot the numbers here on the screen to tell you exactly what's happening. Here's a move for 2nd place. Down the inside goes the number 17. That's Evan Mellor already up into 2nd place then. We said it's going to be a bit more of a challenge from the 3rd row of the grid, but he's making it look easy as he already cuts through to 2nd place on the 2nd lap of this race. He points forward, Theo Jepson. He says, let's work together, come on. I mean, you're right on the rear bumper of Benjamin Slavar. I don't think any working together is going to happen here. And Slavar knows it. He just wants to chuck on the anchors and say, I'll just defend loads and you guys can squabble in behind. Hopefully something ends up happening and we carry on. That was a lovely change to the Mighties there. Sadly, we cut away, but beautiful camera work nonetheless there as we head on through the final couple of corners. Mighty Cadets then pressing on. Xavier Ramsey in the lead, the 20 in 2nd and the 15 in 3rd. So it's Kane Langley in 2nd and William Crombie from pole position who's down to 3rd place. Move for the lead. Through goes Evan Mellor. What a beautiful move there. Up at the stewardesses. He finds a way through and Evan Mellor from 6th place on the grid moves into the lead in the Micro Maxes. As off in the wall goes the 38. That's one of the Mighties. That's Hadley Jarvis, who's off in the wall down at one of the hairpins. Gutted to see him out of the race so early on in this one. Still just over 6 minutes left to go. As the Micro Maxes fly on up to the top of the circuit, still as they were in the top 3. Slavar in 2nd, with Evan Mellor in the lead. Greasy battling as they go up the hill. It's the 18. Just ahead of the 20, I believe. So Heath Smith has got through on Kane Langley then. Here's the battling in the Micro Maxes once again as they head down through to the stewardesses. Late move, too late from Noah Wicklow. Goes straight into the side of Theo Jepson, and Theo Jepson puts his hands on. What was that, mate? A little bit too late on the brakes there from Noah Wicklow. He was only trying to go for one overtake, I think, there, and suddenly realised, oh dear, the gap has closed rather quickly there, and Wicklow goes straight in the side of Jepson. Jepson holds on to his position, though, in 3rd place. Wicklow's then there in 4th. So I guess the overtake kind of worked there for Noah Wicklow in the end. Making the move on the 28, that was. The 28 of Freddie Blackshaw. There's a move down the inside. Oh, no, that's on a back marker. Sorry, the 39. That is the leaders in the Mighties coming through. Xavier Ramsey still leading this one from the front. Kane Langley in 2nd place. With William Crombie still sitting there in P3. No changes near the sharp end of the order in either of the classes in the last couple of laps. Both were so scrappy in Heat 1 and Heat 2. I didn't know where to look. My brain was just overloaded with racing action. This one has been a lot more calm and considerate here across both the Micro Maxes and the Mighty Cadets. But as we close in on the race coming to an end and the checkered flag coming out, how long is that going to stay like that? The 28 trying to make a move there as they head on up the hill. And it's on the 16. They wallop the front to rear of that one. That's Freddie Blackshaw trying to find a way through on Theo Jepson. Not able to, so Theo has lost out then to Noah Wicklow on that last part of the lap. So Noah Wicklow's up to the top three then. Side by side between these two. That's the 11 and the 12 there as they head up the hill, or just about giving each other enough room. That was a close one there between Ethan Hulme on the 11 and Logan Jackson on the 12 as they battle in for position here. As we close in to less than 4 minutes left to go of racing action here. Round number 2 with the Rally Replay SuperOne Series in 2025. Here are your leaders then in the Mighty Cadets. Still Xavier Ramsey not crumbling under the pressure out there. Xavier doing a brilliant job to fend off the drivers in behind. And Xavier really coming to the fore here in the Mighty Cadets. Always been a relatively impressive driver. But Xavier really showing his own here in the Mighty Cadets as he leads from the front. There's the number 35 and the 13, Ellis Holt and Isaac Garth. Just ahead of the 55 then of Lani Adun, who's trying to get back from that earlier incident. And here come the Mighty Cadets then. Is that a change at the front of the order? Xavier Ramsey's been pushed out of the way here. The number 20 of Kane Langley goes to the front of the field. Oh, Xavier just getting into the side of one of our Honda drivers. That was Lani Adun that they slid into the side of. I think Xavier Ramsey could drop to 3rd place here as they head into the stewardesses. I think he has. William Crombie's up to 2nd place then. So he switched around. Kane Langley in the lead of this race in the Mighty Cadets. William Crombie in 2nd place. Xavier Ramsey down to 3rd. I think I might consider that a commentator's curse, and I think that's probably the first of the day. Sorry, Xavier. We're singing Xavier's praises. Xavier's play. Oh, I can't even speak. Singing Xavier's praises, and then Xavier loses 2 places. There we go. Final race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. On we go then. That's Xavier still trying to cut through a couple of the Micro Maxes. As here, the 20 of Kane Langley points forward. Points to William Crombie and said, let's work together. We're building a gap here over Xavier. Let's press on. That's exactly what they're going to do. We look back to the Micro Maxes then and look at the lead being eked out. Benjamin Slavar under pressure. Down the inside goes Noah Wicklow. Up and under goes Slavar and gets squeezed to the inside line. Loses momentum. Now has to fight up the hill ahead of Theo Jepson. Jepson can't quite find a way through. So that's Wicklow up to 2nd place in the Micro Maxes. Benjamin Slavar slips down to 3rd. Manages to fend off though from Theo Jepson. 28 in behind as well, and Freddie Blackshaw's getting involved, and not too far back to the 21 of Wraith Owen. A warning goes out for Noah Wicklow though, I guess from that overtake, or maybe the chopping across really pushed Benjamin Solar to that inside grass there. Benjamin did a good job though to react to it and fend off for the drivers in behind who are coming at a rate of knots right up to his rear bumper. We continue on though, almost to 1 minute left to go in this race. We're closing in towards the end of racing action here for Rowrah. What a way to finish here with both the Micro Maxes and Mighty Cadets. I think we're looking back here to the Mighties. They come into the final sector. Loads of squabbling going in there in the mid-pack. Sorry I can't give you updates on those because I've got no live timing, but they're having a great little battle out there at our sort of the lower end of the top 10 in the Mighty Cadets. Here's 2nd place downwards then in the Micro Maxes. Still Slavar, still feeling a bit under pressure as he holds that inside line. Behind Noah Wicklow, ahead of Theo Jepson and Freddie Blackshaw. Like I say, not too far back then to Wraith Owen on the number 21 either. Here are those top 3 in the Mighty Cadets, still as they were. Kane Langley ahead of William Crombie ahead of Xavier Ramsey, but Xavier is closing in there on the top three. We'll need to have our eyes out for that one. But it looks as though Micromaxes have come across the line just before we've ticked to 0. So 2 more laps still to come here of this final. Oh, that looked like a bit of a slam into the back there of Benjamin Slavar. We'll wait and see how that one played out. These top 3 continuing on though. They stayed as they were. Well done to Slavar, holding on to that one ahead of Jepson. Up and under on one of the mighty cadets there as they fly on by. But still, Evan Mellor from 6th on the grid has a lovely lead here. Late move to the inside. That was beautifully timed there. As in the wall goes the 35. That's Ellis Holt out of this race. Ellis was battling with Isaac Garth over the last couple of laps. Ellis, though, will be going no further there, off in the wall on the exit of Sunny Bend. Move to the inside. This is for the lead. Chucks him to the outside line. What a move there. As trying to follow through there is Xavier Ramsey. That's William Crombie then through on Kane Langley on the penultimate lap of this race. Final lap has been started by our micros, and the Mighties just coming around the final corner to start their last lap. Then we cut back to the micros as they push on in their battles. There's Noah Wicklow at the front of your screen in 2nd place. Then we've got Slavar still in 3rd. And these two now battling over 4th place. They're going to get close on the exit. 28 and 16. And Freddie Blackshaw trying to find a way through on Theo Jepson there as they head through down the final lap of racing here for round number 2 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. I can see them out the commentary box. There comes Evan Mellor, and here is your battle in Mighty Cadets. The battle for the win is still on. Down the inside, there they go. The move down the inside goes through, and there is Evan Mellor from 6th on the grid to win the Micromax race. What an unbelievable final for Evan Mellor. Didn't let that stop him, and 6th on the grid, pressed on through as quickly as he could and took the win. But there is the 15 of William Crombie. He leads from pole to flag victory, but it was not that easy. What a battle it was between Crombie, Ramsey and Langley in that race. But it goes the way of William Crombie at the flag. Fantastic racing across both of those classes there to finish off what was an unbelievable day of racing here at Rowrah. Now, sadly, like we've seen in the heats earlier on, we can't bring you the full results from that race, which is very gutting to see. But like we say, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/Super1. And you'll be able to find all of the race results, not only from today, but from round 1 yesterday and the O-Play a week ago, and of course throughout the rest of the season as well. Now, speaking of the rest of the season, there's loads more rounds left to come this year in the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. At the start of May, the team will be heading to GYG in Wales for round 3 and 4. Then at the end of May, it's down to Clay Pigeon for round 5 and 6, and that's when I'll be rejoining you for round number 6 on the commentary. Then the team head off to round 7 and 8 for Fullbeck. That's early July. Then early August, it's Wilton Mill for round 9 and 10. And then finishing off the series season at Sheddington for round 11 and 12 at the end of August. Well, we have kicked off the season fantastically well here at Rowrah. And just as we've got a few drivers getting their karts sorted out, I can see that we've got one driver off on the inside of the final corner, which is never how we want to see the race day end. One of the drivers in a little bit of discomfort there down at the final corner. I do believe it's the mighty driver of Daniel Stangarine. Hopefully Daniel all okay there as he's being tended to by the marshals. But that is it then for racing action here at Rowrah. Of course, hopefully drivers all okay that have had incidents here in the finals or throughout the day, but all drivers hopefully going home with a smile on their face, and that is the main thing. What a day it's been. What a weekend it's been to kick off the season in 2025 for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Like I said a few races ago, thank you so much to SuperOne and particularly Amelia for having me here in the commentary box for today's action. It was absolutely brilliant. It was so brilliant that my voice is pretty much gone, so I think I'm going to have a little rest when we end this stream. Of course, a big shout out to all of the marshals out there on circuit. A big shout out to everyone behind the scenes at SuperOne. A big thank you to all the timing crew on the left of me in the next room, and a big thank you to all of the team here at Alpha Live Productions, all the videographers, and of course my lovely producer as well, for all making this so simple and smooth for you to enjoy at home wherever you have been watching from. Of course, if you enjoyed my commentary, a big thank you, and go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram. I would really appreciate your support. But from everyone here at Rowrah, from everyone at SuperOne, thank you so much for joining us here for the first Alpha live stream of the year for the Rally Replay SuperOne Series. Like I mentioned, we'll see you back on the live stream for round number 4 at GOG at the start of May. But until then, thank you very much and goodbye for now.